days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely loaded, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell him to bring it on. Now he's a big timer, but he's lost on the river. Never went without, never had them cold shivers. Had a silver spoon, always warm in the winter. Drive a fancy car, never had to kill the standard. No bloody hands, never really had a backbone. Never been too deep down the back road. Never showed no respect to a flagpole. Come on, city boy, just another punk asshole. Me and mine, we gon' make it through them dark days. So take your ass on back down to Park Place before you end up in the deep end where them hungry ass sharks stay. We go hard all day. Been here, done that, that's a given. Out back, guns out, country living. If you doubt that, find out, come and get it. We ain't going nowhere, but I'm about to go swimming. These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Won't you take me back to the old days? Just horses and a wagon, shotgun shells and wishing wells, and you could hear them pistols blasting. Better give them hell, but live to tell. Let's write another chapter. We just want our country back, and we gon' get what we after. In them pastures, in them fields, we the ones that keep it real. You come stupid around here, that'll probably get you killed. Cold steel under cold skies, a rebel soul from the old times, like Jesse James and those guys. I'm watching you with both eyes. I ain't telling no lies. If you wanna come and get it, backwoods country living, shotguns and ammunition, whiskey drinking, steady sipping, saying to hell with the system. I've been living at the bottom, so I'm about to go swimming. Y'all can hate it or you can love it, but I promise we ain't budging. If them boys looking scared, someone probably told them we're coming, so y'all better get to running, but don't head for them hills. That's where the hell we live around here. We keep it real, boy.
These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long, we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Fucking right.
You can't take my freedom, can't take my land, you can't take my guns from me, young man. Don't tread on me, you'll fall where you stand. I played dirty as a dog, Lord, forgive my sins. The world that we're living in is going to hell. You'd rather bite your tongue and by the stories they tell. Stand my ground till the day I'm gone. Salute the ones who never made it home. Time for you red and my stripes were white and my skies are blue. I don't call 911. I was raised with guns and I like to shoot. And I was born and raised hell. I was raised to stand my ground. I keep one hand on the Bible.
Yeah, come on.
And a middle finger to the man. I keep one hand on the Bible. And a middle finger to the
See, we
man.
soldiers in this new age and tread on enemy lines. Old school in our veins and never change with the hands of time. All these crooked politicians on the mission just to find all the brains they can wash and all the rules they can't apply. Just a bunch of sheep inside these fences, always sleeping, mostly senseless, medicated, incarcerated. I hate to say, but the truth is vicious. Lied to and deprived too. They got us in the system. Middle finger to the man. You either with us or against
I
us.
bleed red and my stripes are white and my skies are blue. I don't call 911. I was raised with guns and I like to shoot. I was born and raised hell. I was raised to stand my ground. I keep one hand on the Bible.
Yeah,
And a middle finger to the man. I keep one hand on the Bible and a middle finger to the
we
man.
soldiers in this new age and tread on enemy lines. On the school in our veins and never change with the hands of time. I said we soldiers in this new age and tread on enemy lines. On the school in our veins and never change with the hands of
I
time.
bleed red and my stripes are white and my skies are blue. I don't call 911. I was raised with guns and I like to shoot. I was born and raised hell. I was raised to stand my ground. I keep one hand on the Bible.
Yeah, come on.
And a middle finger to the man.
Hoorah. Hopefully everybody had a good day, a good evening, good night, wherever that's working for you. So, full disclosure, I'm waiting on my second wind or something. So, hey, morning everybody. So, all I can say is bear with me if I skip a few beats. So I'm just gonna, morning Lisa, morning Carrie, Silver Girl, what's up Carl, T-Girl, kiss off. What we got? We got Mr. Chuck, Brian, Garrett. Hey, Mr. Steve. Uh-oh, on an emergency call. Mr. Brian, who down? Miss Cindy. Hey, Miss Summer. Somehow I'm kind of going along with Miss Cindy's thing, saying y'all are all exacts. No, I'm just picking. I like to make sure and say hi to everybody if I can. Hopefully I didn't miss nobody. I think I caught most people, at least the ones I see in chat. What's up, Redneck Pepper? I'm a scrolling. Miss Anna. Oh yeah, and I see that Carl with the concentrating wire. It's funny that Fox decided to report that now. We've been doing that for a little while. Hey, morning, Miss Nikki. Man, I'm just a little tuckered out. Oh man, yeah. Should have done the intro song and then I should have played Stairway to Heaven or something, and I could have caught me a quick 10-minute nap. Oh, let's see. Hey, morning, Connie. That's right, Connie? Good morning. USA. The battle for America. Who would have thought we would have been here? Morning, Auntie. What's up, brother? Oh, somebody George sent me. I slept like 4 hours. And I got about an hour. I think I've had 2 hours today. I had an hour after I shut the stream down, ate some chicken noodle soup, sat there, ended up nodding off, but then woke up, been up all day, and then I was like, man, I nodded off, and then I realized, oh shit, I got Zach's stream, so bam, it was like, okay. So now it's just, I try to hang in there as long as I can, T-Girl. Y'all just bear with me if I don't keep up with chat. Just kind of. Oh, let's see. Let me see if I can get some of these things out and see who's stirring and. There it is. Okay. Who will I do it, bam. Let's see. They were so good. They were left on the couch and the stream was still on. Woke up about 3 p.m. today with tornadoes all around. Today we've had several times. You know. Oh, wow. There you go, Connie. Oh, there you go, Hit Gal. I have friends from Switzerland here, and it's been interesting talking to them. I bet so. That's right, truth. That's right. Tom has his, what do you say, a 6-hour drive or something. I hope he gets him some rest, and I hope he's safe on the road. Oh, let's see. I didn't miss anything, did I? Okie doke. I think I caught all that. Oh, yeah. They always send me an email, tell me I'm live. Okay, so let's see. Six and 9. Man, I don't know. Everything's ass backwards right now. I'm just winging it. Let's see. Here's my son. Yeah, see, Zach Garrett rescued baby life for us. Yeah, pretty much. Guess we gotta test out that Timex theory. See if I can keep on ticking. Yeah, let's see. I must. I don't know. Let's see where those go. Oh, so let's see. What do we got? We got Lisa Anderson. Yes, I answered. Ribs take a long time to heal and get well soon. You are being tested. Ron probably fell asleep for the night, right? Yeah, I wonder how, because let's see, I think he's fixing to be moving. I wonder how that's going, if he's all packed up, about ready. And Karen said, I just broke a rib. Doctor said it takes a while. Yes, it does. Let me see. Yeah, I cracked one years ago, a lot older now, and it's a pain. Yeah, that kind of happens, doesn't it? We put these old bodies through a beating. Thank goodness our Creator built a pretty good body. We put it through a lot. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. I was going to let's see, because we got Mr. Card over here. Now we got Mr. Card. Cool. See, several girls said if it is a floating rib, it takes a very long time to heal. Don't think the pain is in the butt unless your ribs are somewhere different than mine, or maybe I have the ancient version. Hey, Miss Cindy, how are you, lady? Hopefully you're doing good. I had a floater rib break and smacked me in the diaphragm, took my breath away. It took me months to heal and never went to a doctor for it, though. Yep. Winter and rainy weather. Man, that cold weather really fires up this titanium plate in my neck. Makes all my whole bones and shit ache. Let's see, Lisa, yes, rescue we do. I was fixing storm damage by myself and heard the pop. Oh, Lord. Hey, what's up, Larry? Good evening, sir. You're going to have to go a little easy, Miss Lisa. Hey, there's Mr. Carl. What's up, sir?
What's up, brother?
Oh, just still trying to kick it. Carry the torch.
Don't kick it too hard.
I just know everybody likes a place to kind of hang out, and so I can suck it up, take it.
Hey, good night.
Hey, and that's awesome. There's Miss Nikki too.
Which Nikki?
That is in between prepping, Miss Nikki.
Okay. Right.
Hey,
Probably
y'all.
She's the closest one on YouTube, probably, to me.
Yeah.
Right on. There's only like 3 or 4 Nickies out there.
Right.
Oh, I know. Right? There's lots of us. Sorry, I'm sitting in the dark on the porch. Should not be awake at this hour, but hey, it is what it is, right?
Well, good middle of the night.
Right? Hey, Carl. Hey, Brian.
Hey, and there's Mr. Chuck. Just get some people and just kind of, if we talk, and all I can say is, man, if you hear snoring, I apologize up front, but I'm trying my damnedest. That's all I can say.
Right. I was watching. I caught part of that. The last couple of hours of Zach and y'all the Zach stream and y'all. I thought, man, Rescue's gonna be really tired today.
Yeah.
Find a real long video to play and take a nap.
There you go.
Well, I thought about it, but with my luck, what'll happen is about the time I nod off, well, then they're gonna like detect some shit and cut it off, and I'll just wake up and everybody will have been scattered. It'll be a black screen telling me my stream was ended. It'll be like, oh,
Yeah, that could happen.
Yeah, I fell out watching that boring shit earlier and fucking woke up and I was like, damn, it's almost 8:30 and Bonnie's on and I didn't even get on.
I ate my chicken noodle this morning, well, yesterday morning. Sat there, nodded off, and right about it seemed like about an hour as I think about it what it was, and all of a sudden here goes the phone, and then it was just one thing after another. Finally got to it was like 9 o'clock, and I'm like, man, let me try to see if I can take a nap. And dude, I was sleeping pretty hard when that alarm went off. I woke her and the dog up before finally I woke up to that alarm, and it was like, oh yeah, okay, I know I got to get to the stream. I said I wouldn't. I'm glad I did, because I think some other people must have had a problem and they couldn't show up, so I didn't want to leave him up there by himself. But I didn't know. I was actually, here was my wishful thinking too. It's like, okay, I can do this. Zach will go about an hour and a half. Then what I'm going to do is I'll get everything set up and ready, and then I'll just kick back in my chair for maybe 45 minutes or an hour. I can get that fresher. Yep. And then as we're going, and I'm like, man, of all nights, Zach's going for a 3 or 4 hour run. So it's like, all righty, suck it up, Buttercup.
That's comfort food, T-Girl.
Oh, man. I miss that. That's the perfect stuff right there. Dip grilled cheese into tomato soup.
Classic combo right there.
I started, when I was doing my grilled cheese, I started sprinkling a little shredded cheese on the pan right before I flip it. And it burns the cheese on the outside of the sandwich all nice.
I'm gonna have to try that. My husband is a cheese fanatic. He eats cheese on everything, and he would definitely like that.
A little bit of butter on a nice good pan, and it just like browns right up and gets all nice and crunchy.
I throw my bread in and brown one side first and then turn it and drop the cheese on it. And
that's nice too.
Inside out toast.
Nice.
And you can still do the cheese.
Then I do something weird with my tomato soup. I add milk to it, about a teaspoon of sugar for a can, and I put like a pinch of nutmeg in. It's kind of weird, this little process I do when I do my shit. Everybody's like, what do you do? How come your stuff's so different? And I worked in a restaurant.
Oh yeah, and if I add ham to it, I fry the ham separate and add a little bit of garlic to it.
Yeah, nutmeg with cheese sauce is a classic combo. I put nutmeg in my homemade smoked mac and cheese. I do it all from scratch, no.
Put a pinch of your tomato soup next time you make with a little bit of sugar and try that.
Nikki's
I
funny.
just realized how rude we're being talking about all this to a guy that can only eat chicken soup.
Oh no, I make fun of that myself. I've laughed, and hell, we've had some freaking 7-course meals up here before, night after night, and then I kind of chuckled one night because it's like, we sit up here and kick all this food around, and I just go eat the same old chicken noodle soup, but it's okay. I'm cool with memories. I survived for years on nothing but memories.
If somebody lived close by you, though, and we got to talking, and somebody's cooking and showed up and handed you a plate, I bet you'd go like, fuck it, I don't want to, but yeah, give me.
Man, I don't know. At the beginning, there was a time that I pushed it, but I got to say, the worst things to get, and the scenario, the worst, I don't want to go to no damn hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a chance of shit bothering you in a certain way, and you try to avoid it.
Well, and it was a rough weekend and a lot of realization, because really kind of sometimes you can just sit there and you blow smoke up your own ass just to make yourself feel better. So, because you know that if you address this is not going to look the way you want it to. So, well,
What about
that's this
something like, mastacoli noodles or something with chicken and like a light cheese sauce or something? Can you do stuff like that?
Well, I pretty much can. I think I can do anything puree style that'll break down like that. That's why I like the meat, the chicken noodle, is because the chicken is kind of real fine, breaks up real easy. That's why I used to eat just like a burger every now and then, just a plain burger with mustard. But then I got to realizing, sometimes that meat and bread likes to pack up. And I don't want nothing getting stopped up in my intestines because, like I say, the only way to deal with that shit then is I got to go to them. Everything else, you just wrap duct tape around that shit and it'll be fine. My finger's prime example.
Yeah, bro, if you ever get a problem with it not wanting to work, I tell you what, guarantee it'll work. 2 teaspoons of Epsom salt and a bottle of water. Shit, 2 hours, you better hold on.
Oh, yeah?
And we're allowed to have up to 4 teaspoons at a time, 3 times a day. I did 3 once, and I'll never do 3 again.
I might try. I might try 2 teaspoons or 2 tablespoons.
Teaspoon. And
2
like
teaspoons.
a 20-ounce bottle of water, chug it, have you another bottle to back it up, because that don't taste good at all. I put lemon juice in it to make it better, but it's like nasty better. But
taste, that's just a mind over matter. If you don't mind, it won't matter. So
the bottle, it's better because you don't smell it while you're drinking it out of a glass.
I've learned to just down shit to get it over with. If it's a medicine, take it. It's in your system. Move on. If it's food, eat it. It'll make a turd. Move on. It's fuel for the engine.
Epsom salt is like, you feel a pain, you better start heading to that bathroom.
So about 2 hours after you do this, it kicks in.
It'll work from anywhere from 30 minutes to 2 hours.
I might give that a try just to see how that does do. If it works, then I might go ahead and get a little bit more adventurous because now I got it out.
It's like a colonic. They say drink a bunch of coffee and clear you out. I ain't never had nothing. And I used to them little bottles of stuff.
Coffee don't do shit to me. Just
me either.
That's just my hot tea because I'm an American and not a Yankee from over there.
Yeah.
They like hot tea. I drink hot coffee. All American. No offense to Mrs. J if she's out there in chat or any of my UK peeps.
I think if that was all stopped up, I think I'd have to visit a Taco Bell.
They don't work for me. McDonald's used to do that to me, clean me out. It don't anymore. Taco Bell don't. That fucking shit there will.
Man, all them fast food places, they put so much sugar and crap in their food because they're trying to hook you into coming back. So it's just like, I don't know. I got to say, after all this shit right here started and I kind of like went through my little internal purge, I'm kind of more like protective on what I want to put in there nowadays. It's kind of like, I don't know, kind of got the shit out. I don't know if I just want to voluntarily do it. I kind of feel stupid if I do this.
Spend 50 years tearing it down. Now I'm going to spend the next one I got left trying to do right with it.
Yeah, I don't do fast food, to be honest. It's been years, well over 20 years since I quit eating a fast food joint, especially like McDonald's and stuff. Yeah, I noticed in the 90s that if I ate fast food at lunch break, it'd slow me down, man. I mean, bad. But if I brought something from home, I'd get all kinds of energy and be able to finish the day grand, And when I noticed that, I quit doing it.
What's a white tornado, T?
A white tornado?
Boy, I don't know if I would have asked.
It makes you poop real fast. I don't know, unless you mean a tornado picking you up. Yeah, I imagine it would.
Yeah, Hoodow said something about my grandpa had a saying, like a dose of salts through a widow woman.
Talking about bad, Epsom salt, yep.
I don't know where the widow woman came into play there, but yeah, which I don't mind. I've been mixing it up with a vegetable beef soup. That's the heart healthy version, and I kind of I do a couple of days of my chicken noodle, and then I'll do one of those and kind of lean more. Then this week I did 2 cans of those, and then only did 2 of the chicken noodles. So you got to tread careful. So it's like, oh, well, I'll try this. Okay. Nope, that didn't go good.
Yeah, she said Epsom salt, warm water. That's what a white tornado is.
Ah,
My mama used to say all the time, drink water as hot as you can drink it, like a glass of it. And she said, you better go sit on the pot. But I ain't never tried. I don't know if I can drink water as hot as I can stand it.
dude, when I had the whole colonoscopy shit, they gave me this. They ran out of the fluid, the liquid that you drink. So all they had was this freaking jug. Matter of fact, here's your kick, because my mom had a cat, so I know what kind of jugs the cat litter looks in. So those jugs that the cat litter shit comes in that has the handle and then like the white lid that you unscrew and you can just
like
pour.
2
That's how
gallons.
this. Yeah, they give me this jug and they go, here you go, mix it up. I'm like, holy shit, really? And they go, yeah, you need to drink all this. And I looked in that jug and I'm like, you just mix it with water. Dude, I was drinking gallons. I just took gallons of water and poured about a quarter of it out, mixed it all up, shook it all up, just sat there, kept down the whole damn thing. It didn't really do a whole hell of a lot. I warned him. I said, look, man, I followed your instructions, but I'm not quite sure. It just didn't seem to have the effect that the kid kind of saying was going to happen. So I don't know what's fixing to happen for you, brother. I came to. He didn't seem pissed off. I didn't get cussed out. So I'm assuming nothing went really bad whenever I relaxed and everything just kind of went, woo.
Yeah. They had a thing on that new show that Tim Allen had on where a bunch of them were doing it because they're going to get a colonoscopy. And they took 2 bottles of Gatorade, poured like a cup off of each one, took the big thing of Miralax, split it between the 2 of them, shook it up, and they constantly drank as much as they could until they were both gone.
Lord have mercy. Hey, aloha, Prepper. How are you, ma'am? Hopefully you had a good day. What's up, Wingnut? See you coming in, Wildflowers and Seeds. Miss Tina. In case I missed anybody that you came in. Glad you're here.
You were on pain pills for a long time too, weren't you?
Oh, yeah.
That's what got me. I think that's what's got me screwed up.
But you know, it's so funny because when they started all this testing and shit and they tested my bladder, I have a unremarkable bladder. That was actually, me and my wife still laugh about that because of the wording of that report. An unremarkable
Does that mean
bladder.
nothing fabulous? Or
That apparently that means it's just like awesome, I guess. It's an unremarkable.
this is my downfall, and I know better than eat it. I might as well eat corn cob.
Wouldn't be writing unremarkable still be remarking?
Well, it's unremarkable. It's so awesome that it's just, that's what, I don't know. Hey, I was happy with that one. Because wasn't remarkable, I don't know. Oh, shit. Now you got to change my whole perception. And here I was feeling all good about shit. So I don't know. So
Unremarkable to me would be like nothing out of the ordinary.
oh, see, Wingnut, leave Wingnut to come in here and just pop bubbles. Just like, nope, look. Unremarkable sounds average. Well, that's better than damage then. So I still feel good. So as much shit as I put in that it had to process.
Yeah, like the doctor when he looked at my fucking vertebrae in my neck, he's like, oof. I'm like, what? He oof, what? Oh, I'm just looking at it and it don't look real good. I'm like, yeah, doctor, don't go oof. Scared the shit out of me when he did that. I've just never seen it line up like this before. I'm like, what? Something wrong? He goes, yeah, it looks like stairs going in the V. I'm like, what can you do about it? And they sent me a chiropractor for a long time. That didn't do nothing but torture me. I'm not going, leave me alone. We need to cut it open. I said, I've not lost sensation. You ain't cut.
I tell you what, it's some weird shit about the neck. Because it's like when this whole crap with half my spine, when that shit first started, I literally had thought I blew my shoulder out. I was literally standing at an inspection table and had re-put kickers on this inspection table for pipe. So I was going to test it. So I stuck an axe handle in this piece of pipe. And as I churned and I was looking at the end of the line and I rolled that pipe. And as I rolled that pipe with that axe handle and I went forward, it was like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. and I actually thought I had popped my whole shoulder out. Went in the office, had my boss come. We tried doing this whole pulling and doing, and I said, man. So I took a day off the rest of that and thought, shit, I don't know, man. Something went bad. Nope, didn't get better. Sent me to the doctor a year of every test you could do to the whole shoulder, and they go, there's nothing. And I go, I'm just telling you what it's feeling. And finally, some little old doctor up north in Lufkin, I went up to him, and he goes, well, just walk me through your day. Tell me, what were you doing? So I said the same kind of shit. He gets up and he walks around behind me, and he turns my head a little bit, and he cocks it to the side like that, and he pushes down on it. He said, now move your arm. And I went, oh yeah. He goes, oh yeah, it's 4 or 5 and probably 6 in your neck. And I went, what? He goes, yep. Then I had to spend like 8 months trying to prove it to him, because they basically kept calling that doctor a quack. He didn't say it's his neck. And I go, I don't know. That's what he's saying. Finally, MRI, and they go, holy shit.
Nerves pinched all up in it?
Huh?
Nerves pinched all up in it?
Oh, dude, it would light me up all through here. This felt like there was a hot rod that went right through my shoulder socket. It's just how it always felt. And it was just like I would lose feeling in my hand. Kids made fun of me, dude, because I'd pick up a coffee cup. I had to drink off out of my left hand, because if I picked it up with my right hand, I just might let go at any time. I wouldn't even know it. It would just be a mid-stride. I could be like this, and it would be just like, boop, and it'd be like, holy shit. I fell out of a trailer, matter of fact, a travel trailer, because I reached up and grabbed that handle, and then I looked and I said, I leaned out, and I went, what? And about that time, that's when my damn nerve said, nah, not today. And all of a sudden, it was like, woo.
I heard or read a story once a long time ago about a guy who started having back problems. It got worse and worse and worse till he could barely stand it. He goes in and sees the doctor about it. And the doctor saw the guy had like a 3.5 inch thick wallet he was sitting on every day. And it was a dang wallet.
That'll fuck up your first vertebrae right there at your hips. That's what mine's gone there, where my ribs start.
Hey, that's what I said the other day, Carl. My little skeleton dude that I have hanging up, that I joke about, my skeletons are hanging out in the open. I don't put mine in the closet. I kind of got to looking, and because the way I walk, I've noticed, because my floor down my hall, since my house is unlevel, then my hallway, as it goes down, the left side is where the sink is, so it's lower. Well, it's a pain to walk towards the kitchen, but then it wasn't so bad coming back from the kitchen. And I thought, well, damn. Well, it finally dawned on me, it's because as I'm stepping on the lower, my left leg goes that 1/2 inch lower. Well, it kicks your whole hip and pelvic area out of kilter. Well, that starts a whole series, because then that disc right there is now off. Well, and that's where all my disc problems are. So, yes, sir, I could totally see that, because I feel it right here, which me and my wife talked. I remember growing up, and you'd hear about people, stepping wrong on an acorn or a walnut and throwing their back out. Well, I see now how that can happen.
Yeah. I don't smell like no food at all.
The first time I had back pain every day, but not nearly to the degree that you do. But I know when I did it, I remember I was chasing a guy through a field, and there was a big hole, that I stepped in. You're running full speed, chasing somebody, and you step in this big hole, and it just kind of, and you're carrying all that weight on the, the duty rig or whatever. That's when it started, the back pain and the sciatica, and that was years ago. It gets worse every year.
Well, do you remember when they used to talk about backpacks on kids in school, and how the books, and as they got more books to carry, and how the backpacks were causing them to pull back?
Yeah, well, those are
kind
just cheap school backpacks. It wasn't like it had a chest strap or anything that made them carry it properly. It's just you load a whole bunch of textbooks in a backpack. No, that's not good. Throws everything off balance, right?
But it won't matter how you carry it. If you're carrying any extra weight, it's going to start to change your structure, because it's just going to if nothing else, the down weight on your
A
frame.
normal, healthy spine loses 3/4 to an inch of length during the day. You regain it in your sleep.
Really?
Well, then your disc consists of water too, so you're replenishing your fluid at night.
Yeah, but you compress it all day long in the upright
Well,
position.
So I mean, just think about all the vests, like the law enforcement or safety line guys. I know we do shoulder straps because you have a damn Klein bags all around your ass and with wrenches and everything else. You got carpenters with nail bags. All that's that down pressure on your shoulders and your spine.
I agree with T-Girl. It is a bitch getting old.
He had a buddy of mine that used to work concerts, and he did the stuff overhead when they do the wiring and all the stuff to hang the stage off and all that. And he got up there and he was doing something, and he told me he didn't want to do it because it's risky because they could fall over there, and they kept telling him to go do it. And he went and did it, and he fell. He had one of them collapse lanyards where if you fall very far, it'd stretch out and then it'd catch you. It yo-yoed him and screwed his back all the way up, like broke 2 vertebrae right in the middle of where his ribs are between his neck and back. He can't do shit anymore. He said for some reason he don't know how it works that way, but it affected his arms more than it did his legs.
Brian, if you get a baby elephant and you lift the baby every day, then you'll be all right.
Well, it's probably the way that whenever that brace catches you, because I've never liked those. Luckily, I've never had to get caught by one. I've had to help some people that fell, and that became because they pop loose. They're folded up elastic band in that leader. Your monkey tail is what we call them, because that's your monkey suit. So that's your monkey tail you hook up. Well, it's got an expandable elastic part that's sewn around a protective thing. So as you're hooked, well, your weight when you fall, it will end up popping the seams on all that as you're falling. You'll feel that, and that's that elastic band. Well, depending on how old that monkey tail is, that elastic might not elastic too much. So it might just kind of go ahead and go, and it's still going to be that sudden stop at the end.
He said he fell 15 feet and then sudden stop. He said it felt like his shoulder blades hit in the back and in the front at the same time.
Well, depending on if you go to fall, the best thing you can try to do is get your feet first, because that way it'll pull you on your upside like this, because that's going to be latched back here. So if you go head first, it's fixing to snatch all your shit folding under, because your ass is going to be heavier.
Man's weight generally centered at.
He said when he gets up in the morning, he's got to go to the bathroom. He's got to wait. He said it takes him like an hour for everything to get situated where he can even wipe his own ass.
Damn.
A man's weight generally centered at his chest or at his shoulders. A woman is generally centered at her hips.
Probably normally, but see, most of them, I know if you're working up there, you have all your Klein bags and your shit's all around your waist and stuff. So if you're falling head first, it's fixing to, if you're diving, no, it's just part of what you just get trained. If you feel yourself falling, you want to try to kick your feet first. So then that way, when it catches you, it's more like a parachute type release instead of from the head first. It'll stop your shoulders, and your feet are just going to pass your shoulders. They'll fold you over, and you'll feel that pop and curve, and that can jack you up from the cervical all the way down to the thoracic and lumbar.
He could have done that to him too. He ain't never worked a day since. They paid him.
I mean, granted, hey, some falls you have no control. It depends on how you fell. If you get knocked off of shit, well, you're going down however you got about 1.5 seconds to figure it out.
They end up having to hook him to a crane and let him down.
I've had to get people with my bucket truck. Because like if you're hooked to the strand and you got a 10-foot monkey tail, and it's going to be 6 foot, which is going to release 4 foot. Well, if you're hooked to the strand and that happens, you're going to end up sliding about 20 or 30 feet from a pole because of the sag in the strand. And so you just dangle. So it usually takes somebody in a bucket truck, because you can't quite take a ladder and put it and then have enough weight to pull them up. Otherwise, the ladder will keep wanting to slide down the strand too.
he said damn near in the center of the Coliseum, right above the floor, the main floor.
Oh yeah.
He said 3 guys went over and hurried up, hooked a crane and wired it up, and hooked it to a crane and dropped it down with a stage crane.
Well, yeah. Now in that atmosphere, there's no other way. I mean, the only other option would be for somebody to go up there on those very beams, climb out to him, and then reach down and grab that tie off and start pulling him up. And that's just that shit works in Hollywood. That ain't so easy in real life. Dead weight is a mofo.
I want to say it's 100, 150 feet off the ground, off the floor, something like that. But, yeah, they wanted me to do it. I said, ain't no damn way. I ain't getting up there. I'll be a downrigger.
I used to run steel when I was young. Had no fear. Didn't feel broken bones. I felt all kinds of energetic.
I was good with it till I fell backwards off a 35-foot tall house and landed on the ground. Didn't break nothing then that I know of, but I ain't never been back up that high again. I found out I don't bounce.
Right. No, just get the little jelly roll that echoes. Everything just comes to a abrupt stop.
Landed in a pile of gutters and valley tin. It tore a Levi jacket all to pieces. Didn't cut me. I think the most humiliating, embarrassing part was the ladder fell across me and the 2 bundles of shingles I was carrying fell on top of me.
Did you see my little video clip, Nikki? Milkmaid timestamped that thing from last night.
I did not. Well, you mean yesterday?
Well, yeah, yesterday, I guess then.
Or yeah, whatever.
The other stream, the last one I did.
The last one. I was listening. I was there when it happened. And I was the one that texted. I was the one that put in the chat, yes, because she asked if I saw it. I was like, yeah, I'm always listening. I was like, I saw it. I'll never do the same. They laughed. But then
There's something she posted.
She timestamped the last stream I did. She actually went in and commented and timestamped it. And I didn't know that. Did you know that the little timestamps, so like if people comment and they do a timestamp, if you click those numbers, it takes you to the timestamp.
Right.
Yeah.
And so
I didn't know.
I was out in the garden weeding when you replayed the I'm coming out thing twice.
Oh.
I was laughing my ass off out in the garden weeding.
I know. Can't believe I did that.
It was hilarious. It was great.
I got real lax. I ain't been that lax in a long time.
I guess I have a show to watch.
If you go to that stream and then look in the comments section, you'll see Milkmaid, and she timestamped it.
It was fun.
Which during the time, at the moment, Wizard's the one that actually copied it and did a little copy and put it up. Resolution wasn't as good, but then so Milkmaid wanted to make sure and like, no, here's the timestamp. I'm coming in.
It was fun.
What is it? I want the world to know.
Yeah.
That was.
Well, I'm going to call it an early night, guys. I'll see you somewhere soon. Maybe if you're still, which I doubt, up later this afternoon, I'll see you.
You got it, Mr. Carl. You have a great day, brother.
Nice.
You
All right, thanks, man. Love y'all.
Love you, brother.
Have a good night, bro.
In the famous words of Tom, resist and do not comply.
Do not eat the big pink mint.
Right.
Yeah, I laughed a lot yesterday while listening to that stream. I was out in the garden, but listening the whole time, laughing.
Oh yeah. That was man.
I agree. So it's freaking hot in the daytime. Yeah, I have to take breaks, frequent breaks. Like I was out there, I'd weed and water and plant different things and come back on the porch and shade and take a break. Man, you gotta do that like 10 times.
What
And
you
it's
see
not
that?
as August yet. I'm just saying.
No, the heat index was between 100 and 106.
Yeah, the actual
We're supposed to get that above average 20 degrees more here coming in the next few days.
great.
Yeah, I've been going out and doing my gardening shit out here, messing with my stuff at night. My neighbors probably think I'm a meth head.
Damn, that guy's always out in his yard. He don't ever see.
Flashlights and out there, and it's like, what do you do? I would say, I can't find my damn keys again. I don't want to start hollering while I'm out there.
It's funny. I think the same thing about, well, clearly my neighbors are all asleep, I guess, because when your stream first started, I was chasing deer out of my yard out there with a flashlight, chasing deer. Get out of here. Get away. Don't get anywhere near my garden. You know, I'm out there at midnight, or no, 2 o'clock in the morning. I woke up at midnight. That's when I caught some of Zach's stream. But 2 o'clock this morning, I'm chasing deer out of the yard and checking on rabbits. Flashlight roaming around. People are probably like, what the hell's going on over there?
Night, Miss Lisa. Get you some rest. I hope your ribs get to feeling better, ma'am. Wake up with a smile.
Is that who had the broken ribs? Oh, man, it takes weeks. Takes a while. Weeks. Hurts to breathe, to be honest. Hurts to breathe, hurts to move. I'm taking y'all back outside. It's going to get dark. It's going to get dark.
Going dark.
Going dark. I'm all humming your background music.
Huh?
I said I'm over here humming your background music.
You know, I have been sitting in the damn living room and just kind of had it playing in my head, going, "Wait a minute, there's no way I'm hearing that." It's just
it sticks in your head, yeah.
The only problem is, next thing you know, the power will go out and people will die because of no air conditioning.
Well, I'm trying to acclimate myself to the heat, clearly. I stay outside most of the day in the garden or in the yard or with the animals or whatever. And I told Jeremy and I were talking about the other day. He was like, it's hot. I'm going in. And I said, it's training. You have to acclimate yourself to the heat for when the shit hits the fan. And he's like, I'm going to soak up all the AC I can until it hits the fan. And I'm like, okay.
Well, that's true, too, because, you know, that's... I'm kind of just... Because I wonder... Because me and my wife were talking, and I remember I worked for a company way back when the DFW connector project was going on up around Dallas and stuff, all the highway stuff. Well, the company that I worked for was out of Houston operating some equipment, but then there were some other guys up there out of Houston. And that's about the time that the gas prices kind of got pretty good there for a little bit. Not as high right now, but they got pretty good for at that far time frame. And anyway, short version is, I just remember there were some people that had to quit their job because they couldn't afford to make the drive to the office to then work all week, and then if their paycheck wouldn't pay their bills if they kept enough money for the gas for the next week to make that same trip. So they literally ended up, it wasn't cost effective. And so got to thinking, was like, well, okay, so if that shit starts happening right now, but what happens when that happens on the utility side of things, on the communication side of things? You know, just transportation, you got distribution, you know, and then you start knowing about the stories of like hearing about the flights coming in that are Honduras, Venezuelan type area, and they're going to work at the Amazon distribution houses, and they're actually putting them in motel rooms, 2 to a room, 4 to a room. And it's like, wait a minute. Well, are you because then they're just working, you know, basically under the table, you might as well say, supposedly towards their citizenship, but we all know that's bullshit. So it just kind of makes you wonder where things are going to go. It's not just so much like when that power goes out, but it's like, well, what happens when the tree does fall? But now instead of having 20 linemen, you only have 10, or, you know, on your water line. Well, you had 30 employees for that water division, but now you only have 15. And as things, it's kind of like going short-handed, but you're going to be going short-handed because people can't afford to drive, especially like you get up around here in the woods. My wife, 35 to 40-minute drive to work, and then 35, 40-minute drive back.
Yeah, I remember those days. I don't do it anymore, clearly, but yeah, 45-minute drives were nothing around here just to get to work. I worked in Spring. I lived in Montgomery and I worked in Spring, and I would drive a minimum of 45 minutes each way,
Hey, Skip Pack. V, how are you, lady? Well, and Anarchy says there's already truckers that are sitting on the side of the road and the truck stops because truck stops are out of diesel. See, and that's fixing to pick up speed. Milkmaid shared a thing with me that it's got a pretty dark look for the DEF fluid.
Yeah, I was listening to that the other day.
Yeah, that didn't sound good. And, you got the little trucks. It's one thing because you just go ahead and bypass that. But these company trucks, see, they won't do that on those company levels. They'll just park the truck because the insurance will be invalid, their warranty, their lease programs, all the other little technical bullshit.
True, right. I can't see what the chat's saying while I'm sitting outside. I can only see it on my TV when I'm inside, so.
Rescue froze, or I did, or something.
Oh, yeah, he did.
It's weird how this stuff's been doing all this. Froze and buffered a minute, rescue.
Yeah, I was actually sitting there going, really? So one night of it wasn't enough. You're going to go ahead and cut it off the second one too? What kind of shit? But I guess I'm back.
Hell is driving around at 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh, sorry.
Well, they said it's too hot during the day.
There is a car that dropped. I was sitting out here a little before you started. I think that's the same vehicle. They've driven by like 3 times, and they went to the next street over, which is a dead end. And they drive and turn around, and I'm over here. What the hell? Yeah.
Either somebody's scoping out or somebody picking something up this late.
I was waiting on you. I was in your stream about 15 minutes before you started, sitting out here listening to the bats that fly over the pond. They're so cute. That weird? I think bats are cute. I like bats. Eat more mosquitoes. Damn it.
Yeah, we don't eat enough.
Right.
You'd think we'd have some really fat bats around here, but like, man, you need to eat more. And right, Garrett, I thought we were going to have night number 2 too. I was helping mid-talk, all of a sudden I'm looking at the spinning wheel, and it's like, oh, here we go. And then all of a sudden I even got the little pop-up from StreamYards going, connection problem. Like, oh, yeah, there we go.
It didn't last long.
It kind of froze in place with a weird smile there for a second, and it just went black with a buffer. I'm like, did he freeze up? Yep, he froze.
Mo Hoodell says Nikki's about to witness a breaking and entering theft.
Well, they better not try it here. Seriously, that car's been driving around for the last 2 hours.
So I'm going to ask you just a funny question. So just out of curiosity, where you're sitting right now, are you strapped?
Right this second, no, but it's right inside the door. Like, it'll take me 0.3 seconds to
Now is that so? Is it going to be 0.3 seconds? Like if you're sitting in that chair right now and you look towards the corner of the house and then you see this body of a person standing there. So which one has the 3 seconds? You to get up and get in the door and get it, or for them to come from the corner of that house and grab it?
Well, I can see. I'm sitting on the porch, so if somebody they're in a vehicle. They're not walking around. Maybe if somebody drives by, I'm about 6 feet from the door where I'm sitting right now. I know you can't see; it's dark. Ooh. And it's right inside, on the right, on a shelf, right inside the door. I'm watching though. I'm paying attention.
Oh,
okay. You're gonna make me go get it and bring it out here with me.
Well,
right?
You're sitting. Okay, so let's just break down the facts, ma'am.
Hang
just
on.
the facts, okay? In Dragnet style, we just want the facts, ma'am. Just
facts,
the facts.
ma'am. Just the facts.
So, it is 3 a.m. in the morning.
It is.
Okay. Times are getting a little tough for people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you have even questioned why you keep seeing this vehicle making multiple trips.
I have. And
so
I'm watching.
You are sitting outside your house and you cannot see 360 degrees around you. So that means there are spots. So, sit here and talk about, there you go. Aloha Pepper says situational awareness.
Put it up.
Now, every incident, little Miss Retired Leo starts off with, well, I just didn't think it would. And it's like, yeah, they never do.
Oh, but I do. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you can't see. Okay.
All I know is do you have one within reach right now where you're sitting outside
within
your
reach?
residence?
No, not within reach right this moment, because it came out to smoke. But
see, somewhere even said it. You should be at all times, especially at 3 a.m.
Where I was sitting on the couch, all I had to do was stand up, take one step to the right, and it was right there in my hand.
That was inside the house. You went outside that.
It's true, but can you see where? Well, y'all can't see where I'm sitting. See, my door is right. Damn it! It's dark. It's literally right there. Okay.
So
look, step up.
Let me just ask you this: Could somebody come up to the corner of that house and look around the corner of that house and see you sitting on that chair? And then tilt their head back, and then you not know it. Is that a possibility?
No, because I'm watching. I can see the corner of my house.
Possibility. See, did you hear that? I'm watching. You can't watch two different left and right at the same time.
My door is much closer than the corner of my house.
Okay.
If somebody steps around the corner of that house to the left, I can make it in that door quicker than they can come all the way around the corner and trip over that wheelbarrow and the cage full of quail and all that stuff in the way. Am I going to make it to that door that's 5-6 feet away from me and my gun's right there? Yes. And there's a light. I know y'all can't see it. And there's a
but I'm just saying, if somebody is looking around at stuff, they don't know you're sitting outside.
All right,
so they're looking around, they're scoping. So if somebody were to get out of a vehicle to want to go do a little creeping in the shadows and they go to creep towards your back porch, the shock and awe is going to be on them just as much as it is for you. And then that's when they're either going to go, oh shit, no witnesses, or oh shit, I'm out of here. And
okay. I moved up one chair over, so literally I can grab the handle of my door with my hand sitting in the chair where I am. So that's how close I am to the door. Nobody's coming, and it's a side porch, by the way. It's not a back porch, it's a side porch. My porch is not in the back of my house. My porch is on the side where I can see the street. I can see my truck. I can see the corner of my house. I can see the street. I can see the next street over, which is on the other side where they keep turning around at the cul-de-sac. Weird. And then there's a light right across. I know y'all can't see where I'm pointing.
Well, actually, Hoot Owl has a good point because they can see your lit cigarettes, so they could actually spot you before you even.
Well, there's a light right across the street over there, a big one.
Okay, as long as if you're telling me that you're totally
comfortable
good,
where I'm sitting, yes, I am.
I will say, Auntie Jack wanted me to say, what if the door is locked from the inside by someone or blows shut and locks you out?
Well, nobody is in there except for my husband, and he's sleeping. Look, I can literally reach back and grab the door with my hand, still sitting in this chair.
Okay.
Really?
I'm concerned for you.
Hey, listen here, Missy. So this is how the cow ate the cabbage. So if you don't want to be concerned over, well, then I don't know what to tell you. But I'm
I'm
going
not
to be concerned for you, and you're just going to have to suck it up, Buttercup, and deal with
okay.
it because
Yeah, I heard
you're
that.
sitting outside talking to me, and I don't live too far from you, so I know what's between me and you in the areas. So you're
Yeah,
sitting outside 3 o'clock in the morning.
I am.
You're questioning a vehicle you're seeing.
Well, I'm keeping an eye on it. I'm not worried about it, but I'm definitely aware of my surroundings.
Oh, I
And
know.
one of the guys at the shooting range I was at here a while back, he was telling these people he was teaching how to shoot. He said the right person from 10 feet away can disarm you before you can shoot them. I'm like, how?
She knows. She knows the
That-
21-foot rule.
That's true. Plus, somebody with a knife. I mean, yeah. Y'all were talking about somebody made some sort of. Oh no, you yesterday in your stream said something about being 6 feet away. If you step 3 feet closer, you're. And I was thinking about. It was funny because I was out in the yard, actually thinking to myself, no, that's way too close. I mean, we've done demonstrations where somebody can come at you with a knife, and they can be 10, 12 feet away and get to you, get to some people before they could draw their weapon. Somebody
But
with a
he
knife.
didn't have nothing in his hand. The person I told that to, he
Well,
was just
right,
doing the
but
little Banny Rooster britches pulling and bouncing, and all the what I'm going to do, and it's like, but you,
Right. But I'm just saying, it's most people
oh no,
don't
some
do
in
that.
your hand? Yeah, no, you don't get within range.
No. I'll be right back.
Okay. Man, this live went south quick.
They usually do.
No.
They go from food to weird.
We just have to do a little Nikki butt chewing, keep her on her toes. She gets complacent because she's got experience, and that's the problem. So you get experience, you get ease, you get complacent, you kind of get
Yeah, it's
But
cool.
she's back now, so I can't talk no more about her. But
That's okay. I vaguely heard it. Actually, what I said, there's one right there inside the door on the right on the shelf, and there's actually one in the drawer right there on the left-hand side. So either side of when I step in, there's
okay. And now here's the other kicker then. So have you practiced doing that?
practice. No,
No.
stepping in my
So
house.
then when
and
you
grabbing my
what you're really saying then is when you're sitting there looking at StreamYard talking to us and you hit your cigarette and notice this movement out of your left peripheral, you turn and see an individual, you are now going to have to make up the actions that you're going to do because you haven't like pre-rehearsed them.
Do you know how many different scenarios and circumstances you would have to pre-rehearse and practice?
Hey, it's always the one you didn't that's going to get you.
Here's a scenario for you, Nikki. What if that person's got a gun pointed at you? Say, don't get up. I see you sitting there smoking.
Yeah, I'm right next to the door.
They
Watch
wouldn't
me.
see you draw, but if you were headed on your lap or on your side, they're sitting over there. They wouldn't see you draw it, but they'll see you jump for the door. I'm not trying to freak you out. It's just that's all that runs through my brain.
Well, actually, Hoodow brought up a question. So, are they actually like locked and cocked and ready to rock?
Yes.
Okay.
An empty firearm is just a paperweight, for crying out loud.
Okay.
Kidding me? That's what we call a paperweight.
I don't know,
Oh, okay. Actually, a couple of years ago, and this actually happened to my neighbor a couple of years ago. My my neighbor's husband was out of town hunting. Jeremy was actually out of town as well. I was home by myself. She was home by herself with her daughter, and it was hunting season. And normally I go, but for some reason I stayed in town, and so did she. And apparently there was a party and there was some guy that was just high as hell. I don't know what he was on, but he wandered from down the street or around the corner or whatever at a party, and he started beating and banging on her back. He got on her back deck and started banging on her window and on her door in the back, and she was just at the window yelling at him. And she didn't even have, it was a couple years ago, and she didn't have my phone number. She has it now, but she called her nephew who lives the next street over, and he came around and held the guy at gunpoint till Conroe PD got here. He was like, get on the ground. He held him at gunpoint till Conroe PD got here. And I was like, man, one house over, if that dude would have showed up at my house, and my neighbor that I'm speaking of, I've offered and I've asked her, you want to go to the range with me? She's terrified of, terrified of the pew-pews. And I'm like, girl, I will take you. I will make you comfortable with them. We can do this, and she just won't do it. Now, had her husband been in town, no worries, because he's not, he's clearly good with them. But all she could do was yell at the guy and then call her nephew, who came around promptly, held him at gunpoint until Conroe PD came and snatched him up. But can you imagine if he would have done that to me? If that guy would have showed up at my door?
He shoveled him out of your yard.
I would have been like, oh,
I'd have been like, well, send a patrol, but go ahead and send a meat wagon too.
I was gonna say yeah.
That's what's scary about the people that are like running over here to this state from places like California and some other little real crazy Democratic shit. Or like some of the people running out of cities, because it's like, first off, Texas, buddy, I'm sorry, I don't know, castle doctrine, nighttime law, self-defense. I just whatever law we got it, we can do it. So you just don't want to do it, and yet no, run here and come creeping in the neighborhoods.
Did you know, Rescue, that since we're disabled, we fall under a different category under castle doctrine too? Now all we have to do is feel somebody's my mind drew a blank.
Oh, that's where that statement I said last night, whenever I look at you and go, I feel threatened. It's not like there's some overwhelming chill going down my spine, but boy, that verbally just set everything clear for me. So
imminent danger of
all we gotta do is feel
harm.
threat. You don't even have to advance on us. They can walk in an area that's like, oh no, we don't have to see that they're armed or none of that. Being you're disabled, okay, I felt threatened, bam. He said, don't shoot them in the head. Don't shoot them no more than twice in the chest unless they keep coming.
Yeah. Yes. Double tap to the torso should be sufficient. Should be. Now y'all got me looking around even more.
A 10 gauge with buck. Well, but that's a good thing, Nikki. You're not trying to make nothing paranoid, but it's just that, okay, now if we just deal with reality, the times are getting worse, not better. So become more observant rather than less observant.
Ever since I watched that New York shooter, I've noticed my night vision is a lot better outside. I'm that much kind of keener because of watching that freak do what he did.
Well, Nikki, do you watch Roman Prepper?
Yes, Pete. Yes, love
Pete. Did you catch his day before yesterday? About lunchtime, I think it was, or
probably.
Because he talked about awareness and stuff, and he showed the people that were walking up to their door and how the guy was looking down the lighted walk, but the ones that supposedly run in saying DEA came from the shadows.
Yes.
See, it's those kind of scenarios is what I kind of.
Yeah, but
because you kind of got to wonder nowadays, because people are seeing this. So it's not that you've seen it happen there before, but just remember that all what you're seeing, this is the kind of shit that they're seeing on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, all that too. So then now people end up with that, and like, would you pause? Like if somebody just ran up around the corner of your house and sheriff's department, is your first still reaction to grab that doorknob and go in there for that? Or are you going to pause a moment to look?
No, because there's no reason for the sheriff's office to come, running up like that on me, first of all, because there's no warrant, there's no anything going on here, no reason for that. But because of that, hell no, I wouldn't pause. I would go right in and be inside, and then they can come to the door. That's different. But
well, no, and I just try to get you to think, just being And that's actually, and people listening
Need to
to
think.
this, trying to get people to just always, you got to be aware, because it's only
Oh,
going to take the brief second that you're not when everything goes south.
you most definitely have to be aware. Hell, that started a long time ago. I remember in my teens and 20s, but I had both of my parents were in law enforcement. So in my teens and 20s, I would say go to the mall and, like by myself, go to the mall or whatever back then. And when I came out of the mall and I was walking toward the vehicle, I mean, there's so many things that you can do. You don't be a victim. You look around. You don't, of course, we didn't have cell phones back then. I didn't have a cell phone back then. You have your keys in your hand ready. And as you're walking up to your vehicle, you look around, you look under it, because when you're far enough away, you can see under your vehicle. You can look into it. You kind of look on both sides of it and make sure there's nobody standing around. I mean, it's been a thing for a long time. It's just most people didn't learn that. There's and it's true. I've seen it happen over and over again. People who are not paying attention become the victims. People who don't have, there's a certain way you carry yourself and you walk. You have to walk with confidence. You have to look around. You have to look people in the eye. If you see somebody walking by you, you look them in the eye. You might nod your head and look at them if they're, not looking threatening or whatever, but still, even if they are, or they look suspicious, don't be afraid, especially for women. Don't be afraid to look some guy in the eye. Like, I see you, you don't have to say anything, but you look at him and you need to give him that look. Like, I see you, it makes a difference.
You ever walk out to the car and see a water bottle or a pop bottle or something sitting in the middle of the parking lot behind your car, parking spot behind your car, or something stuck to the door or the back, turn around and go in?
Well, that, or kick it out of the way, or don't touch anything that they put under your windshield wipers, because there's so much nefarious shit that goes on. Remember when they were lacing that stuff? They would put these flyers or little pieces of paper or something under your windshield wipers, but it was laced with some sort of drug and it would absorb through your skin.
Yep.
They've been doing this marking parking lots, and seeing that it's like a bottle behind or something. They know what car to watch. They see somebody walk up, there's somebody riding around, somebody run out and grab you, and they're dragging people in a vehicle and taking off. They were doing that here in Shreveport here a couple months ago.
Well, they'll take the wipers, the driver's side wipers, and they'll put Vaseline. So you use your wiper in the mornings, and all of a sudden you got that. Well, now you're out and you're bent over there wiping on that windshield.
Yeah, you can't see.
You were like prime target. Like, all they have to do is put body weight on you, and they have you pinned. It's I don't know. Don't want to do freak out mode, but it's just a reality that there's, because, okay, so here's the reality, and it don't make a shit about the job. It don't make a shit about anything. Human nature says that there's a person will walk by somebody that's hungry and think of a way to maybe help them. And then there's people that walk by them and go, what a piece of shit. And there's mentalities. There's a helpful, empathetic, and there is mean and ugly. And the more it goes, the worse it gets. So you have people that will literally go broke to help somebody, versus you'll have somebody that will do the most nefarious shit to take somebody out.
That's true.
So
the kids and old people is prey.
Well, and right now it's just like watching Roman stuff, and he was showing the clips of all the stuff that just happens at all the random places, the gas station, the quick you're going to run in and get gas, or you're running in to get a drink, or you're coming out of the post office. And nowadays, people, as the prices of shit go up and it gets harder to get shit, because now that there's less, it's going to go up even more. Then it's going to get crazier. You're not just going to have the meth head trying to get the fix. You're going to have people trying to just get even any kind of money to be able to afford this $6 gas, $7 gas to go get their meth. See, there's the side effect of that.
They're following people home from the grocery store. If they see a woman with a bunch of shit leaving the store, they'll follow them home.
I mean, that's it. We've got a one of them little Valero type things out on the highway, and they get hit every now and then coming out of Houston or Humble or Kingwood, because those people, it's kind of like reach out and hit it, and then you can try to make some turns, and you can make a swing path, but you can make it back down to that area, to the Houston area. So, and then you can just get lost in the numbers.
Mm.
And by the way, morning, milkmaid. And I saw where you said you had a hard day, had some hard rest. I saw your tractor video. Got working that equipment, girl.
That was cute. Yeah. I say cute. That was cute. She's straight savage, but she's cute while she's doing it. Just saying.
It was funny too, because as I was watching her, and I'm going, "Oh, come on, milkmaid, get that bucket down in there." Because the first few times she was coming up with these little shovel, and I'm going, "Man."
I was thinking the same thing. These little tiny scoops, little half scoops. I'm like, that man, dig in.
But about the time I was thinking that too, then she finally curled that bucket, and all of a sudden I saw a good little thing, and I'm like, okay, there we go.
That's funny. I thought the same thing when I was watching it. I was like, get it, girl. Get it. That's funny.
Digging that hole. Now is that the well, or that's for that tank, right? I think that's a tank. A water tank that they're putting in or something. Can't remember. I was working around a wire. Silver Girl, I actually have not been in downtown Seattle in probably 5 years. It's so disgusting. Homeless encampments, tents, and filth everywhere. Even Pike Place Market is dangerous. Thieves, filth. Yeah, that place is, man. Let's see, Aloha Prepper said, good tip, Auntie, except I stay up partying with my rescue friends, so I do not wake up early enough. So what did Auntie say? Auntie says, Aloha Prepper, best time to fill gas is early mornings. It's been settled, and you get much less vapor spray counted as fill. Always run on slowest mode, too.
Yeah, when it's coolest, it's condensed more.
Well, yeah, and if you do kind of wait till it's lulls out, it's kind of nowadays a pro and con. The pro is that, yeah, without disturbing, and a lot of people, the pump's firing in that, then it's not staying as disturbed, so you'll have any water or moisture in it will rise to the top. So the pump heads are on the bottom of them, so you pull cleaner gas. But the con side is in this day and age, well, the less traveled or the earlier and less people getting stuff, then the more probability. Just be more aware of the ones that do pull it. Because I gotta say, man, I've sat. We got, the ice machine things that they've got. I don't know if other people have those in their areas. I know Nikki knows what I'm talking about, and Chuck, you probably do too. They're just the ice distribution spots.
Yeah, a little piece.
Go get your bag, or you can put them underneath the chute and fill your cooler. Well, think about that, dude. I was watching these people, and it was older women, and dude, that without a care in the world, they just walked up and they were watching the little panel. Then they watched it come down in the bag, and I just kind of thought, man, y'all are just. And yet, here's an old rundown washateria right up on this side of that parking lot, and this is a side street that goes back in, and it was just kind of like, man. But I get it around here. It's yes, I don't think it was fixing to happen. But it's just how lax people are going to be and the impact of that when that happens. Because I don't know, when I met my wife, she had a 357 in a nightstand. And I used to go, why do you got that down there? You have a 3-year-old. Well, actually, he was just turning 4. I said, that doesn't need to be there. Oh, he knows. I said, no, he doesn't. He doesn't know shit. Oh, yeah, he goes. I said, you know what? I said, the country's full of support groups of people that said the same thing, just so we understand each other. And that's kind of how I address that shit. You take it and you can kind of, everybody can go, not me, not me, not me, not me, not me.
Everybody has.
It's like, okay,
one time or another.
There's a reason why there's tens of thousands of support groups for all these things that nobody was ever going to do. It'll never be them, but yet here we are in 2022, and it still goes strong for all the shit that was never going to happen.
That's, it does happen. That's true. You have to be really careful. I knew Jeremy and I, the guy that we worked with or knew from the department, it was 4 or 5 years ago, I think, but his little one he was actually, still active duty, and all. His little one got a hold of his gun and shot himself, and he survived. He made it, and it was a man. It was a mess, but
That's it.
yeah,
That's heart wrenching.
yes, it was. It was actually, it broke. I was like, oh my God, I can't even imagine. Yeah, when the little one comes over, we put, mine gets moved around to different places depending on what's going on and time of the day or night or, what's happening. But when the grandsons come over, they all get moved up to a high shelf or, put somewhere out of reach and all that. And you just have to be aware of that all the time, But it was his duty weapon, and his 4-year-old, his 4-year-old son got a hold of it. Ugh. It was awful.
Yeah, everybody out there that something bad happens to them one time or another said it won't happen to me.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that was another little hit. I don't know. Everything just froze for a minute.
Well, it's fine on my end, or it looks fine.
Oh, well, I could tell I froze and y'all couldn't hear me because I went, well, if I'll be back, just so you know. Because at first I could look over at the other screen and I could see your shadow moving. So it's like, nope, I'm still getting a signal. But then all of a sudden it stopped. So I looked at Chuck and Chuck wasn't moving. I'm like, yep. And then all of a sudden then it spun again. And now I heard y'all. And it was like, okay, I'm back. Thought I'd almost gone too deep in the water. I was fixing just to drown. That's it, Milkmaid, you bully. She's jacking with my internet. It's all Milkmaid's fault. She probably made a call to the home office.
Yeah, I said 12 years ago, but I'll never get hit by a drunk driver. I'm always paying attention when I'm driving and always aware of everybody around me. Got hit in the ass.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I drive so paranoid, and you really can't tell other than if you're riding with me, you kind of go, oh, you'll kind of pick up. I kind of I let off. I'm kind of looking. All of a sudden, I will gas it and shoot. And it's like, wait, but if it's like, okay, rewind what just happened, that's why I'm always watching, because this whole, what's the problem? I'm a safe driver. And it's like, right, but you don't run yourself over with the car. It's going to be the other people that aren't. That's who you got to worry about. So it's not like, oh, I'm a good driver. It's like, no, you better be a defensive driver.
You can tell the difference if somebody rides a motorcycle when they drive a vehicle too than somebody that never has. It's usually a motorcycle driver behind the wheel. They drive faster, but they're always just
shit. Yeah. If traffic is too intense, I ain't gonna have a good kick on your door. Then I don't go ahead and let you get that close to me. But if it's still kind of open and you still want to keep riding it, I'll kick your damn door. I don't give a shit. Well, now I don't do anything other than I guess I'll chase your ass down in my hover round. So, wait a minute. So, okay, I gotta say, I don't know. What the hell? So, Mikey, what is that exactly? So when you say more chance of getting killed by police than anything else, so that's like anything else. So like anything else?
No.
I mean, I'm reading the text, and then he kind of followed it up with, I only write truth, respectfully. Well, I'm just kind of, what does that mean, anything else? Because I know fentanyl overdoses are way higher than police shootings. I know drug driver deaths are way higher than police shootings. I know suicides are higher than police shootings, cancer deaths, all kinds of stuff,
traffic accidents, all kinds of stuff.
Cops, but people can't say what they're saying. Walking in a cop's shoes, the shit they got to deal with constantly every day.
Well, I mean, I didn't shoot anybody.
Well, and Mikey said, rescue, please watch the James Street video. But see, then that would be an individual's case. That wouldn't mean that everybody is, that there's more police shooting people than anything else. If one bad thing happened with a bad cop on an innocent person, because that's still a human being that has a uniform on. It's just they chose their job, no different than the water meter or that's a human. And there's good and bad.
Oh yes.
And so that's a true statement, but that's where I always have the biggest problem with it, is identifying, because people don't want to say, okay, well, everybody with black hair is this way because of, say, 3 people with black hair did something. But if this...
Yeah, he froze up again. I read where you're likely to get killed by the mailman as you are a police officer if you're complying with them.
That's true. In most cases, yes. Well, it's just...
Unless it's that cop that was in California a few years, just decided to kill up buddy and run from him. You remember that one?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, there's always you hear about the craziest, most outlandish, stories, but you don't see the 99.9% of every other interaction throughout the whole entire country that happens, 42 times a day, 365 days a year. They go well. Nobody ever sees that.
They always emphasize the bullshit.
Right. Well, I mean, and realistically, though, there are really bad cops out there. Really, but that's a
since I am back for a moment and I buffered out, so I will say, just because I saw the statement and Mikey says if there was good cops, then there wouldn't be any bad cops. Well, I could tell you, just for personal fact, because I only speak for stuff that I know 100% for, and 100% says that my son was a good person. So my son, as in I know him through and through,
right,
is a good person. I know he helped. I know he didn't harm. I know these to be true and 100% factual. So I'm not going to judge people off of things that I might interpret one way, but I will hold people accountable by what I directly see. And I think that is a key part in time that we hopefully will arrive soon, to where people actually hold the individual accountable for their actions and not a group accountable for one.
Right, for the actions of just a very few.
What do we got, like 750,000 law enforcement officers in the United States? If there's 10,000 bad, that don't mean all of them are.
All right.
That's like what? That's like 3%. Shit, there's more than 3% criminals with the rest of the population. Then if you want to compare it to that.
Well, I mean, and I guess I can upset some people, I'm sure, with this one. But so if you're hardcore on police shootings being the number one thing that's doing it, then feel free to start protesting alcohol, because drunk driving is one of the number one killers of American citizens across this country.
Absolutely true.
So we just need to shut down all the distilleries. See, because but I don't do that. Well, see, now you're trying.
There you go.
Again, it happened again. I was about to say, I'm gonna go grab another beer. For real.
Yeah, Nikki, you could say how many times you think in a day a normal cop has to deal with unreasonable people that he might have to worry about if he's going to make it home.
Right, like about 42 times a day, or 42 times per shift, give or take. When I was doing it, about 42 times per shift, and I never shot anybody. And
That's
I never.
Half the people you deal with in a day, right?
Mm-hmm. But also every single call is different. Every single scenario is different. Every situation's different. It's you just have to adapt to every single one. And some of them were serious, like serious calls, and some of them were just, random like noise complaints and this and that and whatever. And you just get out there and you talk to people, but when it's time to get serious, you get serious. But I did find myself in the woods way out in the middle of nowhere with this Grizzly Adams looking dude with a steel pipe in his hand. And that was the closest I've come. Now, was I prepared to do what I had to do to go home? And it was like, it's you or me. Sorry. I was like, apparently I was convincing because I was ready. And I thought, oh, this is going to be the one. But it wasn't. He listened. You know, he was upset. And I get it. But I was going home to my kids. At the time, I was in my, I don't know, late 20s, early 30s. And I had 2 small-ish kids, young-ish kids at home. And I was a single mom. I was absolutely prepared to do whatever I needed to do to go home. But at the same time, you know, with proper training and all of that and communication skills, you do what you have to do. And it worked. It worked out. It was good. But that was the closest I ever came. You know, in my head, I had already decided, game on. You know, right. But
welcome,
you know,
back to your show.
It worked out. You know, like I said, 99% of cops out there aren't just going out to purposely try to hurt people or kill people or shoot people. I mean, that's not what, you know, if you get into it for the right reason and you take your job very seriously and, you know, protect human life, you don't want to take one.
Well, it's accountability thing again, too, and it's accountability on both parts. It's no different than like drunk driving. The
Right.
alcohol is not the actual cause. It's
the decision.
Bad character choices on somebody that harm somebody else. Well, if
Right.
you take a certain engagements, well, not only might you have, you might have a cop that's got kind of an attitude, but then again, and I throw this in there because we don't train them worth a shit, to be honest. That's my 2 cents. I mean, we sit here and you're going to join the military and we're going to train you constantly on the circumstance that there might come a time when you're going to be deployed. But we're going to have you drill and we're going to have you train and stay in tune with your job just in case you need to do it. But then we turn around and have law enforcement that works every day. And we say, you know, if you take these classes, okay, yeah, we don't do daily training. See, they should be scheduling that. You should be almost like 3 days work, 2 days training. That's your week. Then you're off.
You do your 40 hours a year with T-Close online and you're, you know, updated.
Yes, and that's not rational. But then you turn around and say you have the mishandling of that, but you mix that with the inaccountability of people that I can just do whatever. And then those mix, well, those don't end well. And then it really hides the one when, say, you do have the bad cop who is making totally shithole decisions. Well, he gets hidden in those cracks because all this other has now bubbled up to a point he doesn't get called out. And I will say this, in true defense, law enforcement, the biggest screw up that they did was whenever their defense to mob style enforcement, that they decided to pick up the blue wall mentality themselves. When they decided to start doing the no snitch type thing, so we back ourselves, they went down the wrong rabbit hole too, because that's why there's no trust, because there should be one. If that car watches the team in that car do something, they should be holding them accountable, but they don't. They go to do this. And you know, you don't even get that type of justification on a Walmart crew, dude. You screw up in Walmart, the supervisor will chew your ass right there in between aisles. But yet somehow when it comes to them, they won't. And that sets the stage for anybody looking for a reason, that hands it to them on a platter.
Did you hear what Bihar said today? Joey Bihar off the View or whatever, talking about gun control.
Oh, just so we're clear, Mikey, just so you know, because you say back the blue till it happens to you. Just so we're clear, full disclosure, I am a 2-time convicted felon and have been to jail in my younger years, dozens upon dozens of times. So I'm there. But it was also, I know how I reacted when they was like, when I woke up and that rifle was right to my head and I was told not to move, guess what? I didn't move.
I'll be right back.
It's kind of funny how that worked, but
Joey Behar said today, I don't know if you guys heard it, talking about all the white people will agree with gun control when as soon as black people can buy weapons. Anybody can get a weapon if they can pass a background check. I don't know where that stupid idiot comes up with that, but that's the most racist thing I ever heard somebody say on TV. That makes about as much sense as that.
dude, all this shit. I mean, they're literally blaming the tool for the actions that people see. There, once again, dude, there's no accountability, you know. And I've said this before, and me and my wife laughed about it back in the day. I remember when they did the free range parenting and Trophy for All started, and it just was kind of a joke. It'd be like, really? So that's what you didn't know that? No, you might want to take this shit serious, because you're seeing the removal of any accountability. So there is no more accountability. There is somebody else's fault. There's no bad decision. Yeah, I made a wrong call. You know, I acted wrong. Nobody self-corrects themselves anymore. They react, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, yeah, but I had a reason. Well, what? Wait a minute. How do you justify a reason from one person to another? Because that's what another person could say. Well, you still have a conflict until you have self-accountability that says something like, wow, you know what? I chose the wrong words and the wrong tone when I said that, because what really I wanted to say, Chuck, is when you did this, that bothered me. That's what I really wanted to say. So I shouldn't have said, damn, Chuck, you're a sorry piece of shit, you motherfucker, and fuck you and all this, because really all I wanted to say is, wow, when you did that, Chuck, it hurt my feelings. But see what I'm saying? Nobody's going to own up to that. So what happens is you have that moment. Well, now you react. Well, now I'm like, well, shit, damn, I didn't want him to get that pissed off. Oh, well, I'm not going to clean my way up. I don't want to be accountable for what I just did, even though it's wrong. Well, no, it's just Chuck just doesn't understand. So, and it goes back and forth, and it doesn't really ever solve. So there's no solution. Free speech, brother, just not free from consequences. That's all.
Yep.
Everybody's got freedom of
There's no way
choice.
you can put everybody in a barrel and say all of them are this way. That's ignorant.
Well, I don't know, Mikey. I think if you ask a couple hundred people right now up in that 10 square mile, they might kind of beg to differ from you. And in case you forgot who those might be, let me put that on the front screen, because they're still sitting there without any due process.
I was going to say, I can't see the chat, so I don't know what you're referring to.
J6.
The one of them got arrested. He was telling the cops to get over and do their job, and he got arrested for it. I had him on video. He's the first one they arrested. And he was just saying, you see that? See what they're doing? You need to go over there and stop that. And all them cops are riding. You were standing on the porch away from there, just with their arms crossed. Until they got tired of him, then they arrested him.
Yep, J6, Mikey. They're still locked up. No due process, no bail, no bond, no visitation, no nothing.
Before Tata Head got put in office.
I mean, there's been bad. See that, but I don't know. I don't know how you say it, but it's just when you've got two people, y'all are being lied to. What about what? J6? Oh, please don't tell me J6, because then that cracks me up, and it's like, it's okay, whatever. I know what I saw. I know the people I talked to that were standing there. So I just know those. Like I said, I only go off of shit I know. So I don't watch CNN. I don't watch Fox. I don't even watch any of those. I don't even watch regular shit. How am I being lied to? What, my son lied to me? So he would call me? Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. It's cool, brother. You know, hey, kick back, enjoy it. You know, as long as you don't take nobody, you can even chat and say whatever. I'm probably going to be just bypassing the conversation, though. So don't take it, you know, because to banter that back and forth, that's just not factual. That's just that emotional reaction stuff, and I just don't do that. I'm a solution person. You have this problem, let's go with a solution. See, a solution to me to these engagements is until you have people on this side that say, wow, yep, I was kind of an ass when I engaged that, and you don't have people over on this side going, hey, you handled that all wrong, then those two aren't going to meet in the middle, because this side still says, nope, I'm 100, and this side says, nope, I'm 100, so there's no middle. And so you just gotta, I really don't know what the solution is until people just kind of go, wow, I could probably change some things, if it's accountability and the way you carry yourself. I've gone 30 plus years of getting pulled over, and it's all shits and giggles until that license goes and you hear them rattle numbers off, and it's like, here it comes, and you watch the facial expression just go, and it's like, and at first I used to kind of go, what, man, and then I kind of just like clicked to me. It's like, okay, well, how about I give you a different image to look at? Because then if I call you an asshole, I got proof to back it up, because I can show how I carried myself to a better standard. So I did. So I started them when they call and they get the expression, the little hand goes to the thing and they get the little side stance. And it's like, all I can say is that was then, this is now, what do you need?
Summer, what are you talking about when Antifa and all them were burning down buildings and throwing Molotovs and tearing fences down and all that? Or is that what you're talking about?
Well, then I guess I don't know which one though, because I'll say this, just to be in full for fair and everything. It's like, so that one date versus, but which protest? Because there could have been some ones that just were people out there and they were doing the thing. But I will say, like the one that was happening in the background of the CNN reporter, I think there's a big difference.
That's not protesting if you're Molotov.
I think that basically, I think the protest that happened in Washington the year before that day, where it looked like it was mini Beirut and there was like 3 different burning locations, that I think was a way different scenario. Well, see, I don't know who that is, though. When you say that, though, Summer, you said that she said there's people from the 2020 process that is still in the same situation, locked up, no bill, no due process, same thing as J6. What's the difference? Well, see, I'm not sure what you mean on the 2020 process per se, because I will say I just got through listening to one senator, I believe it was a senator, that were doing the questioning on some of the judges that are coming on. And that was actually one of the key questions he asked, because he was asking why out of the 100-something people that had been arrested, why was over 50-something charges just dropped? And they were released with no appearance. And so I'm not sure who all has been locked up without due process, because from his take, it sounded like over 50 of them had got even charges dropped.
2020, there was all kinds of shit going on. Not sure what you're comparing.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one. I mean, it's kind of like when they were burning the Kenosha down. I don't think that was anything similar to J6. That was, I know when that old man got knocked upside the head with that brick. I don't know. I mean, that's just it. And so, and it's like Milkmaid's just said, all should have due process. And they should, everybody should. See, and that's, I used to actually say when J6 happened, I thought I was laughing going, hell, you'd think even criminals would be mad right now, because these people are even being locked up without any kind of due process or any contact with anybody. I mean, hell, that's worse than Guantanamo. But instead, I guess the reaction is just like, well, they were waving the flag.
That shit on J6.
I personally think as long as no one killed each other, they should be out. None of them should be in jail for protesting, not unless they hurt people. I just see one group of people say January 6th, they're awesome. 2020 protests, they're terrorists, and then other groups say the same thing about the other groups. So I'm confused.
Yeah, I can't see the chat, but from what you're saying, if somebody's destroying property and burning stuff down, that's totally different than somebody standing out on a lawn or just, waving a flag or even trying to walk into a public building, that's totally different. Were they destroying property? Somebody did break a window, but I mean, come on,
A lot of that was set up.
I'm sorry.
That's different. When you're oh, don't even get me started. Oh, y'all are about to get me fired up.
She said because personally, I see people get up and protest now, just like in 2020 protests with January 6th. There's bad in both. There were people that did stupid shit in both. I'm for anybody that stands up for the rights they believe in, whether I agree with it or not. I guess I'm just confused on what's the difference. Well, I mean, I can tell you from my perspective, Summer, and this is straight up God's truth. So here's the difference I see. What I saw at J6 was people gathering on the Capitol grounds to be patriotic and to tell the representatives inside and the senators that they wanted things to be fair. They wanted things to be legit. They weren't there to destroy anything. That's why there were all these flags. Yes, there were some that had some real wanted things for the crooks that were doing things. But then there's people that say that now too. Now that versus what I saw as far as throughout the cities, I saw mom and pop businesses being burnt down, and I saw stores being robbed. So I saw victims that weren't part of what they were protesting. They were protesting against law enforcement treatment and stuff, but yet they weren't down at the police station doing that. They were in the furniture stores and in the gas stations and in the furniture stores. My God, I watched people run by with washing machines and shit, watching some of the streams. And so there's a major difference between this group here that was standing out, singing the national anthem, saying the Serenity Prayer, versus this group that's...
A lot of that shit on J6 was orchestrated too. Like the window right there where that girl got shot. That window, they were beating on it. That is a bulletproof glass. It's not a piece of plexiglass glass. If you bang on it up, it falls, it wobbles, and it falls. They let people in. There's a couple of them that went there. That one Puerto Rican looking guy and that blonde headed girl, they were on another side. And they were in their video and stuff and all that. They got let out of it because they weren't in the same thing. Yeah, you might want to hear also there's weird stuff. That was a big corrupt bunch of shit.
I locked up. I dropped everything, so that's... Anyway, I don't even know what part of whenever I was talking what got out. All I know is that I saw buildings on fire and mom and pop shops that were getting attacked versus the Capitol that I guess if you have to break it down actually belongs to the people. So it wasn't like an individual getting attacked, even if they decided to break every window in the building. Versus, because dude, I'll tell you one of the heart-wrenching ones I remember was in Kenosha, and it was the guy with the furniture store. And at his age, I could only, because I could picture one of the people down here, and I'd say, like, man, I bet your dad was making furniture in there and shit, because it was a family-owned deal, and they lit it on fire. And when he tried to chase them away, they knocked him out with a brick. And I think it was so shocking that even some of the people around there even went, oh shit, and started kind of going, oh crap, come on. Matter of fact, I think they called him OG. Come on, OG. Come on, OG. Because it's like, yeah, that just kind of was really rough, you know. So I just think it's a big difference that you got people that were gathered up for an election on public land versus people that are attacking residents and businesses that belong to individuals that aren't attached to the point of what they're protesting.
The damage that was done on J6 at that building was public property, and it was a couple of windows versus tens of millions of dollars worth of mom and dad's businesses, the corner store, people's furniture shit, all this stuff getting firebombed and burnt. Yeah, there's a big difference.
Well, okay. Well, whose property since you kind of said that, and maybe you said this before, and maybe I missed it or something because I did time out, but So you said, but to sit here and say that I don't understand because I watch people get hurt and I watch property you get destroyed on both situations, and I don't agree with either side doing that. But see, who destroyed property at the Capitol?
Couple
I mean,
windows.
okay, windows broke. That happened. But I mean, what got lit on fire? What got destroyed? The paintings, the statues in the rotunda? I mean, hell, they were even walking down between the red velvet ropes when through there at one point until the police took all the red things away.
Yeah,
So to me, man, that's a major distinction. And so I don't know really what you mean, Summer. Because that's a clear distinction. I mean,
yeah, they found out one of the officers was supposedly got hurt. He didn't get hurt. He had other things. They dropped that.
Yeah.
They tried to say he got beat to death.
Well, and that never got cleaned up. You know, they accused him of being a cop killer with a fire extinguisher. And even though it was proven and shown not to be true, it never got cleaned up. That's still the narrative. And Mikey, where were the police in Uvalde? Well, that new, now freshly seated city council member who had been elected to his city council position that used to maintain the position of chief of police, had he not told those people that to go from an active response to a barricaded response? But then again, if that town would focus that and put it where it needs to be, then they would de-seat and recall his city council position and would not let him continue to sit there and milk that city. But people are going to be so emotionally reactive that they'll say to fracture it out, and he'll still continue to have that city council seat. What's up, Song of the South? How are you? He does need to be recalled, and I wish that town would gather. Too bad Matthew McConaughey, with all his little woo-woo shit, can't go over there saying, hey, you know what? This dude needs to be accountable. Instead, he goes up to Washington and wants to take the Second Amendment away from American citizens. Well, gee, I don't know. You were born in Uvalde, you POS. How come you don't go down there to your hometown and have that, encourage people to de-seat that dude? Recall his ass. He shouldn't be sitting there. He should be held accountable. So why are you going to let him go? I didn't say people didn't get hurt, Summer. They did. Hell, the one lady, she died of stress. I think in suffocation from the gas out in the thing. You had the one lady that got shot up at the door, standing next to the guy who wearing Trump gear, who had just been actually filmed outside on those streets at the other protest wearing the other gear, talking about going in there and pulling.
Yeah, let's go in there and do
What's
this.
his name out? And he's the guy that actually standing there. I forgot what is Jaden or something like that. So I know people got hurt. I just know nobody ran up to a cop and just like knocked him out with a brick, or nobody just ran up to an aide and knocked him out with a brick. And I know nobody went off into Nancy's office and threw a Molotov on the desk. That's all.
People protest.
I'm sorry, darling. I love you and I love talking, but I just can't connect those dots. And I apologize. And if that makes me a
Peaceful protest too would be no fires, no destruction, standing there holding a billboard saying "fuck you, fuck you." That's
okay. So wait a minute. So which officers were killed on J6? I guess I must have missed that, because now I know that the one that CNN and the mainstream media tried to tell people did, but then it was actually found out that no, it was 2 days later. From a heart issue. And that they cremated the body and didn't even let the family have it. That was kind of strange. And I know that there's been a couple of others that kind of did themselves in for whatever reason. You know, I know that there's recordings of them standing there telling each other, and one saying, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. That's legit. There is no but C in that rescue. There is no but seeing that I don't agree with anybody destroying public no matter what. It's it no matter what we want to call it, I don't agree with. Okay, wait a minute. There is no but C in that. Rescue. There isn't. There is no but C. That I don't agree with anybody destroying. I don't know. I'm lost. I'm sorry. I don't. I can't. Let me go to the next one. See. So people died on January 6th. There was a whole new thing being built outside on the state capitals. Hang people. I don't like these possible. I don't want it. Well, see, but then that's. I don't know. That's.
Hang on.
I'm sorry, darling. I don't know. I just have to do the agree to disagree thing because
She's talking about all the different Antifa stuff that went on in 2020. That was a bunch of terrorism. Then people showed up. Maybe there were some bad apples. But...
Well, and I mean, they're chanting outside people's houses and stuff. And so that's a act of terrorism versus people reacting to a national vote, going to the people's house to protest that vote. I think it's a big difference. So we'll just have to agree to disagree. That's about the best I can go with.
Yes, Milkmaid, I am inside reading chat. That's why I was trying to ask. Is Summer working, or did you send her a link? Because that's a lot of texting. Good Lord. Lady, I couldn't text that much to save my life, or type that much to save my life. I'm just asking. It'd be better if someone was actually on the panel and have conversations. It's hard to keep up with.
Well, I'm sorry you feel like it's hypocrisy, Summer, because I got to say, I really take the character of myself pretty much to heart. So I don't believe in being a hypocrite. I've actually even come out quite a few times and corrected myself because I've said flat out that I don't want to be a hypocrite. So let me do this. So as far as hypocritical, ma'am, I have no idea what you're referencing, but I am by far a hypocrite. I actually go out of my way to do the extra step to make sure I'm not a hypocrite. So we just can go with that. So
I got a question off topic about see how everybody stands on it. There was
I know I'm a good person.
A women's group thing that supported women that wanted help that was anti-abortion. The other day got burned down, firebombed by the ones that were against people that were against the abortion. So who's better, the ones that are against it for firebombing, the ones that didn't like it, or?
Well,
so if it's okay to burn down people that are anti-abortion, that means it's okay for the ones that are against abortion to burn down places. Does that make it even? That's the kind of thought process we got going out there now. It's like, because I don't like it, I'm right. That's
well, and it's okay. So, because what she emphasized was they built that little gallows thing out there. And so they were doing that and they had that gallows thing and now they built that and that was bad. So what about the person who lost their life? You know, during several of them, hundreds of people got injured. And yet they weren't as bad as that one. And see, I just don't understand that. And so
women got raped.
And I'm not a hypocrite.
Yeah,
and I don't want to be.
Go to bed, dude. I did go to bed. I got woke up.
Yeah, I've seen it all. That stuff right there was for if they got in there to do the trials, and they found the people guilty of treason, they were going to hang people. And if you're a treasonous person, treason is a hanging offense.
Well, and Cindy, what she's talking about is, if you'll remember out there, I don't know, I think it's probably about 100 yards out front that they had built it because they were wanting to do the treason and the hanging of the criminals.
Right in front of the White House.
There was that.
That's me.
But nobody ever swung. And that to me is a difference. Because there were other people that died for no reason other than they were at the wrong place at the wrong time.
There were people that died that day, yeah.
And
the only point that I'm making, and I think people, and I don't know if it's because of text or whatever, but I don't see nothing wrong with January 6th, okay? I understand why people went and did what they did. Up until the point where people got hurt and shit got messed up, I support it 100%. 100%.
Right. I know what you're saying.
1 second.
Yeah.
In the same breath of air, I also participated in the 2020 protesting because I was Breonna Taylor's neighbor, because I lived there that night when everything went down. I know what happened that night. And so, but not just that, I protest to get all kinds of people out of jail, you know, different things. I just see this being used to divide us even more instead of us bringing together. I think we can all agree that on both sides, there were people that did things they shouldn't have done. And there were people that stood up like Americans and fought for what they believed in. They stood their ground on what they believed in. There's nothing wrong with that.
Until they burn or hurt us.
But we could do the same thing with January 6th is all I'm saying. There was good and bad on both situations.
Well, Summer, no, it is totally different because J6, yes, they trespassed, they destroyed some property because they forced a way in, so we can go with that, although now there is video proof showing that there's officers going no this way. So there is that. And it's like, does it ever wonder somebody if you hear this and do you accept the fact that there are still hundreds of hours of tape that nobody's gotten to see yet? Do you agree that that's for real?
On both sides.
So
100%.
then if people have already seen these little tidbits, and plus you just know things. I'm not saying the dude that sat at the desk, yep, stupid decision. I personally wouldn't have done that. I can see how it happened because you're in that moment. I wouldn't have put my foot up on the desk and then bragged about that. That wouldn't have been the point of being there. It would have been, that's why they did that destruction. And if you look at the timing, but I don't know. I can sit here and run through everything in J6 and I don't see nobody dying, but I still run through 2020 and I picture that dude getting laid out and I see the football goal dude. This was like a soccer ball. And you know, and then got stomped, the people that got pulled out of vehicles and they got stomped on. And what I did see, film footage, you can look it up, J6, people that started to beat on shit, there were actually people that grabbed people and pulled them away, telling them no. There were people that went over towards some of the Capitol Police and said, hey, are you going to do your job? So there's footage of that. But yet in 2020, and I'll be glad to see it, if I can see one of those people run over and stop getting beat on somebody but see, and it's just, that's my whole problem with the protesting is I don't see where the message gets out. Because if you were to just chant down my street something, then I'm not going to get it. But if you go to gather citizens to do an election thing, now that's a real protest because you're trying to bring something to a point and you're trying to get a solution going. But to just chant something and then scream at people and air horning and terrorize them at night, I just don't see where you're going to convince people that there's a legitimate message. But I don't know. It's just in the location. But I totally see a totally different scenario between what I saw. And I got pictures. I mean, I could show the layout of DC during the protest versus DC during J6 protest. And you see flags here and you see burning locations over here. And it just, I know that people, the very guy you're talking about, the gallows, and while that fine, what about the guy that was literally standing up inside there next to the lady that got shot? The vet that got shot, that dude was literally been filmed and recorded his own video of being out on the street, jumping on a car, talking about pulling him out of there, you know, and doing him in. So see, it's just, that's why, unless people just kind of go, wow, okay, because we have the right to protest. We have the right to assemble. We have that right, but what's the message? So I think that it terrorized them. People lost property, people lost their family-owned businesses. That means their life changed. Hell, if that was their savings, then their life is now over. And what did they do? Just being at the wrong place at the wrong time. But yet, you can't take that scenario and attach it to anything in J6. Those people went to a public place to protest in the national election that was happening inside that building. And while they broke public property, and it's wrong, but they didn't go to no private person that had nothing to do with the election shit at all and go burn their shit down or torment them. And it's like right now, the Supreme Court, homeboy just got a death threat. They're terrorizing them. That's not legit, but it looks just like the other. There's a different message being sent, and that's why I can't see it the same way. And I'm not a hypocrite, though. By gosh, I will stand to that. I'm not no damn hypocrite.
I think it's more perspective on how we choose to look at things. We can make excuses that for things we're comfortable with, and excuses consequences for things we're not comfortable with.
Summer, there's no flame coming out of that lighter. Now, we could spend 4 days saying that there's a flame coming out of that. Or I go, nope, there's a flame. And we go, there's fire, no fire. Fire, no fire. We'll take J6.
You're acting
No
like
fire. Summer
I'm
of
not
2020, a lot of fire.
justifying any of it. I'm not justifying any of it. See, that's the difference between me and you. Is I'm actually saying on both
I'm
ends.
not justifying them. You're saying they're the same, and I'm saying there was no fire there. No individuals got attacked. But 2020, people lost their livelihoods.
People lost their livelihoods on January 6th.
Not as much. Way
Hold on, let me finish. There's people sitting in jail that should not be in jail right now.
Yeah.
Well, if they involved in burning shit down, they should be.
I'm not worried about the facts.
If you're involved in burning shit down, they should be in jail. That's arson.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Well, if
I
you're
rarely hop up on lives. Can I say something? First, I want to hear Summer talk because I understand what I was, at least what I was reading with my glasses and what she was saying before she got up here. Her point is this is the kind of thing that's dividing us because we all have different opinions about it, but I totally understand what she's saying. Everyone has the right to protest. She's not agreeing with burning shit down. She said, clearly said, I listen. Girl, I'm listening. I'm listening. I hear you. I hear you. I was
saying they were the same. There was no difference.
If there's
No, she wasn't.
Trying to explain what I'm trying to say, please, so maybe you all can understand where I'm coming from and not think that I'm coming from the opposite end to have the accent.
I understand. I'm listening.
You got it.
I'm going out to smoke, but I'm listening.
This is just another situation that is being used to divide all of us. One thing that all of us.
Why they're all locked up is because of NDAA.
Chuck, let her finish.
Yeah, please let her talk.
Yeah. Oh, no, she's
Oh,
going.
wait, too.
Oh, damn. Damn it, man.
All righty, there we go. Yeah, what the
Okay.
hell? It don't matter.
All right. Well, here's the deal. Hang on.
I'm too tired I'm just too tired. Wrong
Hey.
night, might not, whatever.
Hey, it's okay. Now, what I gathered by what I saw while I was watching and what she was saying is that she's not trying to pick a side per se or anything like that. Because I was listening, she wasn't agreeing with any type of violence or burning anything down. She's just saying that, or at least from what I perceive, my opinion, she's just saying that everyone has a right to protest and, legitimate protest and do it the correct way.
See, I didn't hear none of that or see
Okay,
any of
well,
that,
you
so I guess I totally missed that. Maybe that was when I blanked out because all I heard was there was hypocrisy here.
Well, I mean,
and that I was being hypocritical by saying that, and
So
that they were the
did you-
same because that's what I remember.
Are you given are you getting in your emotional response, area?
Well, yeah.
there
Well, I
without
did there
sitting
for a
back-
moment with the hypocrite
you
thing,
did,
just
and
because
you
I
talked-
do, and I said that, and I was honest about that too.
I
Is
know.
I take that that's
Well,
one of
we
my
talked
main
about-
things is to not be, but it was also because she was saying they're the same, that there's no difference. She doesn't see the difference. Scroll up and look in chat and stuff. It even says it. I didn't. And I'm not trying to pick a fight, so it's not that I'm saying this to like.
No.
It's just that's why I was kind of going. There's a big difference. I mean, don't get me wrong.
No,
the
I
dumbasses
understand.
that, like I said, the dude that sat at that desk and put his foot on the desk, I pretty much think that's a dumbass move.
No.
I would not have done that at all. But
I
then
agree.
again, the other side, but the other people, and I don't know. The dust will
I
settle where it
agree.
settles. Later, Garrett.
This is the kind of
Later,
okay.
Chuck.
This is the kind
Later,
of thing.
whoever leaves.
This is the kind of thing you do. Let's say a law enforcement officer, when you arrive at a scene, there are 3 sides to every story. Everyone has their emotions. Everyone has their opinions. Everyone has their reactions. And the point that I'm trying to make is what makes a good police officer, because I know we've talked about that, is arriving and listening to person A. Okay, listening. You have to have the listening skills and really try to determine where they're coming from. You listen to person A, you listen to person B, and then you evaluate and think about what really went down, because you didn't witness it, you weren't there. You have to evaluate every situation, and it's skills that a lot of people don't have. Between you talking and me trying to keep up with chat and watch all that was going on, and that's why I said, can we just let her talk, and can I say I agree with what she's saying? Or at least what I perceived that she was saying was, everyone has the right to protest. She in no way advocated for violence or people not getting along or people, assaulting each other or anything like that. She's very passionate, clearly, about, what she believes in. And like she said, she was part of some of those protests, but I don't think she was burning things down. I don't think she was destroying people's property or anything like that. But what I'm saying, listening skills are something that we all need to do or work on more often. And trying to see things from others' perspective. Now, do I agree with you when what we all saw on, let's say, mainstream media or alternative media or people on the streets and these, we all saw footage, and we probably all saw different footage, was J6 looking different than the burning buildings and everything going down? Yes, I agree with you, and I agree with her, is what I'm saying, on at the same time, if that makes any sense. I agree with both of you. I saw what I saw, so did you, so did she. Everyone has a different perspective. But what I'm saying is, I think, oh God, am I making sense? Because now I'm outside. I came outside to smoke because I was like, I haven't even smoked yet. I'm trying to explain myself. I see where she's coming from. I'm trying to. That's a skill that people need to work on, is trying to just sit back and pay attention to what someone's saying and give them time to say it, and then pay attention to the other side. It doesn't always have to be a fight. And I think another point she was trying to make is, this is the kind of crap that divides a lot of people when they can't see, past their own perspective and don't try to look into someone else's perspective and then take the time to compare the two, if that makes any sense. Does that make sense to anyone out there? I don't know. I can't see the chat now. I'm sitting outside.
Yeah.
I'm about to smoke.
No, Milkmaid is actually saying yes, Nikki.
Okay. All right. What I'm saying is, and that's part of the point she's making, is we shouldn't be arguing over this. This is the kind of thing that's exactly the kind of thing where we all need to be able to sit back and try to keep your feelings out of it. Feelings, emotions. If you're trying to have a legit conversation, and it's hard, it's difficult for humans. It's difficult to keep emotions out of anything. But when you want to have a legit conversation with multiple people that feel very passionately about anything and everything, that's a skill that we need to work on, to try to listen and be able to talk about it and give each other the time, and not walk all over each other. Hey, I want to hear this person's perspective. Then I want to hear yours. Then I want to hear yours. And then I want to hear yours.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
So then, how can you explain what the difference between J6 and 2020 protests are without distinguishing any of that? See, because that was the original question, is what was the difference? So I started, but then I got told they were the same. So did I really get an answer? Did I get the answer?
Yeah, I didn't see all the comments because I was out here when I first started. But okay, let's see. How do I put this? Just because it's really hard. No, but you were just reading comments, and it's hard for.
Well, no, that was the original one. That's what started. Is what I'm saying.
Can I finish? Can I finish? You were just reading comments and she wasn't on the panel to actually speak. It's really difficult. We've covered this before. We've all talked about it. And you have too, about the perception of someone's when you're reading a comment,
That was
through text messages or comments. Well,
I'm just saying that was what started it all, though, is what I was trying to say.
I hear what you're saying.
It wasn't that I wasn't reading anything up until then. That was the question that started all the stuff.
I hear what you're saying, but I will get to a point eventually if you let me finish.
Okay, you got it.
The perception of, like you said before, it's, this whole, I'd rather pick up the phone and speak to someone or talk to someone face to face. But when you're reading comments, people can't verbalize everything they mean, and it's just a text message or a comment. Okay, she might have said, what's the difference? And that's what I'm getting at when you look at someone else's perspective. Well, to you, it's a big difference. To me, it's a big difference. And like I'm saying, I agree with you. There wasn't shit burning down on January 6th. There weren't people firebombing and throwing Molotov cocktails, and there wasn't, I get that. That's your perspective. I think, but that's why I was asking if she could come up on panel so she could actually speak and talk in more detail and in depth a little more about what she meant by what's the difference. And back to the basics of what's the difference. Maybe what she only meant was, what's the difference in people protesting over here for what they believe in and people protesting over here for what they believe in? That might have been all that came across with the little, message or whatever you see on the screen. But that's not all she means by that, probably. I don't know. I cannot speak for her. I'm just looking when you actually think about it and read into it, or try to read between the lines, read into it. It's really difficult when you're only reading text and not talking to someone. But at the very basic of it, there's no difference in people protesting here or protesting here. Now, some of the actions of some of the people were downright wrong here and here. More so, in our opinion, that's why I'm saying I agree with you. When it came to all the stuff burning down on the, back in 2020, and it was a whole different scenario, a whole different picture over here. What I'm saying is you're both right in, oh God, this is what communication skills take some practice. That's why I'm saying you're both right, but that's just my opinion. We all have 3 different opinions. You're both right in different ways. Because I look at some of the things that you were saying, and I agree with that. Like, that was a shit show. There was shit burning, and people from CNN were going, oh, it's a peaceful protest. Bullshit. I know what you're talking about there. And then January 6th, there's nothing burning down. There's nothing. Okay, yes, they did break windows. They did, this and that, and shit went down wrong that way too. But it was a whole different picture, whole different scenario. Every situation's different. But at the base of it, I think all she was trying to say is people have the right to stand up and protest here or here. Y'all can't see. I'm doing my arms. I'm going this way and that way. Would be way better with my hands flailing everywhere.
No, I just see the shadow moving.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sitting outside smoking.
Oh, there goes the red glow.
And not right.
Hey, that's what you ought to do. You could sit there and you could yeah.
Yeah, no.
It point across that way. People will pay attention to that.
Sorry.
No,
I don't know what else to say.
She said, actually, well, so since you can't see chat too, I'll tell you, Summer said you're hitting every point that I was trying to make, Nikki.
But that's what I'm saying. It takes looking past just your initial emotional response. And like but see, you made a good point you've said it before. It all started with just a comment, but you can't read everything into one little comment and then go off in a different direction without having to actually speak to someone and get all the reasoning behind that, what she's actually trying to say. She in no way advocates for violence in any way, any shape, any form. I just assume that because of anything I've ever watched her say or do or whatever.
Take a deep breath.
Oh, am I talking too much? Shit,
No,
sorry.
I just didn't need. You were sounding like you were getting frustrated.
Oh no, I've been sick. I'm not frustrated at all.
Oh.
See, I'm actually super congested. That's why I haven't been up in a couple of days. I've been sick as a dog, but listening skills, listening and paying attention and giving someone else the chance to speak and explain what they're saying. There's a lot more. And like she was saying the other day, even though we disagree on a lot of us disagree on a lot of minute, things or different aspects of things, there's a lot that we do have in common and that we do agree on. And I think she said it the other day. I don't know. I watch and listen a lot. My daddy always told me, you got 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. You better listen twice as much as you speak, which I try to do, but sometimes clearly right now I'm talking a lot, but that's just because I saw it going down. I saw it happening. It's like, oh shit, here we go. That's not at all what she's trying to say. She doesn't advocate for violence. She's not saying that a lot of those people were in the right, but what she's saying is a lot of those people who were there.
I can tell you what she did say. She did say there's a difference between riots and there's a difference between protesting. I don't condone riots. I just figured that's what I'm
saying. In no way do I feel like Summer condones people destroying businesses and burning stuff down or anything like that. That's not what she's about. I don't believe that. Okay. Y'all come back up on panel. Did we make everybody mad and everybody leave?
No, there's still 59 people, listening. 60 people in chat.
Okay.
Some are still down there. I don't know if she wants to come.
But she's at work. I think she's working, right?
Yeah. So she works every night, just about, except for I think every now and then she gets two nights off.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't know if Chuck's still in chat because he was saying good night. So I don't know.
Okay. Well, that's just my 2 cents. Or 420 or whatever. I talked a long time. So that's just what I saw. I didn't see her trying to necessarily pick a fight or argue. I think she was just trying to get her point across that people.
Summer says, I literally went toe to toe with people with grown ass men and ran them out because I didn't want nobody messing our city up. I think she was messing our city up. Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying. In no way do I think she wasn't trying to say that all that stuff happening back then and the riots and all that were proper or right or correct. They did that incorrectly, but I believe there probably were a lot of people there that didn't destroy things and burn things, that were just there for legitimate reasons, trying to protest and, for something that they believe in. But what you see on TV or on social media or on everybody's very passionate about this. I get it. We all are.
Oh, well, I can own up to it. I mean, because it was, and Ron actually, when I read his thing and then I thought about it, and that's what I did. It was my personal reaction, and it was the hypocritical, because that's Ron goes. Hypocritical is the word that made everything go south, in my opinion. And I think it was. I took that kind of personal, and that was my trigger word, which I'll now focus on and probably won't be again. But
well, there you go. You said trigger, and that's where emotions come in. But if you can actually try not to get emotional and listen to different people's perspectives, it actually does help. That's what, I don't know. That's just a skill.
She just said, Summer said, you said it right there, Nikki, because media did that on purpose. They pushed it down everybody's throat. And I'm not saying that in some places it didn't happen really bad.
Right.
Oh man, digital age
all I'm advocating for is to try not to let your emotions get into it right away. Try to see things from others' perspectives and try to let them, actually explain what they mean. Because I'm the first one to say I hate texting. I would rather talk to someone or speak to them in person. Talk to someone on the phone, or speak to them in person. Body language in person's the best, but clearly we can't all do that. This is a virtual kind of, or a whatever, YouTube kind of thing. But body language is the best. But when you speak to someone on the phone, it's even better than texting, because you hear the voice inflection and you get the personality, and it's a whole different thing,
I know, and I think I took it that wrong, Summer. That's why I said I own up to that. That was all me. That was my reaction because I that is, and around here in my day to day environment, that's a key thing around here. So that's just one of my things, and I guess I just let it bleed over. I'm tired, so that's about. I got no excuses. I only got a couple of mild reasons.
We're all tired. I got woke up at right before midnight. Not that anybody wants to hear about my situation, but I do have parents that are elderly, and
Well, I figured they ought to be like dinosaur stuff, considering hell, you're as old as dirt.
I know, right? I'm old, so they're old. No, I got woke up because we have this service that my mom has the fall alert thing, and anyway, they called me right before midnight just to tell me we got a fall alert, but we called and we spoke to my mom, but she said my dad. I'm not saying that. Well, whatever. We spoke to Linda. She said, Jerry fell in the living room and he needs help getting up. I'm fine. And so they sent someone out to help him get up. And they called me at midnight just to tell me that. Okay. So I've been up for hours because, you panic when you hear the phone ringing in the middle of the night when you have parents that, anyway. Morning. Good morning. I'm going back to bed eventually. Or trying to eventually. Plus I've been sick, so. What? Oh,
Pineapple, that's a safe word. Pineapple.
Now I can see the chat. I'm back in. I can
pineapple on pizza. Matter of fact, who was that said that yesterday?
Nope.
Somebody in chat said something. Nope. I think they were trying to slide it in or something and said, I'm fixing to eat pineapple pizza. I can't remember if that was Guardian Prepping or who that was. Said, I'm fixing to have pineapple on pizza or something.
Right. I know that's a big debate. We got the pineapple on the pizza, the anchovies on the pizza, the beans in the chili, man. And we're never going to see eye to eye on any of that. Or the Reese's peanut butter cups or the.
Hey, Reese's peanut butter cups are the shit right there. That's the good.
I agree. See, I agree with that.
That's
I keep them in my freezer and I eat them about twice a week.
See, I got tolerance. I mean, there's Milkmaid who has this hatred for milk chocolate.
No, she loves chocolate and she likes peanut butter. She just doesn't like them together. And that's okay. That's okay.
That's the way it's supposed to be.
See what I mean? Seriously, almost any topic you choose, we're almost literally divided 50-50.
Hey, man.
Even all of us.
Only to a point, because when it comes to food, as long as it's going to make a turd, then it's doing its job. It fueled the engine. Carry on.
Yeah. Okay.
Even if you put beans with chili.
Even Brian said pizza with Reese's peanut butter cups. Oh, I can't do that.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord. Tell them, Nikki.
Hey, Brian, is that pineapple pizza with Reese's peanut butter cups?
Dude, wouldn't that be messed up? See, I like anchovies. I don't know where y'all got sardines. I've never heard of anybody putting sardines on pizza.
Oh, they do. They
well,
do.
Y'all were talking about sardines yesterday.
I have no idea why, because they're so gross.
Well, anchovies.
Hey,
I've seen anchovies on pizza. I eat anchovies on pizza. Love them. But,
Summer, I hope you have a good night. And I hope we're good.
It's good. You'll be good. She's very much about agree to disagree, I can tell.
Well, I think she had said even kind of was like, we're changing the subject thing and we were going to move. So I just didn't want to think that all of a sudden wasn't going to do that. And then she was like, everybody have a great night. Love you, rescue. And so it was like, well, I just don't want you mad. Sometimes if a female says that doesn't mean everything's okay. That just, it's almost that like bless your little heart or type stuff. So.
Oh no, Summer will be. It'll be all right. Because there's a lot of things that I agree. But I get her passion just from watching and listening to her over the past, I don't know, however many months. But that's all I was trying to say is I don't think she's saying that they're same. I don't think she meant they're the same in the same way you would think, or I would think that those two were the same. You know, the same in the fact that everyone has the right to
Well,
protest and do whatever.
Hawaiian pineapple pizza is the best, Nikki.
Hey, that's fine.
Matter of
I'll
fact,
try
Aloha
it.
Pepper even says Hawaiian pizza with pineapple and ham. See, that's the way.
I've tried it, and it's not, inedible. I just don't like it. I would never in a million years order pineapple on my pizza. But that's okay. I also don't put beans in my chili.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. See?
So you've led a sheltered life. It should have got out and danced on the wild side a little bit. It's good.
Beans and chili? I mean, it was edible. But
Oh yeah, they're delicious, man.
I
And the
don't.
beans become so tender and soft that if you stir it too much and hard, then they just start to break apart. And it's like, yeah. And it's got a good brown sugar, syrupy kind of glaze juice to it.
What?
Oh yeah.
What do you mean brown sugar and syrup? I'm
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about chili, sir. Chili.
I'm talking about beans with chili.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
See? See? We can agree to disagree.
I understand there's people that have had sheltered lives.
Oh, I love pineapple. I'm
Well,
not.
Real
love
chili, when you if you're going to do just a meat and like juice chili, then that's the stuff you do like over Frito pie and that type of stuff. But if you're
Yeah.
making a big old pot, see, we just make beans and chili because then you make it and you just eat your bowl of beans with your piece of cornbread type stuff. But
Well, I like
chili we put on top of things per se. But see, beans with chili, that's a bowl all in itself.
Okay. That's
That's why we do that. It's just,
Well, you say we're in different parts of Texas.
I'm just saying we, as in me, my wife, my mom, my kids.
Right. And
I
that's
don't know what my retarded in-laws do because I don't really care.
You're right.
I'll
And that's
probably do the opposite of whatever they do just because.
That's your family's preference. If I put beans, if I said I was making a pot of chili and Jeremy was like, "Ooh, yeah," and I put beans in it, he'd look at me and go, "The hell is this?" you know? Just
Oh,
saying.
see, Wildflower and Weed says, "Dang it, Nikki, I have to disagree with you now, LOL. I only eat chili with beans."
Only eat chili with beans? I can't.
Yeah, see?
Oh, a lot of people do. I mean, most of the country probably does put beans in their chili, but I'm just saying, it's a thing around here. There's two sides of that fence for sure. When I move a pot, I do beans.
Moonshaw says, "I'm not a bean person, but I do eat beans and chili soup, baked beans, and that's pretty much it. Brown beans, white beans, lima beans."
Okay,
Yeah.
but
So
see, that's actually referred to as chili soup.
But I'm sorry, I'm not a bean person, comma, capital letters, but I do eat beans in chili soup. So
Chili
beans
soup.
with chili. Beans
Chili soup.
You can run, but you can't hide. Right, look, Brian says that's chili mac. Goulash has Italian sauce though. Oh man, my mom used to make goulash. That was.
Oh, I love white beans.
Man.
Oh, and even that stuff they call like white chicken chili or chili verde or whatever. I like it. It's not Texas chili, but it's good, and love it. I love Wolf Brand chili. Wolf Brand chili is what I put on my hot dogs, girl. Yep. I don't waste my homemade chili on hot dogs, but I do put Wolf Brand and onions and cheese and mustard.
Wow. So first T-Girl says she loves Wolf Brand chili, and I used to. It's not bad if you do a store one. But now Cindy goes, "Can you have chili without beans?" I have never seen it. I usually put 3 different kinds of beans in my chili.
Yes, ma'am, Cindy. In Texas, you can most definitely have chili without beans. If I ever turn chili in to a chili cook-off and it had beans in it, it would get straight disqualified. That's not chili. That's bean soup. I'm just saying.
And let's see what Mayor says. No beans in chili isn't chili.
I get it. Regional. That's okay. See, that's the thing about food, along with everything else. Do you know how different our country is? I mean, just if you've ever traveled anywhere in the country and eaten something that they called, let's say, chili in one place, or think about Cincinnati chili. Cincinnati, they put cinnamon in their chili, for crying out loud. Have you ever eaten Cincinnati chili?
No.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's different. It's different. It's a regional preference.
What happened here? Wildflower and Weed says, I can take it to the dark side. Dip peanut butter toast in cheesy chili. LOL. Actually quite good after a night out.
Ugh. I can't see myself doing that.
To the dark side we went for sure, because I'd have never freaking caught that one. Later, Mikey. Have a good one, brother.
Brian. Oh, Brian. That's funny. I can't look at that one.
Chocolate and bacon pizza. Okay, Brian. You're snuggling too close to the cat. You got allergies or something. And Aloha Prepper says, Scat Pack, yes, chocolate goes with everything, just like bacon goes with everything.
See, Cincinnati chili, I like it too. It's just different. I'm not saying I don't like. I'm not saying I won't eat beans in chili. Someone else makes it. I'll eat it.
What's up, you people? What's up, brother? How are you, Scooter?
Crazy. Oh, yes. Yes, I did. I've been up since 11:45 because I got a phone call that woke me up.
So, how's your arm, Scooter? I got your email. I think I got your email.
Yes, Rachel. Yes. Nikki's about to have another one too. Nikki's had a rough week and a rough night. Not rough, but.
I thought I had your email, Scooter. Let me go look. Is it on your page?
Another one. Well, this has been an interesting morning.
Hey, man, at least I woke up, that's for sure. It was like, okay, well, I wasn't nodding off doing that, I reckon.
Right.
Let's see, where is he at? I so wish, they do all their supposedly smart shit, and it's just like, can you at least just alphabetize the damn subscription list so then you can just kind of go off of alphabetical order?
Yeah. Why isn't it in alphabetical? When I look at mine and I hit all and I go to scroll down, I'm like, makes no sense.
Oh, yeah, no, it's just because it's a total mess because they're busy jacking with everything else.
I can, Milkmaid. I mean, I can try.
Yeah, come on up, Milkmaid. Doing pretty good, Scooter. It's been kind of some worrying times, just life here, but then also everything else, as you know, is going to shit on the outside. So it's getting all kinds of. We're definitely picking up speed in one direction or another.
Cheers! I'm melting popsicles until they're slushy mixed in with. I think Moonchild is like my soul sister or something. Cheers, Moonchild. That's funny.
Hey, Scooter, shoot me an email sometime so that way I'll have the email and I got a way I could send you a link every now and then. I haven't been putting the link out in the chat thing for a while. It just, I don't know, keeps it smoother and still have hiccups, but just not as many.
Mm-hmm. It's okay. Welcome to.
Hey, what's up, Virginia? How are you, ma'am?
It's so funny. I was just about to ask, where's Virginia? Where's Virginia?
One too many peanut butter cannon butter cookies are your problem. They kind of get the best over, you know. Still get a kick out of them. Okay, there you go.
They sell alcohol popsicles? What? Aloha. I've never seen those.
Were you looking?
No.
Then that might be why you didn't see them.
I mean, where do you buy those? Clearly, you can't buy them in the regular grocery store.
I bet you can get them at like Zips or Specs or something.
No, we have a Specs right down 105. I've never seen popsicles.
Go in there and then look for the cooler freezer section. And then they'll be in there.
I mean, there's a cooler section, but there's not a freezer section at Specs.
Might be now.
Okay.
Look again.
Okay.
Well, I'm just saying because they might have like a little one where it's in. Probably wouldn't surprise me if they're in boxes, and you get like 6 or something in you know, like a box pack, kind of like kids popsicles, like when they do those bomber and stuff.
I mean, I guess I could make them anti.
Oh yeah, Auntie says you can just pour shit in there.
Mm-hmm. Although, depending on how much alcohol you put in them, you know, alcohol doesn't freeze.
This is true.
I don't know.
Oh wow, Moonchild said aloha. I already went through a box of Lime-A-Rita sills.
Lime-A-Rita sickles. That sounds delicious. You know.
Oh, look at there. There's Milky.
Oh.
What's up, Milkmaid?
Morning.
Morning.
I had to come up here because I never get to be on panel with Nikki anymore.
I know. I'm not on panel very much. Not very often.
Yeah, I haven't had much of a chance recently. Hold on one second. I'm going to mute myself for a moment.
I didn't necessarily mean to be tonight or that early. Because normally by now, what is it? Here in Texas, 4:48?
Yep.
Rescue? Yeah. 4:48 in the morning. But I've been awake since about 11:45. Because I got a call that woke me up. So it's kind of one of those weird, you know, oh, I'm awake nights when I shouldn't be. I'm working on about 2 hours sleep like you are. Damn it, man. Was not intentional.
Frozen Lime-A-Ritas. Kind of like Otter Pops.
Yeah, my internet cut out for a second. Oopsie. I didn't hear everything, Nikki. Sorry.
I have no idea, Angry. That's about the only gambling that I do. I roll the dice. Sometimes I crap out. And, oh, there you go. And then sometimes Nikki hits the wrong button.
Why'd she leave? Can you hear me, Rescue?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think she was reaching over because I saw her leaning and she was probably fixing to look at chat, but she hit the wrong thing and bloop.
Oopsie.
I will say it's easy to do on the phone. All you have to do is leave that window and it's going.
Oh, yeah. It's so close. I've done it multiple times.
Night, Cindy. Get you some rest. Wake up with a smile, man. Peace and love.
Later, Cindy.
And Kiss Off says, Rescue, it's a raining. Oh, y'all got some kind of storms moving in up there, don't you? You got storms where you are?
Me?
Yeah.
No. We had some thunderstorms roll through a couple days ago. And then I have these sheets on my line. And I keep having to leave them on the line because without fail, it rains. And and then I have to go back and dry them again.
Oh,
Kind of sucks, but.
Wildflower says, I hear all that secret bird chatter.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. He's the talking.
Oh yeah. There's some that really get on a roll some mornings, and they just don't stop. But it's nice. I miss them in the winter. Same with the crickets. Feels weird when it's too quiet. But yeah, I've got to finish digging this trench, so I can't stay too long. But I'm kind of depressed because I got to go through my asparagus patch. And I've been working on those for 2 years.
Oh. Are you doing more digging today?
Mm-hmm. I didn't get as far as I wanted to.
Now,
I got
is
hung
that
up on a stump.
for a water container? Or
No, I'm digging a trench for a new well line because the old one, they didn't put a good line in. It was too thin and too narrow, and so it kept springing leaks, and every time you patch one, the pressure would cause another one to get worse. So yeah, we're just going to replace the whole thing. And they didn't run the electric line along with the thing. Anyways,
so you got plumbing issues to do.
oh, if you only knew how many issues we have here,
Now,
electrical, plumbing.
How far do you got to dig that?
I would say probably about 75 feet or more.
Okay.
I got about 30 feet maybe yesterday.
Oh,
I mean, I was drenched in sweat. Man, it was so freaking hot.
How deep did you go?
3 feet.
Okay.
The frost line is at 18 inches, but 3 feet down, that makes it a little bit better, I think. At least that's what my husband told me. You're the boss, believe it or not. Well, not always. Sometimes I'm the boss. Oh, Virginia's here.
Yep.
Come play with us. She thinks it's funny that I say playing on panel.
That's what it's kind of like. You never know.
I could pass it. You got her. Do you have her contact?
Yeah, she's got one. She
Oh, cool.
usually gets on whenever I first start. It's kind of like with you. There's certain key people. Yep. I just kind of go, well, in case, because I never know, because you got no way to know if anybody's really on or what they're doing. And it's like I see so many people in, but you never know who's really sitting watching or up or.
Right. And people have different schedules. Like, we've had a really early morning schedule. That might change. Husband might be making some job changes again. But then again, he may be working evenings. So then I'd be up later and waking up later. But if he retains a part-time position in this one job he has and does full-time elsewhere, he may be gone just like a crap ton. We're going to take the extra money and put it towards preps.
There you go.
Hopefully. Poor guy's going to be working his tail off.
Well, yeah, for now anyway, huh?
Well, exactly. I feel like it's kind of crunch time now.
Yeah.
And of course, during, this period, it's when everything starts breaking. So, yeah, instead of doing the stuff I want to be doing, I'm having to do stuff. I'm putting out fires, basically.
That's every day. What's up, morning, Mirror social media? I ain't seen much improvement, brother, so kind of slacking on the job. Social media still got issues, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Oh, that's funny. Kiss off.
My dog's looking around for milkmaid bird sounds. Yep.
D-Dog cracked me up with his comment earlier. It's like, you've seen my big fat Greek wedding,
Oh man, that's been like a long time. Yeah.
right? But I always love that quote. She was like, the man is the head of the house, but the woman is the neck, and she can turn the head any way she wants.
Anyway.
Which I don't think is entirely accurate, but anyways. I was a firstborn who married a firstborn.
Ah. I gotta say, man, if I wasn't going through all this right now, if I wasn't pulling as much overtime as I could, I'd be doing side shit and be trying to stash as much shit as I could. Matter of fact, hell, yesterday I went ahead and bought an extra 6 cases.
Did you?
4,
Good.
Yeah, 4 cases of chicken noodle and 2 cases of vegetable beef.
Nice. Yeah, I've been pushing. I talked to my sister the other day. It was actually really good. Well, we text mostly because, we're both kind of busy. So, it's like she texts me in an hour or so, I'll text her and back and forth like that. But she was talking about going and getting herself more pew seeds and food and medical supplies and that kind of thing. And that's a biggie. If somebody has an HSA and they don't want to keep that HSA, you can use that to buy all kinds of medical gear. You have to look and see if it's covered, or you take a hit. But that's what I've been doing. I got 2 years of contacts.
Wildflower, it'll be on Zach's channel Thursday nights or Wednesday nights, or what is tonight? This is Thursday now, so Thursday night will be Constitution night, and then on Friday nights Zach does the prepping for handicapped disabled.
He's really been doing a good job with that, I think.
Yes, ma'am. By the way, Devil Dog says, Milkmaid, is that a picture of the cow that gives chocolate milk?
Sure. I keep getting brown cows and they keep putting out white milk. I don't know what's going on there. Who'd have thunk?
Who'd have thunk it? Yeah, if anybody has Zach's channel handy, if you can post Zach's channel, The Fight for Patriotism, he'll be doing his show at 10:30 Central, 11:30 Eastern, and 8:30 Pacific.
Yeah, I don't always make the lives of those because usually I'm way asleep. But I've watched the replays, or if I stay up to panel with them, I just pay for it the next day.
Oh, Devil Dog says to get a refund.
Go all Karen in the cow world. Sorry, Karen, if you're listening.
Yeah. Oh, remember one night we were talking, wondering where that came from, and the best I could figure out, I meant to say something a while back when I figured it out. I kind of got to digging, and the oldest one I can find, and everybody's recognized the picture, but it's the blonde chick who has the black rimmed glasses, who is screaming. Her face has become the meme of just and from what I was take is her name was apparently Karen, so that's apparently where that came from. Go Karen.
Was that one of the reality shows where like they had a bunch of kids? You know what I'm talking about? I can't remember if they had like quintuplets or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? I haven't watched TV in years.
You talking about like the Real Family thing that had all the kids?
Mm-hmm.
Damn, what was that show? Like damn, was it 11 or 13 or more or something like that, or 11 and more? Or
Yeah, they had a crap ton of kids.
what's up, Monty?
Oh, nothing. How's your morning?
All clean shaven. Look at you, all spiffy.
I'm not clean.
Everybody
There's
gets
stubble
hard.
there. You just can't see it.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, you don't have high def to see the peach fuzz, but
I'm gonna pull a Zach.
that's okay. I've got mine identified. Easy to view. Oh, Aloha Prepper said, wait, what is that? So Aloha Prepper said, where'd you go? Where'd you go? Need to stock chili. Shortage coming on chili, hot sauce, and chili powder, etc. Man, did you hear about the rice fields
Yeah, sure.
That's
in
what your mom
California?
said to me last night, Devil Dog.
The rice fields out in California, they're gonna cut the water off. So basically, it'll kill the rice off.
No, they've been doing that to Lake Mead. I think that's the right one. The Reservoir Lake Mead, I think it is. They've been draining it for a while.
OMG, Mayor. Hold on. Stop the phone. Hold the line. 1 sec, Virginia. That's it. The mayor of social media has identified the problem. So now we're going to work on a solution. So the problem is, Rescue have been thinking about your social media still being messed up. This will scare the heck out of you. Social media is a mirror image of who we are individually and as a society. Man, that's what I'm talking about. Bringing the fact. Bam.
Virginia had to step away for a sec.
Damn, already steak sandwich time already?
I think this time of day or whatever, she's also dealing with other stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Mayor, I appreciate you, brother. That is a good one because that's pretty much on point. Yep, it's a good reflection. Although there is some nefarious shit on the back end intentionally, but
Hey, Summer. Yeah, it's safe. We're still finding topics.
That's all I was telling Mikey B a while ago, and he's thinking I was trying to tell him to shut up. No, I wasn't.
see, Ron says, guess I better get to bed. Got to work tonight. Good night, good morning, or whatever it is for you. I love y'all. Prep. It's coming soon. That's it.
Oh,
Later, Ron. Get you some rest. Wake up with a smile, brother, and just buy an extra something. If you stop at the store to get something, just go ahead and get two.
later, Ron.
Night run. Yeah, I'd like a chocolate milk cow. Not sure they exist, but it would be cool.
Hey, just give it another couple of years. The scientists will come up with a peanut butter cow too.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, yes.
I'm not buying one of those.
Yeah, I was watching your video yesterday, and I was thinking the same thing, like rescue. I was like,
Oh, yeah.
a little bit more.
I'm still kind of new to it. Like, I used it a couple years ago to move some horse manure and make some beds, but the clay here is so hard with the rocks and everything, and it's just a little one, so sometimes it can't handle things. Like, I ran into an old root system, and I've been trying to chop through that, kind of stopped me. But it could barely pick the stump thingy up and move it. I had to get creative. It's kind of fun, actually. Although I was dying in the heat, but
Just need a one size step up on the bucket oil on the arm too.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, or two.
It's fun, though.
2 sizes is even better.
Like once you get over the nervousness,
Yeah.
because I know it's maybe sexist to say, but a lot of chicks get a little nervous about those big toys, and I just think it's fun.
Hey, good morning, angry. Contortionist.
Angry. Yeah, I don't know about that. Everybody jokes
Oh,
about
I
that.
always thought it was the Jersey cows that always gave when I was real young.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
three or
morning,
five.
Mama Red. How are you, ma'am?
Oh, rescue!
Hey, Mama.
You jinxed me. I mentioned about my fishing lure supposed to be here Friday, and you was like, "Just wait, they're not there yet."
It's on
You
the
was
boat.
right. Now they're delayed till Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I was like,
I forgot what I was looking up yesterday. I was looking for something and I went to order it just to kind of see, okay, I wonder how long if I did. Dude, July 27th. I'm like, wait a minute. What? Wait, what? July? No.
what?
And it's like, yeah, okay. So that means I won't be getting it is what it is. It will be belly up by then. So
Oh, I made an order with the Jura Standard, which is a bulk food company, and I think of all the things we ordered, only 2 were in stock to ship, which sucks.
I have not seen that, Mayor. So Mayor social media said, did you see where BlackRock did a U-turn and saying they are dropping their blackmailing corporations from pushing climate change as part of their ESG investment control?
Really?
Huh.
That's a shock.
I will say, buddy, I'm kind of curious to see what this latest little death threat thing to a Supreme Court. Now, I'm sorry, anybody planning on doing anything now? Or I'm kind of curious to see if all those little mouthy politicians, and you're talking a good game. Well,
I don't see them pulling through.
Speaking of delays, you know your
fixing to
little,
find out.
your little top baskets in your freezers that you can store stuff on top. Your little baskets.
Oh,
Mhm.
yeah.
Truth with Tom. This was a couple months ago. Truth with Tom was telling me that he up on panel he was talking about it. He had ordered an extra one for his freezer, and he'd ordered it back in February. And here it was. This was I think April or somewhere in there. So it was 2 months out, and he still hadn't heard no word about it.
Dang.
You're gonna see things shutting down just because of that, like the delays, especially like with home construction, for example, which is kind of what my husband works with right now, and things are getting pushed back more and more. It's really killing the company. They have a time period.
Summer's asking if there's going to be a shortage on hot sauce.
And there is, Summer, because what it is Aloha Prepper was saying that there is. Hold on, I'm going to go back up. Damn, where'd it go? She had said, so yeah, there's going to be some shortages.
Oh, wow, Mayor.
Stock up on chili. Yeah, chili powder, your hot sauce, and just the chili sauce type stuff. That's because where that's coming from. Go ahead.
I was going to say what I'll do when it comes to bulk spices. There's 2 companies, Frontier, and I think it's Frontier Co-op and Star West. I can't remember the rest of it, but I'll order my spices in bulk.
Wow.
And it's way cheaper that way. So much cheaper.
If you can, that's the best way, because you're going to save on more volume.
Hey, I want to ask you guys, like, if you're buying like a bucket of the survival food or whatever, similar to that, what's the best place to go with?
I don't know. There's the one that My Patriot Supply is one, and
well, I know there's
unless Milky's got experience. All I've got is like Brian Lupo, which I trust him, being he's the Marine guy that I know, and so one of his people is Patriot Supply, one of his sponsors, and I'm thinking, well, if they're backing him and he's talking all the koofy shit and the jabby shit, and I trust him, so that's all I can go. But that's full disclosure. That's how I get it. I haven't. My only version of that shit was real live Army MRE shit, and I still say Chili Mac's the best. So
Everybody says Chili Mac's the best.
I know there's Mountain House. I know there's a couple others like Patriot Supply, but
like
I just
Augustin Farms and
Hey.
Monty, go with the highest number of calories per serving if you can.
what was that farms one you just said?
Augustin Farms.
Augustin?
Yeah, that's a really, really popular brand.
Yeah.
With the AUG?
Correct.
Okay.
And sort of compare the price per ounce or pound, whatever you're buying, with the number of calories per serving. Get dense food,
Right. Biox. Out of curiosity, Biox says don't buy buckets, and then he said Peak, Refuel, and Mount House. Are those other styles of that kind of food box? Okay.
Well, here's my take on like food storage like that. You have the ready to eat ones, like the Mountain House and stuff, or MREs or whatever. I don't store a whole lot of those because I can get more bang for my buck buying bulk foods, beans, rice, that kind of thing. Yeah, you have to cook them. So you have to make sure you have a way of doing that. But when it comes down to it, you're going to get a lot more food for less after you have like those easy ones you can take with you if you have to leave or something like that. But bulk food's where it's at, guys. I'm telling you, you're going to want as much as possible.
I was just wondering because I keep mentioning my brother about these shortages and stuff, and he's still going out for himself and his son and buying fast food and stuff. And I'm like, dude, there's shortages coming.
Well, and the thing, something you might talk to him about, Monty, is it's kind of like when we talked about tools and stuff, having it, that's just, okay, you made one step. Well, it's like that. Okay, but if that's their daily routine and then all of a sudden the day comes when that's not the availability, now they have to adapt to that. Now's the better time. Go ahead and start adjusting to eating some different food. You might shed a few pounds, start going outside. You might be prepared for some power outage, some heat of the day shit. So people ought to be more fluent and get more accustomed and kind of, accustomed and acclimated. There we go. I knew that word was
acclimatized.
I just had to fish for it. I will hear Aloha Prepper mentioned somebody else said nutrient survival, and then also said Peak Foods was featured by Canadian Prepper. So apparently
gotcha.
There are
all
various,
I got is Army. Ooh, sorry, girl.
There's various reasons some people might want to stack up a few of those. Like we spoke to Zach about having just a bucket of them for, some of the pouch ones maybe, or if you don't have space, you live in a studio and you can't store huge bits of bulk food, think about the Sterilite buckets, because beans and rice suck down really well. In a Mylar, they get just about flat. And that's more bang for the buck. So I'm agreeing with Milkmaid's suggestion. I do not prioritize those products. I have a handful of, a few of the Augustin number 10 cans, and I've got a handful of the bag style ones, but I don't put a lot of money into it at all.
Yeah.
Aloha Prepper says in Hawaii, she also buys from restaurant supply stores.
That's another source.
Good idea.
Restaurant. If you look around, you can find bulk foods, and it's harder right now because people are paying attention a little bit more. But everything from like dehydrated foods to freeze-dried to, and then just the bulk stuff.
Biox says, I've tried a couple of different ones. Peak and Mountain House are the best. I've done a lot of research. I think what Biox was saying too is, because I read another one up there, was just buying the bucket is just, that way you don't end up with some random assortment, but to kind of just buy stuff I think is where he was going, so that in those two you can actually go pick the items that you like and stock up on those.
And Indy's got it.
What's the name of the Peak? Just Peak.
I think it's just Peak, P-E-A-K.
Peak Foods.
Peak
Yeah.
Foods and Mountain House.
It's backpacking food, and Mountain House is pretty good.
Thank you, Mookie.
Hey, y'all. I'm
Hey,
back.
Nikki.
Sorry.
Hey, Nikki.
And Indy says Alaska preppers suggest having a year of food before storing long-term foods.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
hmm
I kind of just throw them all in one category because it's like, I prep what I eat,
It's peak
So we eat-
refuel money.
rice, and
Working
beans.
pantry is the idea, not so much you stack certain things and whatever, but a working pantry, the
All right.
food that you store and can and grow and all in rotation. Just get up to whatever benchmark you want and then work it.
Yes. You know what we ate last night? Those meatballs.
Ooh, how'd they come out?
They were
Oh.
good. I actually opened our meatballs that I had canned, and I hadn't tried them yet, and I was curious so that I knew if I liked them or not, so I could can some more or make some more. But they were good. I made rice, and I just not in tomato sauce, but the next time he was like, "Okay, let's have this with some red sauce," and I was like, "Okay." The next time, but I just made some rice, and I took the broth of the broth that was in, or some of the broth from the meatballs, the broth and the fat, and put it in the rice that I cooked. So I cooked up, some rice
Nice.
with that to flavor the rice, and then I just mixed like a can of cream of mushroom soup with a little bit of the rest of the broth,
Yeah.
and mixed it and put the meatballs in
Yum.
that, and heated it and put it over the rice. It was good. It was good. I will totally
Oh,
can
yeah.
meatballs again. Everything's
That's
an
awesome.
experiment. Yeah.
So Mayor of Social Media says, is anybody prepping eggs before they go super high in value? I heard they were going to hit over $1 per egg. I can believe it. They just had another egg chicken place for
Yeah.
eggs
Mm-hmm.
went down. So,
Yeah.
and I will
Yeah.
say we've had some people up here too. Mayor is some of the people have even talked about playing around with dehydrating the eggs and freeze drying eggs, and so everybody's kind of has different approaches on them. Nikki just raises hers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I got eggs coming out my ears right now, but I do have those 2 half-gallon jars on the counter right now that I tried the water glassing of eggs.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's the first time I've done it. So we'll see. And I want to keep them for, 3, 4, 5, 6 months and try them and see how it goes. So I know for next year if I want to do a lot more.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Mayor. Definitely suspicious. I think we're up to like 38 different food places now.
I think it's more than that now.
There was another one just, from what Monkey was talking about yesterday on his, there was another one. I'm like, golly. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yep.
So strange how that's happening,
Yeah.
Although I was talking to my husband about it because I'm like, do you think it's intentional? Because it
Yeah.
seems intentional. And he said, yeah, I do. He said, but there is, potentially an explanation for that. And basically what he was saying was, during all the lockdowns, some locations would be shut down. And so in order to, when they came back online, not all of them did. And because parts are difficult to get, they've been cannibalizing, parts and stuff from other places and running at full capacity now with replacement parts that aren't necessarily replacement, if that makes sense, like new.
Yeah.
So that could be a partial explanation for why there's so many fires and stuff like that. But, then again, I take everything with a grain of salt, it all.
Yeah. Yeah, and some of
tried-
those places were new too. It's like the one Walmart place was like a little over a year old. And it's like, Not to mention,
Yeah.
it's kind of like you have a format for doing this. There's thousands of them all over. And how come none of those did? Because you use the same plans. And it's, but I could see where some of it, there's, it's probably, yes, I don't think 100% all of them are probably nefarious, but I would I would not be shocked to find out that 3/4 of them are nefarious.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Right.
you do have accidents. Hell, you just can't have, a damn million businesses without having some weird accidents every now and then. So shit's gonna happen. But I will say that some of this, and then you take California with the rice field. So see, then there's even some actions intentionally that are kind of like, wait a minute. The headlines: Mexico got their first U.S. potatoes ever in 25 years. And it's like, well, ain't that some weird timing? The shit we're fixing to have shit on the shelves. And 25 years, you decide, hey, you know what? We're hooking you up with some potatoes.
Yeah, let's ship the potatoes to Mexico. No. Everything I get here in Texas is from Mexico, it seems like. All the avocados and all the,
That cracked me up. I just, 25 years, and they bragged about that too. It's like for the first time in 20, it's like, yeah, we could probably use those here, because there was just a story where y'all destroyed a couple of tons.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
So,
This is-
yeah.
this has been a really weird night, y'all. I was sorry I had to drop out. I was getting a phone call from my mom.
Oh, how is she?
She okay?
Mom's fine. But I was getting a phone call, and it was, hey, you need to go pick Dad up from my dad's at the ER, because the fall alert wasn't a fall alert. It was Mom actually hitting the button that's why I got the call at 11:53. They called me and woke me up at 11:53 just to tell me, hey, this happened, and we talked to your mom, but it was your dad that fell, and we sent help. Okay, cool, right? To get him up.
Mm-hmm.
But then Mom called a few minutes ago, or whatever, whenever I ducked out. She was like, oh, well, he's at the ER, but he's ready to be picked up. So I was getting ready the last, 10, 15 minutes I've been off. I've been like, oh shit, grabbing my stuff, and Jeremy and I are making coffee, and we're getting ready to go pick Dad up. But my sister called, and George's, anyway, it's handled, but welcome to my life. You get woke up in the middle of the night, and then you're like, oh shit, and you can't go back to sleep, and then, but Dad had bradycardia. His bradycardia was at 39 instead of 79 or whatever. You know what I mean? They hooked him up, and they were like, oh, nope, we're taking him to the emergency room. Okay. But he's fine. Ish.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Well,
Angry? Yeah. I saw that. Saw some people post a picture when they went over to Mexico. Big old pallet of formula in the store.
No.
So, you know what's really cool about living in Texas? You go to these flea markets, like over in Security. Rescue probably knows where Security is, right next to Cut and Shoot.
Cut and Shoot?
Yeah, there's Cut and Shoot. There's literally a town named Cut and Shoot. I
Yes,
shit you
that-
not. And then
Police force,
Security,
post office.
and then Security is right next door, and they have this big flea market thing. And I buy amoxicillin, bottles of amoxicillin from Mexico. Same stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Comes in handy. It's a good thing about living close to Mexico, because we get that stuff. It's a whole bunch. And I buy my dried Mexico chilies and everything there. It's awesome.
Yeah. Hey, Mayor was saying we can also use lime and water. Yeah, you can. That's basically what Nikki was talking about, water glass, and we both do it.
Yes,
But-
pickling lime and water. Yep.
Or slaked lime, kind of the same thing actually, or a hydrated lime. But a big caveat to that is that you need eggs fresh from the farm, like that haven't been washed, because
Right.
if the bloom is removed, it won't work the same.
Right.
The bloom
And they
is a
have-
protective covering on the egg.
Pristine.
So just to say that kind of in a one-liner then. So the lime and water principle is good, but with fresh laid eggs, so that haven't been washed.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't just go all the eggs that you buy in the store for the most part, and I'm not sure where he or she is. But yeah, you can't just go and get grocery store eggs and do that. And I've heard of people putting mineral oil on the exterior
Yeah.
of
I've heard
those.
that one. Mhm.
I've never tested it myself, but the water glassing does work. Homesteading Family, their channel is really awesome. That's where I learned how to do it. She's really, really good about explaining how to do things. And I trust her information because she does the research and she gives quality info. She's not much of a rebel.
Mayor says, why isn't it toy manufacturers or tire manufacturers or something else? It's always the food supply. Well, one, they pretty much killed most of the toy manufacturing because that's all been outsourced now.
Mm-hmm.
And food supply is because a crowd in desperation and hunger, they're more easily controlled.
Yeah. Which is
funny.
why I do believe there's some nefarious stuff going on.
Yeah, there is. I hear your rooster,
Oh, yeah.
and then I hear mine in the background.
I was
Competition
thinking earlier,
mode.
I was like, is that an echo or are they just
No.
competing with each other?
They're competing. Mine is still locked up. It's not even daylight here. But I hear yours, and then I hear mine, and it's funny.
I wonder if they
Right.
can hear each other.
Right?
I have headphones on, so I know he can't hear it.
So are you making the sound effects to translate through the headphones? Is that what you're saying, mate?
I've realized that if I wear headphones, then I can, for some reason, if I'm not on headphones, like if it's just speaker, it cuts out when other
Noise
people talk. I don't
cancellation
know.
kicks in.
Something weird. It messes with how I can hear things, basically.
Oh, Angry's fixing to be getting a storm, he said. Sounds like he is. Hopefully it's not a bad one. Oh, shit. What now? Kiss Off says, whoa, the neighbor's paying $1,500 today. Her hubby stayed at a motel and brought home bed bugs. Yuck. Oh, man.
I just saw an article claiming that the worst impact of bed bugs is in your head. Like they don't necessarily pass on, disease or they're just gross and fuck with your head,
Oh.
Well, yeah, I could say that because if shit's going to crawl on me, I'm not going to sleep very well.
I mean, I wouldn't either. But
yeah.
So Wildflower says there's a coating on eggs that keeps them from spoiling if they aren't washed. You don't even need to refrigerate eggs if you get them from the coop and don't wash.
Yep. Mine sit on the counter.
So true. I have so many on my counter right now. And I gave 4 dozen eggs away like a few days ago.
Damn, we ought to try to make a road trip over there or something.
Right?
Get some eggs from you. Well, I don't know. We'll have to weigh the gas price. It's like, shit, I don't know. Let's see what the dozen eggs going to be at the store. It's like, well, it's going to be twice as much to go over there in gas.
Right.
A caveat to the sitting them on the counter. I mean, they don't last forever, though.
No.
Like, they'll last longer than most things. Y'all know how to test an egg, right? For freshness.
The float test?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Put it in a glass of water.
Yep.
Okay, so
Figured I'd
Mayor of
throw that
Social
out
Media
there.
says, does everybody know that you can make a strong antibiotic out of tree moss and vodka?
Is he talking about, or she? Is it he or she? That would be helpful to know.
Well, it's the mayor, so I don't know.
But you don't have mayoress.
He's got a male figure on his little icon.
Gotcha. I think he's talking about usnea. I think that's how you pronounce it. USNEA.
Oh. And that's a type of moss?
Yeah, it's also called old man's beard or something like that. But usnea is its real name.
Oh, old man's beard. I've heard of that. Yeah.
Nikki done it again.
So, I got a quick question. Did Billy say not to go with the buckets?
Biaxo was saying
Piazza?
he was talking about those random food survival buckets that just have a whole bunch of stuff in them.
Yeah. He was just referred, don't go buy one of them buckets because they go, here, buy this bucket, 25 meals, and then you kind of got this random assortment of shit you don't even know what it tastes like, if you're going to like it or not. So he was kind of going.
The reason I was asking, because I was looking at the emergency essential assortment from Mountain House. It's 22 servings.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was wondering. It's a bucket. So
it's a bucket of assorted things.
Yeah. Hang on.
See, that's what he was talking about, the assortment, because he was talking about, you can try before you buy too, so you kind of pick you some flavors, and then you can just buy those flavors since you know you like them, instead of just having the bucket, but you end up with 6 meals that damn near make you want to puke.
Right. Well, they got four beef stews, 2 breakfast skillets, 2 scrambled eggs and bacon, and 4 rice and chicken.
How much is it?
121.
Oh God, no.
Oh no.
Get out of there. Hit the X. You see the upper right? There's an X.
Yeah.
Hit that.
I already did. Yeah, because 2 or 3 years ago, when I first was looking at Mountain House, they was only 70. They used to be like 65 to 75.
They are skyrocketing in price. Actually.
Yeah,
it's getting hard for them to get their shit too.
Right.
Because I looked at Peak Refuel or August and Farms, and one of them, they're sold out on a lot of stuff. Peak Refuel is.
You're better off.
Even your natural farms, because with the fertilizer issue coming, even just regular farms are going to have issues.
That brings up a good point. Wherever you are, get to know your local farmers, because oftentimes they have excess food, like produce and things like that, or stuff that people don't want to buy because it doesn't look as pretty, because people are dumb.
Yep.
But if you get to know people like that, or people with gardens and that kind of thing, like
I do. My fishing buddy does have 4 or 5 upright freezers full of food, but I'm not going to look at him going, "Hey, can you help me out?"
So, is it going to be okay if the power's been out for a month?
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm thinking of a block smorgasbord.
Talked about how many freezers his fishing buddy had stocked full, and
yeah.
And now when the power goes out, what
he doesn't
happens?
have a generator.
That's the backup.
Right. You got to get that in jars, or like you said, that's happened around here for like hurricanes and stuff. When the power goes out, I get that whole block party barbecue thing. Everybody's pulling stuff out of their freezer and throwing it on the grill, or the barbecue pit or whatever, and everybody, but that only lasts so long,
Well, it also is an accelerated use of your food source. So
yes,
if you could just go ahead and invest, $100, $200, and even just a small generator, if all it does is run those 2 freezers or something, then that's fine. And then get you a couple of cans of gas, fuel for running it. Because then, worst case scenario, power goes out. It's going to be out for a while, where you can at least run the generator while you empty out the freezers and commence to canning and shit.
Right.
That way you don't cook all your food and just go, well, at least it didn't go to waste. And it's like, no, but you're going to be one hungry mofo in a couple of weeks. So
that's the main reason I can. Is because a freezer is a holding cell. And that's why I mostly only do meats, because I'm packing a lot of calories and a lot of protein in that jar that can sit on the shelf.
Aloha Pepper says better to buy number 10 cans of things that you will eat, like powdered eggs and dry milk. It's good to stock.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Bullying again, aren't I?
It's by nature. It's okay. I'm getting used to it. I'm building up scar tissue.
Yeah, Peak Refuel has a lot of their bulk stuff already sold out.
Yeah, Monty, I mean, if you're looking to stock up on food, get some of that, sure, quick, ready to eat meals. But if you're really concerned about having enough food, buy bulk 1 ingredient foods,
either buy some canned stuff, you know, that's ready, or go ahead and get you a canner and then start buying some food or something and doing, you know.
Are you asking for yourself or someone else?
Yeah.
For the three of us, yeah.
So I would agree, you know, go with the basic beans and rice and 100 or more pounds of it, build it up over time. If you can find it right now, either one, beans or rice, for about $1 a pound or less, go stock up on it. With that in mind, go to the dollar store and get cases of soups, even like raviolis. I don't like potted meat like that, but one or two of them, you know, because all of those things you can put over said beans and rice.
Right.
Spices.
And then at least you have actual groceries and not those freeze-dried things. You know, start there, my opinion.
Also, you have to consider the person's ability to actually cook them and know what they're doing with cooking those things. You know,
Exactly.
I kind of have a more, now if you really want the bare bones approach to this, because that's about all I can give. See, this is the family orientated shit. So here comes the hardcore reality version of this. So you have X amount of dollars. Okay. You need X amount of food to stretch as far as you can. So your taste doesn't mean jack shit.
Right.
You need substance, and you need to figure the mass quantity stuff that you can buy the most of with the amount of money you have. And then that's what you start storing. And I say that out of, and it's not just because I'm actually eating chicken noodle soup right now. It's just certain scenarios put you in certain situations and you learn to adapt. So in this moment, if money is an issue, I would go with quantity instead of.
That's true,
taste.
but beans and rice, right?
Oh, yeah.
But beans and
Well,
rice is the best value for the quantity.
Yeah.
But what I'm getting at is, like, it's surprisingly nowadays not everybody knows how to actually cook that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I imagine whoever's got the big bulk part of the rice is only going to let you burn about 1 or 2 pots of rice before some shit's fixing to change. Somebody's going to get a crash course, or we're hiring another cook. But, I would say if you're interested in rice, now would be the time, because that shit's fixing to start going high, and it's going to go high fast with some of the shit that they're pulling.
I meant to tell you earlier, and I could be wrong here, but you know the main reason that you grow rice and patties?
Weed control.
It's not that they have to grow in a puddle of water. They're a grass, but they can withstand being flooded where a lot of the weed pressure that they have can't. So that's why they flood the fields.
Right. Corn. Corn's a grass. We don't grow it in water.
Well, and I
remember learning that and thinking, what the heck? I feel like I've been lied to all my life.
Yeah. That was my first job I ever actually had as a kid, was in a rice field as a flagger for the Dusters. Yep. Thought I was big shit, dude. I think I was like, I can't remember if I was 10 to 12, 10 to 13. I got a 38 revolver strapped on my hip, and I got to walk down these rice fields, and I'd hold these flags up, and then I would take X amount of paces, and then I'd hold the flags up. And if I saw a snake or something, or a gator, then I could shoot them with that pistol. Sometimes I saw snakes, but they ran away too fast for me to show anybody, but I saw them, I promise.
Sure. Hey, book girl.
Hey, man, that was bragging rights, dude.
Right.
I started junior high, and it's like, shit, when I get out of school, I'm fixing to go, and I'm going to work. I wear a gun. And they'd be like, what? And be like, I wear a gun.
When you say flagger and you're holding up flags, what's the point of that again?
Dusters. Field dusters.
Oh, you mean
the crop dusters?
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Nowadays, they just throw up GPS coordinates and they just kind of go out. But before all that fancy foo-ha-ha alien technology, we used to just go stand there with these visual things.
So they don't get too low.
Yeah.
Yeah, wildflower's right. You need lots of protein.
But it only takes one time for them to get real low. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry,
Alrighty.
Jimmy, but
Give me 2 minutes and I'll be right back. Kick the food around.
You're fine, Monty. I don't care.
no,
I don't have thin skin like some people.
No, I was asking what you were saying.
Oh, what was I saying?
Protein.
Wildflower is saying buy lots of canned meats. Protein, protein, protein.
Right.
Yeah, I'm a big protein advocate and fat.
Yeah.
Aloha also has good stuff. Yeah, I prep quinoa too.
Oh, I like quinoa. Quinoa's delicious.
Me too. And lentils are cool because you don't, and split peas, you don't have to soak those.
No. Well, you know,
can
you
just
really
cook them.
you don't have to soak most beans. Most beans are you're not required to soak most. Well, the red ones, the kidney beans, but definitely soak those. But other than that, but lentils, lentils do make a good meat addition. I won't say substitute because I really like the meat, but when you're making, like sloppy joes or something like that with your ground meat, I cook lentils sometimes and put them in there and mix them like half and half with the meat. You can't even tell barely, unless you don't know. And it's delicious. Yeah. Yeah.
The reason I soak my beans, and I sometimes I don't if I'm canning or whatever, but the main reason that I soak them is because that coating on them, same thing with wheat, they have a lot of, is it phytates or phytic acid? I can't remember which, but basically it acts as a chelation agent for minerals and stuff like that, or nutrients in your gut.
By the way, I have scar tissue. Not this.
I was hoping you were listening. But that breaks it down. It makes it easier to digest.
Is that part of why they make you fart? Legit? Is it breaking down that?
I want to say that's potentially a reason, but I couldn't say for sure.
Something in the skin. The outside.
Well, nuts have it. Most grains have it. That kind of thing. That's why you look at older cultures, traditional foods, usually they were soaked and people didn't understand why. But they found that it worked better for digestion or whatever. And didn't know why, but it's just like fermentation with vegetables. It was a storing thing, but actually your B vitamin count goes up because of the bacteria growing in there, the good bacteria.
Oh yeah, so good for you. All of it, everything about fermented food, probiotics, prebiotics, and they're delicious.
Oh yeah. I love not coleslaw, sauerkraut, like homemade sauerkraut, or fermented pickles. Like not just the kind where you pour vinegar water over it, but when you actually ferment them, so good.
Bach said there are certain foods, if you don't process them a certain way, they can kill you or make you really sick. Stuff we eat on a regular basis and don't realize.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, and angry, that is some pretty nasty looking clouds behind your place. So hopefully you don't get in no storm.
Just like going out and picking the wrong kind of mushroom. It can kill you if you don't know what you're picking.
Rudolph says, what does Money like to eat? I remember he said he was a picky eater as a kid. Yeah, well, them kid days are over now.
Hey,
you're in the dark ages now.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a really good question, Hoot. Actually, what do you like to eat? Store what you like to eat.
Hey, I'm friends with quite a few ranches around here that have a lot of cattle and beef up on there. You know what I'm saying? So,
are you the only friend they have, though? So how?
No, but I'm just saying.
saying. Also, Cool Ranch's Doritos don't count.
That's right. Well, no, I'm not saying that. I haven't bought a bag of Doritos in over a year.
Hey,
Well, you have
I
to
wonder if you can
remember-
get those on like a reduced price now. Can you go like to the Doritos factory and say, well, since y'all ain't got any bags to put them in because they're still sitting out in the ship, can I just bring a Ziploc baggie and get a discount?
No, because they burn up because the plane crashed in them.
Right.
That's what made them burn. Remember, someone was telling us on the panel one time you could take Doritos and set them on fire.
Oh, yeah, the oil in them.
Yeah.
Wildflower
And,
said, Milkmaid, what are your... Oh, go ahead, Money.
I was just saying that just made a bigger flame yet.
Oh, yeah, bigger poo. Said, Milkmaid, what are your thoughts on sardines, smoked mussel, clams, and oysters? Things like that for those of us who don't can yet. Lots of canned meat. People don't think of salmon, chicken, etc.
Yeah.
Right.
Speaking of picky, I don't actually really like those things, but the rest of my family does. So we actually do prep those. But yeah, think outside the box with things, you know. And those are probably healthier than, you know, those little potted meat things. But Wizard had a point about metal content too. Although I just don't know enough about that because I don't eat it.
The what?
Yeah, no, we totally smoked oysters and sardines. I know it's not a big thing, but we love them. And we smoked oysters, sardines, salmon. I make salmon patties like once a month. They're delicious.
Tuna.
Oh yeah. Well,
Oh,
of
man.
course, tuna, canned chicken, canned tuna. But I mean, even the weird stuff like the clams. I buy cans of clams when I make homemade clam chowder or the smoked oysters. We will totally just eat those on crackers with some hot sauce as a snack or quick lunch or whatever. Are good
Mm-hmm.
if you like that sort of thing. I mean, yeah, it's not everybody's cup of tea, but
Well, and
you
sometimes
like
they're more
them.
expensive than other stuff. Like tuna is pretty cheap.
And canned chicken's always like the go-to, you know. Chicken salad. You can throw a can of canned chicken in like one of those stovetop stuffing things and a can of green beans on the side or whatever, and it's a 5-minute all from your pantry meal. And it's
Right.
not bad, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, if you don't have a pressure canner, buy canned chicken or whatever you like. For sure.
Yeah.
Now, do you got
I
a
have
certain brand of the canned chicken that you prefer? Because
Oh,
I
I
will
don't.
say just the term canned chicken actually makes me nervous, to be honest.
No, it's not bad. I just buy the Kroger brand.
I'm good
I
at Sam's
think
Club.
the Costco canned chicken is pretty good.
Yeah, see?
Mhm.
Store brand. Fine.
I've got a crap ton of the stuff I've bought and then the stuff that I've actually canned too. But yeah, I use the off brands.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. I learned about this way back in college, but a lot of your brand name canneries, like Del Monte, that kind of thing,
Mhm.
the places that make those, all they do is switch a label.
Right.
And
it's the
then they're
same
making the
as store brand. Yep.
Mhm. Not always with everything, but for a lot of stuff, yeah. And you're just paying for that name.
Later, box. Don't work too hard, brother.
Have a good one. Hugs and kisses.
Letterbox.
Heads on a swivel.
Later.
Let's see, Nikki. Wildflower says, yes, Nikki, smoked oysters, clams, or mussels on chicken in a biscuit, crackers, yum to me, LOL.
Yep. With a little bit of Louisiana hot sauce on top.
I could see chicken on a biscuit or crackers.
Sardines on a cracker is good too.
Yeah. I'll believe y'all. I'll eat it if I have to, but I'm not a huge fan of sardines. I make everybody eat them outside.
Me neither.
You hear all that quacker gate going on in the background?
I was going to say, I think my ducks are louder than the roosters. Damn it, man.
Wings at Face says, I have never tried to Canton chicken that I know of. Tried the canned chicken.
Canned chicken's my favorite.
Or maybe, yeah, canned.
Canning,
Type
right? Like the home canned chicken. That's my favorite to make chicken salad from.
Oh,
Chicken
yeah.
salad sandwiches. Oh, yum.
Wildflower
good.
says thank you to all of y'all for really appreciate your input.
No problem.
I keep hearing roosters and birds.
Right.
Well, you hear my quail? Y'all hear my quail? Hang on, I'll walk
Nope.
out there.
Let us hear
You
your
don't hear?
quail.
Yeah.
Not
Are
them.
they handy?
Do you got
It's
the Bob
still
Whites?
dark.
Oh, dang.
It's still dark, but you can hear them, or I can hear them. I don't know if y'all. Clearly, y'all heard my ducks, but
No.
oh god, hear it? That's a little quail roof. It's still dark. Y'all won't be able to see. Even if I turn the camera on, you couldn't see it. But
Well, what the?
Right.
Well, who are
I'm
you
saying
to
it's
tell us
dark.
what we can do or can't do? We have the right to see whatever
Yeah.
we want.
Yeah, earlier
Right.
Rescue was talking
Call me
about
bossy.
Rescue was talking about a person watching you around the corner of your house.
Right, but it's
We
still
can
dark.
identify your birds however we wish.
Yeah, no
Right.
matter what pronouns you use.
Right?
Don't tell us how to identify.
Aw.
To me, it's not a he, she, him, or whatever it is. It's a skillet. It's a meal in a skillet.
Chicken catch a toy.
Sorry.
Did y'all hear it?
No,
little-
we were all too loud.
My bad. Oh,
Are you stepping on it to have it make noise?
She's thumping
No.
it in the head. That's why she won't put it on camera. She's thumping it in the head, going, "Come on, make a sound." I'm trying to tell her to make sound.
If I squeeze it, it'll more sound.
Oh, I heard it.
Well, you can't really see them. I'm telling y'all, it's dark here still.
Oh,
That's okay. You
dang.
don't have to pull its wings anymore. It's okay. We heard it. Poor
Bird.
thing. Thump, thump. There. Oh,
Oh,
see?
yeah.
Goodness.
That was loud and clear.
Now, you
Yeah,
know that,
well, I
that
put
was
it
a
right up-
terror scream. Did you
I
hear
put
that?
it
That
right
was a
up-
terror scream. That was like a scream off of
It was
Friday
not.
the 13th.
Oh, whatever.
That's just how loud they are when you're right up next to the cage. They're not quiet. I mean,
that
they're
poor bird sounded like it got plucked.
Right? She probably pulled one of its tail feathers.
She just hobbled one. Went all gangster on it.
oh,
So, Nikki, do you got the quail with the, what we usually call around here the Bob Whites?
no, it's not. We don't have Bob Whites. We have the Coturnics, jumbo Coturnics.
So how long is it from chick to table?
About 8 weeks.
About 8 weeks. Damn, that's a quick turnover.
Yeah, that's why I
Late
started
early,
with
too.
quail, but we have cut way back on the quail. I only have, about a dozen out there, and I have 4 in the little cage right here on the porch, and then I have some more in the incubator. And I really was talking to Jeremy. I was like, can we just do away with the quail? Because, I started with quail and then rabbits, and then I got ducks and then chickens. Fucking chickens. And so now I'm over here going, this is too much. Can we just get rid of the quail? Because, they're delicious, but damn. This is it's a lot.
Reminds me of that cartoon I sent you, Nikki.
Right?
It's like, we're just going to have chickens, and then
Yeah.
quail, and then
And then-
rabbits, and then
and then-
goats.
And then,
And then you get rid of something because it pisses you off, and then you get
Right.
something else.
right. Well, I'm just over here going, the chickens, when we do a butcher day, quail are delicious. They really are. But damn, it takes a lot of quail to feed a lot of people.
Right.
And so
Mhm.
when you're looking at it from the aspect of we're doing this for survival, not that we can't get stuff now, but in the future. But I'm over here going, well, the ducks and the chickens and the rabbits are a lot bigger. So that's a lot less work for one animal as opposed to, having to butcher. Although quail are really easy to butcher and process, they really are, but they're so small. Even though we get, we have the jumbo ones, they're still really small.
Those
So
bite-sized deviled eggs, though.
yes, but you know how much of a pain in the ass it is.
No doubt.
Little tiny quail eggs. Oh.
I was gonna say, how hard are they to peel? Because my sister-in-law, she raises quail, and she always has those eggs, and they're hard as hell to crack those shells. But she made them one time. Cute little deviled eggs.
They're so good. They're really good, and they're cute. But I have to say, now that I have chickens and ducks, I don't even use the duck egg anymore. The duck eggs and the quail eggs, this is so bad. I boil them and I feed them to the chickens.
Nothing wrong with that.
Just saying.
Turning a small egg into a bigger egg. I like it.
Right.
I feed them to the chickens, or I use them as fertilizer when I plant stuff.
I mean, I do that with milk. Like,
right.
If I don't feel like dealing with the milk, which I'm kind of in the process of drying her off right now. But
you feed it to the pigs?
Feed it to the pigs. And guess what? Yeah. Now her feed is part of my business for selling pigs. So I can write that off.
There you go.
It's not just for personal use.
That's right.
Kind of cool.
Just kind of trying to get this whole circle thing, like this year for the garden. The garden's a crazy disaster of a mess, but no fertilizer, no, outside fertilizer, none of that. It's all the rabbit poop, chicken, quail poop. It all goes into the compost pile, and then the compost goes in the garden, and then, the whole circle thing, and then I make that stupid swamp water stuff. But it works.
Yeah.
Like
it works.
Lion King level circle of life.
Yes.
Circle of life. Yeah.
That's what I'm shooting for. That's what I'm shooting for.
Wait, did you just bring up Virginia's favorite movie?
I did.
Oh, that was
tonight.
What happened to Hakuna Matata?
Hakuna Matata. It's a wonderful way.
Like, that's the worst movie ever made.
It's a problem-free
philosophy. Yeah.
Hakuna Matata.
Sorry, I couldn't help it.
That was a good one.
Yeah. That was my daughter's favorite movie when she was like 2, 3. I must have watched that stupid movie like 10,000 times.
What's that fish one with a Dory?
Finding Nemo.
Finding Nemo.
Yeah. God, I watched that so many times. It was my I'm stressed out movie that I'd use because I didn't sleep at all when my kids were little. And I'd put that on for my daughter and then have the baby with me on the couch so I could get some sleep for an hour.
Right.
I'd have that song running in my head all the time.
Oh, y'all. And now I have grandkids, and I only have 2 so far. And they're both boys. And it's so cute that I bought them anyway, that's a whole different. Anyway, then the little play kitchens? I had one grandkid, and we went to this whole community or neighborhood yard sale thing. And he actually went straight up a driveway and got stuck playing with those little play kitchens with all the little food and the utensils and all that stuff. And I was like, all right, I'm going to have some little chefs in the making or whatever. We bought that for them. And the boys absolutely love this play kitchen. Love it.
That's cool.
They love it. And I'm over here going, right on. I'm going to teach these boys how to cook. But where was I going with that? This new, have y'all heard of, it's called Turning Red? About this little Asian girl that turns into a red panda.
Amazing.
My 2 grandsons absolutely adore this movie.
Is it a cartoon or I've never
Yeah,
heard of this.
it's
Huh.
look it up. Okay. Well, right, because I don't have small children. I have small grandchildren, but it's called Turning Red, and it's about this group of friends, but like one of them's an Asian girl, and it's like this family curse kind of thing where when they get to a certain age, she turns into a red panda. Oh, they absolutely. I'm so sick of that movie, man.
It makes you see red.
Well, I
See what you
mean,
did there.
the first 14 times I watched it, it was fine, but now I'm over it, you know?
Where's Ian? Aloha Prepper said, I buy the tuna that is line caught or mercury checked. I didn't know there was a difference, to be honest. I just start this. And it says I also freeze dried fish, beef, chicken, and shrimp.
Sounds like Aloha's got it going on.
Right. Oh, freeze
I
dryer.
love seeing that.
One day.
What?
Freeze dryer. I want to get
Yes.
a freeze dryer one day.
I agree with Wizard.
Grumpy
He
has
said,
one.
"Cool. Love a video on that. Would be the community, ma'am." I think he meant that would be cool for the community, ma'am. Aloha. But it's Wizard. He's got typos.
So would the community, ma'am? Yeah. No, I don't speak whale.
I'm so tempted to say what she says right after, but you don't. It's the most annoying sound in the world. You know, I saw that movie hundreds of times. My sons loved it.
Wait, which movie?
Finding Nemo?
Yeah, Nemo. And
Yeah.
then Dory says, like, "Do you speak whale?" Like,
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I freaking love that character.
yeah, I did too.
Don't touch the butt.
Yeah,
He touched
so
the butt.
cute.
But she
It was
easily
well
got-
written.
She easily got lost and couldn't find her way.
Right.
Well, yeah,
That's
but
it, William. Milky's a backhoe operator.
Hey, William.
Morning, William.
Yeah, speaking of which, I'll stay a little bit longer. I'm kind of dreading going out there,
No,
but I should probably do it before the heat hits. Oh man,
Morning, Sister Marie.
that was hot.
Hope everything's going good, ma'am. Hopefully your day's starting off good.
Hey, lady.
You didn't even have one of those tractor umbrellas over you.
No, I don't even own an umbrella.
Well,
It's
call
funny.
them
I don't
umbrellas.
either.
They're canopies that hold on to the fenders, you know.
I mean, when it rains, I just get wet like a normal person.
That's funny. I don't own one either. I thought I was weird.
Nikki, is it that surprising that we have that similarity? I mean, come on now.
No, it's not.
I'm not
Not a
talking
bit.
about. I'm not talking
Not a
about a regular. I'm not talking about a regular umbrella.
Right.
I don't know. Jungle could be up to that by now because you're going to have a lot of people wanting to try to squeeze dollars out of anybody.
Is he talking about like the prepping industry? I wonder.
Well, yeah, he's talking about like
industry
with the
is all
marketing.
marketing, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I'm in fact not a fan of the term prepping, and no dogging on anyone who uses it in their name for their channel or whatever, or relate as preppers. It's like a lifestyle thing to me to have a working pantry, to have X amount of food in there, to if I can grow some vegetables in my yard or take advantage of the fruits that naturally grow on the trees and make some jelly and shit and put it up, that's what I'm going to do. But I don't get caught up in that.
Yeah.
There is a heavily marketed one, and then there is just kind of having food on hand and rotating it. There's a difference, I think.
Well, yeah, because
Right.
I think, that term also varies depending on where you're from. Because it's
Yeah.
like,
Mm-hmm.
it's not really prepping down here. It's just kind of stocking up is all you do because it's just a typical way of life. You're just going to stock up is all you're really going to do because already got all the cooking shit,
What?
the grates, the cast iron stuff, and all that kind of crap. So you're really just giving the material.
It used to
Have
be
what you need for where
common
you are.
sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like it used to be, you put up food for the winter or for the hard times, that kind of thing. And if you didn't, well, you did. But Rain Country, she brought up Heidi. She doesn't actually like the word prepping. She likes to use the word preparedness. And when she would talk to people, she's like, y'all have all these insurances. You have your homeowner's insurance and your car insurance and your life insurance, and all that stuff is a measure of preparedness. But apparently nobody thinks about the fact that they have to eat, because we've gotten so warped. So even though you do it 3 freaking times a day, you know.
Well, that and everybody got used to being able to go to the grocery store or to a store within a shorter distance. Not like way back in the day when the farms, the distance between the store and the farm was greater then. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Real quick, just off topic, just 1 sec. So Aloha Prepper, when you say figure out StreamYard to join, because you can come up, just out of curiosity, how do you watch this right now? Is it on a computer or on the TV or on your phone, or how does that? Because I mean, I can send you a quick email that has a link, and if you're on a computer, all you have to do is click that link, and it would open up the StreamYard window.
Yeah, it's just on your browser.
Yeah. So it just depends on how you're connecting to this right now. Okay.
Forgot what I was saying.
About basically the preparedness and how people have all the insurance.
Yeah, well, what got me into it was, well, number one, the first thing, oddly enough, that I ever prepped was toilet paper. Because when I was growing up, for some reason, my parents never got to the point where they thought about the fact that we would run out of toilet paper at the most horrible times. So I swore when I moved out and had my own place and everything, I was like, I'm never running out of toilet paper, ever. So I stocked up on that and kept a supply. But then what actually really got me thinking about food was, my kid had allergies. This is a long time ago, but he was allergic to like everything. And in researching all of that, I started looking at food production and then, types of food and stuff like that, and how a lot of what we eat is unhealthy. But then I started looking at the systems and the just-in-time system, and realized, oh my word, that is fragile as all get out. And that is what spurred me, before any political stuff or anything like that. I realized all it takes is a couple of hiccups, and we saw that it happened. And now we're really actually facing something quite severe, I think. Because those supply chains are breaking down.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick. So Virginia or Nikki or Milkmaid, do y'all connect through an iPhone, or do you have
on a laptop?
iPhone.
Totally Android. I'm anti-iPhone.
Okay. So Milkmaid.
Knew there was something wrong with you.
Yeah.
Well,
I felt the same when you didn't. I felt the same when you didn't like Reese's peanut butter cups. Damn
Thank
it.
you. That's what I was thinking. Now it's making sense.
That's it. Let's all fight on
No.
That was
You
really
know, I
apple.
still absolutely adore you. You know that.
Mm-hmm. We all have flaws.
I think it's sympathy is what she's trying to say.
Oh,
Like
that's funny.
chili. Oh, whatever.
Yeah.
You got to feel for Milkmaid now. You really got sympathy because she's just an apple sheet.
I use what I got.
No, I get it. My husband actually converted fairly recently to an iPhone, and he's trying to figure it out still. He's like, what the fuck is this?
Mm-hmm.
So can you walk Aloha Prepper like on an iPhone? Like, what is that going to look like for her? Like, I email her.
Yeah, I can do that. All right. So what you're going to do, Aloha, is, They went Virginia.
She's down in
Oh,
Cheshire.
She never says goodbye. I feel like
No, and I don't
hurt.
understand because Bug Out wasn't even up here this time, so I don't know.
Yeah, but Aloha, what you'll do is you'll just literally click on that link, right? And it'll pop up in Safari or whatever browser you have your default browser as, or you can tell it to. You hold on to it and it'll say open in, and then you choose your browser. And then what it looks like is you click on it, it's saying, you know, something about microphones, good lighting makes you look great, blah, blah. And then you'll see your face, and then you'll see your name underneath, which you can change if you want. And you'll see, it'll ask you to allow camera. So you have to click allow. But then you can turn your camera off or your mic off. There's 2 buttons there. And then it'll say enter stream. So once you've picked out whatever you want to do in that window, you enter stream, and then Rescue will bring you up on panel. It's really simple, actually. There's nothing special about it. Yeah, Wizard, I just figured it out by hitting buttons. You married Grandma, Sister Marie? I'm just kidding. It's very good advice. Oh yeah, he was explaining the whole thing. Oops. Thanks, Wizard.
Okay.
He's a good dude right there.
Okay, ma'am, email sent. So check your email and start the process.
Her default icon or whatever, it will be what she has most likely, because it'll go through, well, it may not go through YouTube.
I think it has to, because I think I got that option on to verify.
Okay. Oh, there may be some, if she's never done it before, there may be some additional steps that I can't remember. I just clicked buttons until it worked. It's pretty much
This
how I
has
do
got to
everything.
start eventually, damn it.
Christmas tree Reese's? That's horrible.
Oh, those are good too.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, she's Milkmaid Aloha saying, do you use a headset with a mic or just the iPhone mic?
I have my headphones that I listen to, you know, music or whatever. It's Bluetooth, but I mean, you can use either. You don't need anything special. You can just use the mic on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty hard to mess up on it.
I think your rooster won. Mine shut up, but I haven't let him out yet.
Well, this one never shuts up.
I can still hear yours in the background.
I purposefully, yeah, see, there he goes again. I purposefully didn't get a rooster for a while there because I had roosters before. Well, you know the story.
Uh-huh.
But my neighbors have them, so I got to listen to them anyhow. So you can hear them. I think their crowing bounces off the mountains.
Well,
And they
we butchered all but one. He was the lucky one. Everybody else is in the freezer or in jars.
Do you still have a crooked beak?
No.
I canned.
Literally.
She pissed you off, right?
It ended up being a rooster.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
One
which
too many
was
days in the
weird.
pizza.
That made the decision easy, didn't it?
Oh, real easy. When he started crowing, I said, "Oh, hell no." Mm-mm.
He
Nope,
tried to sneak in as a hen, but you know,
I didn't know this.
his pronouns give him away.
right,
Good morning,
right.
Gift.
Have you heard about hens? Like, if there's no rooster around, a hen will start behaving like a rooster and even crow. I had never heard of that before. I kind of thought people. Go ahead.
Well, no, I've heard that. I actually watched a video on that, and I thought, no way. I didn't believe it, but
Yeah, me too.
sorry, coughing, sick, y'all. I didn't believe it, but apparently it's a thing. But hens are not. They're not quiet. The hens when they go to.
No.
Oh, Lucky Dame was talking about that on her show yesterday afternoon or whatever. I caught part of that. She was like, hens. I mean, roosters are loud. You hear mine in the background? No, I haven't let them out. Roosters are definitely louder, but hens are not the quietest. Like when they go to lay an egg, especially when they're confused or they're mad or they're fighting for a spot to lay an egg, they're
running from a fox.
Morning, Benjamin.
Right.
Coffee you doing?
They make a racket when they're laying.
They do.
I mean, I told you, like, back when we had like 50 chickens at one time, and then they all became egg eaters. But they would act like it was because they became egg eaters when one hen would, do the laying, whatever you want to call it, song. It doesn't sound like a song though. But all the other chickens would come running like it was a dinner bell. It was so gross. Chickens are gross. I know some people love them.
They're crazy.
Those fucking chickens.
Fucking chickens. Video is so funny. I watch it like once a week. Fucking chickens.
Dude, that guy's hilarious.
Oh yeah, Sean Boland, and then in parentheses,
Rusty Eyeball.
Rusty Eyeball. Yeah, I watched all. Man, some of his cooking videos are really good though.
Right? And entertaining. Because some cooking is just boring.
Dude, his chili rellenos look delicious, and the meatball or the meatloaf one was hilarious because he made it in the shape of basically a male genitalia.
Male unit.
That one, did you see that one? The meatloaf on the pan. Oh my god, it's funny.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Oh yeah. And his wife is so cute. She's funny. I love it.
Kind of kiss off North Texas, Louisiana, northwestern, down into the southern, kind of this whole region.
In case you couldn't tell by his accent.
And then, I mean, as far as the lineage thing, I don't know. Actually, I know that there's some Indian in there. There's some, I think my mom had found some Spaniard stuff. There was some Irish stuff. I don't know. That's, I guess, why I've never really gave a shit about this whole, I'm an American. I'm an American. There you go.
Freaking Heinz 57, right?
That's it.
Definitely.
So that's where I'm from. I'm here now.
Wasn't terribly surprised, but I think a lot of mine is Irish, Scottish.
I'm in Texas, kiss off. So she said, "Are you near our state?" I'm in Texas, southeast Texas, in the piney woods.
I don't know that I would call that Southeast Texas so much as just East Texas. Just saying.
I think y'all should have a fight about it.
No.
Go.
I mean, Texas is kind of so crazy. He's totally in East Texas. South Texas is a whole different world, man. Like Benavides and Brownsville and down there. Woo! Different.
Texas is so huge.
It really is huge.
I mean, when you compare, like, say, European countries, because like Pennsylvania, the reason that it's the size that it is, it's supposed to be the same size as England, or at least that's what I heard, in the history books. And I didn't pay attention like I should have, but probably a good thing because now I'm realizing a lot of that was skewed.
Right.
But
so, kiss off when you say, like, have you been in are you talking about Pennsylvania at all? Yes, I mean I drove through there. That was the driving days. And actually, wait a minute.
Maybe a city. Penna.
No, actually I did, and it was after basic I was over there. Totally confused if I remember that trip that time, because that was the first time I was exposed to some weird towns that had some 8 and 10-foot concrete walls that go up to their front yard. And it was like, holy shit, man. And then I realized in the snow that becomes like a trough. I remember. So yeah,
Gotcha.
I've been there. A gentleman I was in the Mark with, Mark Erickson, I think was the guy's name. I remember him from Basic. Little fuzzy-headed dude. I don't know why I remember him, but
Fuzzy-headed.
yeah, because you know how when you're 17 and 18 and you used to have hair, and then all of a sudden you end up with the burr, and then about 2 or 3 weeks in, you end up with that straight stubble because your hair has no idea what to do, because it's like, oh shit, all the weight's gone. And he was one of those that just had like the little. Pew. Oh well, cool. Kiss off. If I can get it that way. Well, you know what? Depending on what happens, I would gladly come to Pennsylvania, because Doug Mastriano, I would love to meet that man and shake his hand. I like him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just the way he kind of. I mean, okay, I don't know how I'll say this. I don't mean this to sound as bad as it's going to. So. But he's.
Are we all gonna hate you for it?
I was going to say he's pulling a bug out.
Well, maybe, but no, it's just so he has a way of talking, and I like what he says, because he's all about, like he's airborne, so he maintains that mentality of the integrity, peace through strength, accountability. But he has a soft way of talking, so he ain't got that drill sergeant kind of tone to him, but he's got, he's got the right words. He has a softer way of saying, no, this is just what we need to be doing, is this right here. This is the right thing. So he doesn't do no, this is the right thing. He just kind of does it. So I like him. I mean, plus, like I said, hey, I hold a person accountable for their character. And so far, his actions, he seems to be staying true to the integrity and honesty of things.
So is that like a YouTube channel?
Who?
The guy you're talking about.
Doug Mastriano? No, he's actually, I think he won his primary he wasn't until now. And now it's like, okay, well, all you crooked shits. And he tried to say something with the stolen stuff that they did, and dude, his own corrupt state legislation kind of kept him isolated out of committees and kept him from showing stuff. So he's decided, and kiss off, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's running for governor of Pennsylvania, so that then that way he can get that shit under control. And I think another gentleman named Matt DePerno is running for Attorney General of Pennsylvania. And between them two combos, they're fixing to clean house up there.
That would be nice.
Yeah, governor. Well, and he's all about the founding and the actual, and like, I don't know, man, nowadays, tell me you have faith in those 3 documents and you've already gained a lot of my support, because I can see right now there's a lot of people that just talk that shit and don't believe in it.
Oh, yeah. This is why, it's probably bad, but I don't follow politics as much, and I should. I follow it a little bit, but I've gotten so disenfranchised with it all. That's why I think if things come crumbling down, it's not that we couldn't fix it, but I think it would take forever, and I don't know if we have time. So I'm hoping that in the rebuilding, if that happens, that those things won't be forgotten, and we'll have, maybe some checks and balances that we didn't think of beforehand. It's so hard, though, to consider what kinds of checks and balances would really work better,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's not. It's like you want to kind of. It's like we need to get some people in there that'll at least look like they're standing behind this, and then pick up that. But then I think, man, one of the first things we got to start harping on these people is the power of the lobbyist and term limits.
I was going to say term limits is the first thing for me. Term limits.
Well, take that money out of their back pocket and put a limit on how long you're going to be there. And to me, those two factors will change then. That will ripple changes, for years to come. And then as long as the majority keeps focused on getting back to liberties and freedoms, then it's not, and it doesn't have to be hard. You got to start putting that back into play in society. Accountability. So, yes, ma'am.
What I think is interesting. So when they were laying out the founding documents, and I'm not really bright on all of this, I don't know a whole lot. However, I think what they recognized was that there will always be people who want power. There will always be greedy people.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the ones that are going to go for it. They're going to be the loudest. They're going to be the ones really working at it. And I think the checks and balances were for that, because we have to recognize people are people. That's something I'm really realizing across the board, is that you can't really actually get rid of that in society. So you have to kind of put some checks and balances and walls in place, and teach people to recognize it, for lack of a better word, because most people will fall for anything, especially if it sounds nice.
Well,
it's dangerous, in my opinion.
We had a system, and rather, it can be dug and find little things, but for the most part, so there was this voting thing that gets put in play, and I think it probably would have worked a lot better, but we just, as you do things, you just, since that's not on your front burner, but your kids are, your work is, the light bill is, the house is, so your attention, you don't intentionally mean to look away, but you just get accustomed to it. After then you grow up in this generation where that's not really a focal point, unless that's your forte is politics. Well, then now you come up, you've got and so you go in a couple of generations, and then all of a sudden that's where I worry about. The hardest part is getting people to kind of go back to that, because it should be as easy as Uvalde's an example. Like that happened, and then the minute that guy did that, and that town heard, they needed to remember that the people are the power. So the people's voice is what allows that. But see, that's a mental disconnect. So everybody wants a voice, but they don't realize that, no, all you got to do is focus this voice in the same direction, and all of a sudden it has a lot of power.
True, but I think you hit the nail on the head. Most people are busy just trying to make ends meet or deal with their own stuff in their lives.
I was going to say that same thing. We grew up in a really easy generation, and as did my parents. I have to say, my parents, they weren't, they were after the grandmother that went through the Great Depression and all that. And then they just had it easy, so to speak, easy. They went to work, had their careers, made a living, raised us as Generation Xers. And so my parents were, I don't know, I think it's kind of in between. So the last two generations in my family have been super easy.
Right.
But how do we get back to, people are not prepared for what's coming because it's so easy.
Well,
and we're...
Go ahead.
With Nikki saying we're not prepared, we've inadvertently put on some golden handcuffs, and a lot of people, that's why I really get concerned when people are like, oh, I don't need to stock food. I'm going to fight the powers that be and blah, blah, blah. But you can't do that if you don't have supply, you know? Like, and people now, I worry, you know, words are cheap, actions are expensive, and I really do feel like a lot of people will end up bending the knee, even though they don't like it, for their survival. And that concerns me. Like, that's why I try to get people to prepare, not just so that they'll survive, but they'll be able to make an impact later on, that they'll be able to say no. Because, you know,
right.
Sorry.
Resist. Like we were talking about that the other day. Yeah. Yes. People are not right.
Yep.
We need to resist. It's so.
Can you hear us okay, Aloha?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
ma'am.
Oh, okay, cool.
You did it.
Yay!
This is cool. Okay, but I didn't put a little sticker over my camera. I don't know how to make the icon. I'll figure it out.
If you
I'm like in my pajamas, no makeup, nothing.
Okay.
I hear ya. Aloha, just for, first of all, hi. And then if you look at your screen, right, you'll see on the bottom below this panel, you'll see yourself. If you tap on that, it'll show edit name, edit audio avatar. If you click on edit audio avatar, you can choose a picture from your phone. And if you want to change your name, you can. What, am I supposed to be doing this?
No, I made you full screen just so that she's still up on panel, but in case she does a camera but doesn't want it, then it won't show to anybody else.
Gotcha.
Right.
Smart.
See, I haven't even done that edit avatar. Like, you see mine. When I hit the cam thing to turn off my camera, it's just the eye for in between prepping. I haven't chosen a picture yet, y'all. Like, Jeremy and I were talking about that the other day, and he was like, give me a picture, I'll change it for you. And I was like, I don't know.
You need a crazy looking chicken.
Maybe I can go back and take a picture of that crazy chicken, or go back and look at a picture of the crazy chicken.
That would be fantastic.
Crooked Beak is gone. It's gone.
The picture.
Well, she's got an orange background now.
Right, that's what I saw. I didn't see our names up earlier, Rescue. I didn't know if that was just me or what.
No, I might not have turned it on. I didn't. I'm sorry. There we go.
Yeah, I didn't see it either, but it's okay.
But
I know.
Aloha.
Aloha.
All I see is milkmaid front and center.
Well, yeah. We're all still on panel. I just got her full screen, so that way if Aloha was doing her. Oh wait, I just saw a blink of theirs. There's the icon.
Okay, I think I figured it out then. Thanks, Milkmaid.
Cool.
No problem.
So
and if you look, sorry.
That's a picture of our staycation in Kona. The sunset that was there.
Beautiful.
So I know Steve is our sunset king, but okay.
I was going to say, so if you want to see chat, right, look down at the bottom where you have mic cam settings, chat, leave. The leave is how you leave the panel. But if you click on and it's right next to chat, so, you know. But if you click on chat, you'll see at the top private chat and comments. So the comments is what everybody's putting in chat. And if you click on private chat, that's how you can talk to the people on the panel. Nobody else sees that but the people on panel.
Right.
So like I'm going to type something and then you see it, right? So just so you're aware, nobody explained that to me. I just had to figure it out. Because I'm surrounded by a bunch of meanies and bullies.
She was the bully. I think people just ran scared is what it was.
Yeah.
Oh. I don't know if she meant to mute her mic, but
yeah. So right now you're muted, Aloha. And Rescue can do it if he's feeling particularly mean that day. He can mute you.
Golly.
Okay, rookie mistakes. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Thanks for having me on
Oh.
panel. I appreciate it. Yeah,
You
so I
got it.
grabbed my daughter's iPad and so I could follow the chat separate from my phone. So thank you for being great mentors. Appreciate that. And then what I realized was I had her iPad on parental controls, so she can't view Rescue's videos.
Oh,
But I did figure out how to undo her parental controls. So I'll have to just remember to put it back on before she gets her iPad back.
yeah, they do that. I'm waiting to see just how long the channel survives because that new little list that they came up with, somehow I just see that being a good open door for all these little click, click, click.
This list of words.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. I mean, it's like the first option's unwanted commercial content and spam. And it's like, well, why did you go to that channel if you didn't want to hear that commercial content? I mean, it's like.
I'm not even aware of that. Did I miss something?
In chat, in YouTube chat, if you click on the little dots like you would normally, just say report or block somebody. If you click on report now, there's a list and it's like unwanted commercial content or spam, pornography or sexually explicit material, child abuse, hate speech or graphic violence, promotes terrorism, harassment or bullying, suicide or self-injury, or misinformation.
Oh, there's some new ones because they used to have some of that stuff, but not. Oh, wow.
Not the unwanted commercial content, misinformation, harassment or bullying. I think that used to just be listed under the hate speech. Promotes terrorism. And then I'm sorry that when we kind of watch these hearings, well, their definition of that is definitely different than everybody else thinks.
And the scarier part about that, Rescue, is that for us who are watching a show late at night and we're falling asleep to the loving background music, it's very easy to fall asleep on your phone or accidentally hit those buttons and not even know you're like doing it, right? Because you're literally sleeping. So.
Yep.
I've accidentally put somebody in timeout with it in my pocket. It's way too easy.
That happens. That
should have a
happens
confirm.
Fairly frequent, actually. Little accidental timeouts.
I see what he's saying.
What?
Oh, you mean rescue accidentally? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes the window moves. Yeah, it moves fast, and sometimes you just kind of click it.
And then no sooner as he taps her out, she texts him, cussing him out.
Oh yeah, I have a back door. If you're timed out, you can still type, and it shows up in the chat, but nobody can see it.
Right.
So one time, Ghetto bopped me on the head. So I think, Nikki, was it with you?
Yeah, probably.
To you? Yeah, I said a whole bunch of BS in the chat and screenshotted it and then sent it to somebody I knew who had his number or something like that. Anyhow, I got my point across to him.
Yeah, I hate that. That's a pet peeve of mine. The whole timing people out in chat. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, really? I think it's fun. It's fun if it's like joking around.
Right. But that one, and it's been so long ago, that last live that I did from the bedroom where Jeremy has all his computer screens, all that stuff. All that stuff went down that night, and I was like, nope. That's when I took Ghetto's wrench away and all that. And I was like, nope. I quit doing those because
gotcha.
It's frustrating. I was looking at 3 screens and trying to keep up with everything, and then all that was going on, and then there was, all the craziness back then, and I was like, nope, I'm not dealing with this. I'm out. I just check out. I'm just like, whoop, out. Kind of like Virginia when she leaves. Out. No warning. It's done. I haven't,
I'll be honest. Anybody who hosts,
man.
I don't. I did one live once where I was the, you know, the host or whatever, and that was so much to keep up with. I was
Right.
learning, and then there's the comments, and then there's the politics of it too.
That's
People
what I'm
get
saying.
butthurt, you know.
That's what I'm talking about. It's too much drama. It's like, what? It's a lot to keep up with. Plus, there's a lot of drama, which not necessarily always drama, but sometimes there's drama. But you know what I mean? Yeah, it's a lot to keep up with, girl. It's confusing. And y'all know how bad I am with technology. Imagine me. I mean, y'all saw me doing it. See how bad I was doing it? I was like, I could barely keep up. I was like, what the hell's
I
going
thought you
on?
did good.
You're just being nice.
Aloha.
By the way, thank you for the compliment,
Me?
Sister Marie.
Yeah.
But
to me.
I do get agitated just a little. I've kind of shown my ass a few
Oh,
times.
Sorry,
She said I-
well, we all have asses.
She said I didn't have a mean bone in my body in my virtual living room, and it's gone. And then I noticed. I think Hoodal said, "Sister Marie, have you watched all week?"
I was about to say, yeah, he actually does. Y'all don't know him very well if you don't know that he can get.
I don't have a mean bone. Well, I mean, okay. Full disclosure, yes, I do. I keep that in a very contained little container because that's only in needed purposes in case of emergency. Break glass. It's kind of that option. So
Right.
yeah, because I
I
can't
have that too. I
guarantee-
have to walk away.
Well, yeah, I can't guarantee the outcome on those, so I try to make sure that one stays in its little box and container. But I do have a tendency to get a little agitated. I can get moody. Yeah, well, I just kind of get grouchy sometimes.
Are you sure?
And especially now, my feelings get hurt a lot, especially after Milkmaid's beat up on me for a while, and then she leaves. See, this is what you probably see me as being mean. It's not that I'm really being mean. I've just been suffering some abuse for a few hours, and then she finally left. So I had to just get it out because then I was finally free after being beat on for hours.
Are y'all hearing this? Like, listen to this freaking crybaby.
I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it.
Swear.
You're the one with the violin, not me.
I must add
still
that
trying-
what I love about Rescue's living room here is that everyone just comes as themselves with all their wonderful blessings and all their flaws too, and everyone just sort of accepted for who they are, even with their flaws and all. So I really commend everyone in the community for just keeping it real, but then also trying to be on their best behavior as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Awesome.
Some more than others. But yes, I agree.
Some of us keep it real.
Aloha was putting some good info in chat. Like, I kind of want to hear what she has to say about, preparedness and stuff like that.
That's one smart lady.
Although now I'm putting you on the spot, and that's awkward, isn't it?
Yeah, no problem. Well, I must say I'm actually a baby prepper because I only started prepping in December 2019 when the first cases were coming out of our Asian country there, and I don't know. I guess I just have this I'm a planner till the end. I've always been a planner. I can plan birthday parties 6 weeks, a year out. I can, I'm just a planner by nature. So I think when I saw that and my intuition, I'm just like, ooh, this looks bad. And then I was initially planning for just hurricane season and things like that. But as I started researching and watching YouTube and different things, and I think that's somewhere around the time when I met Indy online too, through some of the channels. And back then we were starting to watch just prepping shows. So, in the beginning, it was starting off with nothing basically. And then watching just different creators and then coming across other content creators, making friends here locally, and then just, accumulating. So now pretty much I'm just where I'm watching the news to see what's the next shortage. And then I hear, oh, it's going to be chilies are in shortage and they're going to stop making sriracha sauce. And that's one of the main ingredients in a lot of Hawaii local food. So I'm like, okay, gotta go get the sriracha sauce. So we go down to Sam's, and you never know how many bottles you need. I figure, okay, maybe 10 for myself, and then I'll stock another 10 for friends, maybe some for barter, right? And it's really just coming down to how much space do you have to store all this stuff. The other one I came up today was mangoes, and I'm like, how can there be a shortage of mangoes? Like, we grow mangoes in Hawaii, but when it comes down to it, if you get one local mango in Hawaii, one mango can sell for like $5. So it's a lot better to get the mangoes frozen at Costco that come out of the Philippines and other countries, or that they ship in.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not a homesteader at all. I live in a condo, but just researching and knowing what to buy, and then making the runs to go buy different things, and then how to storage long term. And then a friend talked me into a freeze dryer. I had no idea what she was talking about. She said, no, you just gotta buy it now because they're on back order for 3 months. And the way my brain works is, if it's on back order for 3 months, it must be something popular that I'm going to need. So I'll go ahead and buy it, not even knowing what I'm getting into. And then I have 3 months to learn about what is it I need to do once this thing arrives. So yeah, a lot of it's trial and error, and there's mistakes, like I buy sometimes the wrong things, or too much of the wrong things, or but I figure it's better to be prepared. Like I think you were saying, like insurance, right? Like we have insurance for everything, and even if I don't ever use it, I figure I can always, give it away to the food bank before it expires. It'll do somebody some kind of good, even if it's not a direct benefit to me in the future.
That's a kind of cool way to look at it too. But I will say, like, expired stuff, like when you're first starting to get into preparedness, it's so easy to freak out, especially with some of the stuff that's been happening over the last couple of years. But the way I look at it is I'm doing things that like if I purchase food, I'm going to eat it anyhow, and you can go past a quote unquote expiration date. Mostly it's a best buy. You can still eat it, which I didn't know forever.
Yes,
but
totally agree.
Get what you normally eat anyhow, so that you can do, like Virginia was talking about earlier, a working pantry. So basically what I do, it's kind of a lifestyle, but I have my kitchen pantry that I work out of every day, and then I have the stockpiles of things that I normally eat anyhow that I've been building up, and then those rotate in to my working kitchen pantry. But it keeps rotating like that. And even who was it I was talking to? It was somebody, but selling the idea of preparedness by explaining to people, well, look, you're looking at inflation right now. It's not going to go back down. It never goes back down. It always goes up. So you're buying, and Rain Country said this one time, you're getting the sale prices of tomorrow by buying today, even if it's full price. I mean, obviously I look for sales, but it's continuum, and I think you're on the right track,
Sure is some with it. More than one life.
My brother, he really has a green thumb, and he's not really a prepper, but he's super handy. And it's so funny because he'll come over and I'll be like, oh, can you help me fix this or that at my house? And then he uses my house as like grocery store. He's like, so sister, what do you have that's expiring? And I'm like, well, technically nothing's really expiring because it's just a best by date. It just means the quality goes down. But even if you eat it after the best by date, you're not going to die. It may not taste as good. And then he's like, oh, okay, well, is there anything that you just, don't need that much of? And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, well, I overbought on this, so here, you can have, some boxes of this cake mix or a pancake mix bag, or things that I know that are probably not going to be that good. Like the pancakes just won't rise after a while. So, yeah, so it's really cute. So I almost do like a little bartering thing with him. He comes and changes
That's
out a
cool.
light bulb for me, and he walks away with cornbread mix and lemon cake mix and whatnot. So it kind of works out.
No.
Very cool.
And something
that's-
I've been
that's-
thinking about a lot. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. Go right ahead, man.
I'll bully you again.
Yep.
No, what I was gonna say is something that I've been thinking about a lot is, those connections with people and learning about the people that are around us, and how, in hard times, oftentimes you do end up having to rely on others in some capacity, where it's a mutually beneficial relationship where, like, for example, he can do something for you, and you can do something for him. Trying to think a little bit more about that kind of thing is something, I've really been thinking about. And that goes back to like the local farms and all that stuff.
Yeah, so
Not
one
lone
idea I
wolfing it.
had is that like my brother has a yard, and a fairly big yard in a good area of the island, and he has green thumb, and he's so like giving. He actually grew, like, I'll call it like a small papaya farm. He had about 20 papaya trees growing, and they would always ripen
Nice.
in the summertime when my sisters would come down to visit. And then one year, my sisters didn't visit in time, and the papayas, he just had a ton of papayas. He's like, "Hey, Amy, can you use these papayas or whatnot?" And I was like, "Well, why don't you eat them?" He's like, "Oh, well, I'm allergic to papayas. I only grow these papayas for your sisters when they come to visit." And I'm like, "Wait, you spend 12 months of the year growing these papayas and you don't even get to eat them because you're allergic to them?" Like, that's the kind of guy he is. So if he can grow like all those papayas and banana trees and fruit trees, I'm like, so what I did, and I haven't told him, I was like, I stacked a bunch of seeds and fertilizer and some gardening supplies. So that way, if it really comes down to it, I'll be like, "Hey, bro, can you just like plant these seeds and like water them?" And then we'll get like a yield of whatever he can grow. So,
Oh, that's cool. I mean, honestly, why wait? Like,
well, he was growing like lettuce, and you know how the lettuce, when it goes to seed, it like grows up a stalk, and then the wind blows all the seeds out. So he had like a designated like lettuce bed, and before he knew it, he had lettuce growing in his grass, and he was like mowing lettuce. That's how much lettuce he had. And so yeah, so I have no doubt whatever I give him, he'll figure out a way to grow it.
that's perfect.
That is. That's perfect. Hey, Indy said, I'm going
Go
to chime in real quick. So Indy said, "Oh, I want to tell you all, I helped start up canning lessons at my church. 2 elders are leading women in 2 water bath canning lessons and a pressure canning lesson." And then she said there are about 20
Oh,
women
that's
signed
awesome.
up so far.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That is really cool.
Yeah, it is.
That's gonna matter.
Yes, that's
I
an
truly
impact.
feel it's gonna matter quite a bit.
That'll be a
I
big
will
impact in that area.
I will say that canning is my weak area. I have not learned how to can yet. I've bought books, I've bought the equipment, I've bought the jars, I've bought everything, but I just haven't learned to can yet. So that's next on my to-do list. And I think that was second priority because I was doing so much freeze drying. And believe it or not, if you're really into freeze drying, it could literally be like a part-time job because you're like buying food, prepping the food to go in. When food comes out, then you gotta, mylar it, package it, and like ordering supplies for your mylars and your O2 absorbers and everything. So that's been keeping me busy the last 2 years.
But you're doing it.
Yeah,
and I'll be honest, like the nutritional content of freeze-dried food is way higher than canning. Like, I can, but I do it so I can make my meat shelf stable. And I pretty much can't afford a freeze dryer, or if I I didn't put focus on the farm and stuff like that, then maybe I could. But the fact that you have one and you're doing that is fantastic. And then with the canning, my canner that I bought, because I bought mine off of Craigslist, right? Got a deal on it. It sat on the shelf for probably a good 4 months before I was able to get the gumption up to actually try it. And I think it's once you try it and then you realize it's not that scary. That first session though, man, I was watching the jiggler counting 15 seconds in between jiggles. Like, it was that bad. I was so paranoid.
I'm only laughing because mine sat there in a box while I was watching you guys for 3 months. For 3 months, mine sat in a box. I was doing the same thing, going, I don't know if I'm ready for this.
You know, it's funny. I think Tribe has us all beat. His sat there for like 13, 15 years, something like that. Like, it's a real thing.
Yeah. But once you do it, you're hooked, and you just don't stop. So, but
So you're saying I should just try it?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I was gonna say, when you said that you have all the supplies, I was like, girl, let's do this. We can do this together.
So I did, like, I asked around, I'm like, oh, what's the best one to get? So they said get the All-American. So then I just order it, right? Because everything takes long to get to Hawaii with shipping. And some stuff can't even ship to Hawaii, like lithium batteries, lighter fluids, alcohol. There's a lot of things that have to come through slow boat, which means I have to pick it up locally at Target or Walmart.
Right.
So I did order, and then every time, like, glass jars are hard because, you know, they could break in transit. So every time I'm at Target or Walmart, I just pick up whatever's on the shelf. Like, I'm so bad. Like, our shelf only has, like, let's say, 12 cases of 4 cases of the pint jars, which is 12 in a case. So, like, I'll just buy whatever fits in the shopping cart, and then, like, I'll add it to my pile at home, and then the next time I go, I'll add. So I have a lot of the jars and stuff, and I'm like, well, I could always dry can, but then I feel like that's a waste of the jars, right? Because you'd want a wet can or pressure can in those, and use the Mylar for the more like the dry storage stuff for rice and oats.
Although how, if I one of the things that I do is if I buy spaghetti sauce, I buy the Classico jars. Number one, it's not half bad, but number two, those jars fit regular mouth canning lids, so you can swap out that and actually vacuum seal in those jars, which is what I do for a lot of my dehydrated foods. There's an attachment for a food saver, but I use a brake bleeder and just pump it till it stops because my dial broke. But that's one of the things that I do in order to have like free storage containers, basically. But I mean, that's freaking awesome that you're picking up all those supplies.
Would the same thing work like for the dry canning in the ball jars? Like I'll, like, let's say fill it with oats and then just put an O2 absorber in there and then shut the lid on it with the canning.
I mean, yeah, you could.
Canning jar.
Yeah,
So, like,
I mean,
if
that
it
would
was
work as well.
a spaghetti glass jar, filling it with a dry grain and then put an O2 absorber and put the original spaghetti lid on there.
I mean, you
that
could.
possibly
Most of my grains I'll put in like a Mylar bag or whatever, but honestly, come to think of it, anything like even a pickle jar, if you put an O2 absorber, it could potentially seal it. Some people have like,
One sec. Let her pissed off.
SHTF engineering.
Have a great day, man. You're fine, Milkmaid. I just want to let her know have a great day and smile.
Okay, I have to tell you my pickle jar story. So at Sam's, they have the giant gallon pickle jars, and the pickle jars are only like $5 here in Hawaii. And then you go to like Walmart and you want to get the gallon ball jar, and it's like $15. So I'm like, I'm just buying pickle jars. And then what I do is I throw the pickles in my freeze dryer, and then those get mylared after they're freeze dried. And then I have the pickle jars, and I've been filling the pickle jars with grains like rice, oats, quinoa, chia seeds, things like that, and putting the O2 absorbers in there.
Yeah.
Does
It
the
might taste
little
like
button pop?
pickles. That's a good question. So I should check that. Because if it's depressed in, right? But then I could also just test it by trying to unpop it and then just put a new O2 and then seal it up again
Well,
as a test.
If you can do this, then it's lost its vacuum.
Oh, okay. So I'll just test
It
it.
should hold that down if it maintains the vacuum.
Okay.
And with the jars, do you put them kind of in a dark place?
I haven't gotten that sophisticated. Everything is kind of just all over the house. I've used closets.
I know that feeling.
I have stuff under sofas. I have all the beds have stuff under them. Pretty much like wherever I can squirrel away something, I put something. So, and then when we organize and make space, then I'm like, oh, okay, I gotta go buy more stuff and fill it up, So, yeah. And at some point, I figure at this point, it's what you were saying, where you buy today because you know the price is going to go up tomorrow. So sometimes I just buy today, and then later on I'll figure out how to organize it and figure out, when things expire and when to use things first. But I have a general idea of like, okay, when I purchased, I put stuff in the pantry first, and then after that I put it in the kids' closet, and then after that I put it under the sofa. So those will kind of guide my dates as I go to search for food.
Yeah, I have a confession. My storeroom's an absolute wreck. You can barely walk through it. It's bad. Because I've taken the same mentality. It's like, okay, some of this stuff it's just gonna have to hang until I can put it in better packaging. But yeah, I mean, that's a real thing. It's not hoarding, y'all. I promise.
Yeah, it sounds like she's got a really good rotation schedule thing going on. Like you're doing better than most of us with the rotation thing.
She's organized.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not. Everything's pure chaos around here. But
Well, I must say, I just organized my closets and drawers with my over-the-counter medicine and my vitamins. So now I have, when I order more, I use up and order more, I know, to put the new ones in the back and the other ones come forward. And it's crazy because you go to the store and let's say like Target, you want to get like children's Motrin, and they only have like 2 or 3 on the shelf. And I was like, this is crazy. I have more in my closet than Target has on their shelf. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm so glad I have more in my closet than on the shelf, right? So, so you have to think about all those things other than just food. So I had to make a list of like, what toiletries does my family use? How long does it take us to go through a tube of toothpaste? How often do we change out the toothbrushes? Do we need backup hairbrushes? All those things. And then I have a daughter and, she's still little, but I'm like, I got to start buying, girl feminine products because, what if we get to that point and they're not available, right? So planning ahead, the kids have slippers in 3 sizes. So, I figure over the next, 2 to 4 years, they'll be going through those sizes until they hit their final size shoe, hopefully soon. Clothes, 2, 3 sizes out for kids, and there's just a lot of things. And then there's the water. So right now, I would say Hawaii overall, our tap water is pretty decent. It's not it doesn't have fluoride in it, but we did have that Red Hill was like the jet fuel that leaked into our water table. So people are saying that it could be contaminated in certain areas more than others. And so I do a bottled water service. So every time there's like a hurricane warning, I always make sure I change up empties and then order a whole bunch more. And then I bought, I'm always thinking like water. And one time I actually calculated like how much water do I actually have and how long would we last. So I had to count up like the water bobs for the bathtub, the bottled water we have. If I were to fill up these plastic 5-gallon jugs, I bought a bunch of those. And then I even bought a hose for my water heater so that I could tap into the water that was in my water heater. And you have to have a hose that is actually for potable water. So I actually bought a fish tank hose because that would screw on there, and it also has a siphon on it too if I needed that for moving water. And then another backup I had was I was actually looking at beach toys, like floaties and stuff for the kids. And then I was like, oh, I need to measure my lanai at my condo and figure out what size kiddie pool would fit out there. So if I had to fill water on my lanai in a kiddie pool, I'd have like an extra catchment system or whatnot for that. So all of that. And then also the water filter too, right? So I have
I was
Berkeys.
gonna ask, do you have a
Yeah, so I have a Berkey. And then also being in Hawaii, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna need spare parts for that. So I bought spare parts, extra filters, extra spout, extra washers, all that kind of stuff.
Smart.
Just, because we don't know. I think supply lines are very vulnerable for Hawaii because we'll get a shipment in and the stores will be stocked and people will be like, there's no shortages. And then you don't get a shipment for a while and you see the shelves going down. In the last 6 months, we saw like Whole Foods, their whole dairy section was pretty much wiped out. And they had a sign saying only 5 dairy products per household or per purchase. And then the shipment comes in and 3 weeks later, the whole thing is stocked up. So to me, that tells me like, okay, well, maybe there's more coming, but we don't know when. So well, what are you going to do for your dairy, right? And then we had Costco. It was like, I think for the last year and a half, it's always, you can only buy 1 case of Spam at a time. So every time I went, I would just buy 1 case of Spam. And then there's like no Spam. And I was like, okay, well, I feel good. I have a lot of cases of Spam. So I wasn't fretting, but everyone else, including our food industry, right? They're like, oh, sorry, we don't have Spam for breakfast. You can pick bacon or sausage, right? So there's always an alternative. But if it's something that you really want, sometimes it's not there. I remember pasta was the worst. I was like, Safeway didn't have pasta. Whole Foods had only the expensive pasta. Costco had no pasta. Oh, okay, wait, I take it back. Costco had pasta, but it wasn't real pasta. It was those spiral tricolored pastas. And I was like, okay, you could get by, it's pasta, but there was no spaghetti noodles. There was no macaroni elbows. And then you go to Sam's at the exact same point in time. Sam's only has lasagna noodles. I was like, okay. So we definitely have a pasta shortage here in Hawaii, right? And then the shipment comes in and everyone's like, there's no pasta shortage. Look at all this pasta. So it's just those little, hiccups here and there that we go through.
Yeah, you wonder if one of those hiccups then won't be a resupply, and then what?
Yeah, that's totally what I worry about.
Exactly.
And okay, mac salad is a big thing here in Hawaii. We have these plate lunches. It usually comes with like a protein, scoop of rice, and a scoop of macaroni salad. And that macaroni salad traditional is always elbow macaronis. When the island was out of elbow macaronis, they were making that pasta salad out of cut up spaghetti noodles, shell pastas, rotini pastas, and even penne pasta. And I'm like, this is not right. If they had known there were shortages, Oh, okay. So then when the elbow pasta did come in, it went out the door so fast that they were all stocking up on their elbow pasta.
Well, what I see that you're doing is you're trying to think a couple steps ahead, which I think is what we should be doing. Like when you were saying earlier, you know, your kids getting older and getting clothes for them that they could fit in, that kind of thing. And you brought up feminine products, and I know it's not a popular subject, but something to potentially look at is those silicone cups.
Yes.
I don't always bring this up because most people just get grossed out by it, which is pathetic,
It's a
honestly, y'all.
That
But
would work for, I would say maybe teenagers or older adults. But
yeah,
but I think the first, couple years, that wouldn't work.
Right.
So,
Right.
And they also have these like really absorbent underwear
right.
too.
True.
That's popular too, and that would be a good backup. So you're always thinking like backup to the backup, right? Like the other day in chat, I was like, oh, I just got bikes for the kids.
Exactly.
Because I'm thinking, when gas gets too expensive, we'll, ride bikes and electric bike, and we actually have skateboards, but otherwise it's walking, and then, do we have shoes to walk in? So all that good stuff.
Sounds like you are thinking ahead. I love it.
Man, I mean, she's like
I
a
was
rock
gonna
star.
say about 10 minutes ago, I was like, I'm super impressed by the whole fact that she's got multiple sizes of shoes and all that stuff ready to go for the kids. I mean, thank God my kids are grown, but I mean, if I had to think about all that, I'm like, you are super organized, girl, super organized.
Yeah, that was so awesome because I brought that up one time because I kind of thought about, well, it's like, okay, if your supplies cut off, then, you got kids. And and just to hear you kind of doing it, and I loved it because it sounded so familiar back when we first did this, because you were talking about the washers and you got the hoses and the extra parts of this, and it's like, yep.
Yeah.
Because you just don't know. And right now, because we were so outsourced to everything, that if there ends up being a conflict, then you definitely supplies are cut off, because you just don't send shit to the people that you're fighting. That's just not the way anything works. So if that engagement happens, well, then anything that we got so used to, hinges, washers, all the little things, you got stockpile to get through.
I mean,
that's awesome thing, and that's why all I can say, ma'am, is you're like a rock star. I wish I had had you up here earlier.
Super organizational skills.
Can I just brag about my brilliant idea that I came up with? And someone might have already had the idea, but just the fact that I came up with it without researching it and without learning it from a prepper show, I was so proud of myself. Okay, so with freeze-dried food, right, in order to rehydrate it, you have to have water, right? What if I can't get water? What if I use all my water? How am I going to get water? Okay, we're surrounded by an island of salt water. My building has a pool with water. So there's 2 items I bought to solve this problem. One is a dehumidifier, because we have high humidity here. So if I plug that into a solar generator, I can pull water out of the air, just like the military does, right, when they're deployed. And then the second thing I got was a water distiller. Like, I know you can make your own water distiller, putting a pot in a pot with the lid upside down, but I did buy a water distiller where I could go down to the ocean or the pond, get salt water or whatever, and then put it through the water distiller and come out with water in the end. And that water could be I could refilter it right through the Berkey, and I could also use the water for drinking or to rehydrate all the freeze-dried food. So those were my 2 golden items, I'll say, in my preps.
Smart.
Awesome. That's just awesome. That's such a good idea. Hadn't heard that one. I mean, kind of figures to people I never heard by just go, hey, no, look, this right here, I can get some water out the deal. It's like, that's thinking.
Yeah, that's the kind of conversations I love.
Good.
Aloha.
Except-
It was great to meet you.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Nikki.
Sorry.
Y'all, I'm gonna have to pop off here because it's about to get hot, and I need to get that trench
Tractor
dug.
time.
But it was really nice meeting you, Aloha.
You same here, Milkmaid. I always learn a lot from you too when you're in chat and on panel. So thank you for sharing all your info.
Thanks. I'll see y'all later. I'll be listening, hopefully over the tractor. It may not work, but I'll try.
All righty, Boogie. Have a great day. Be
Bye.
Hot
careful.
out there.
All righty, Chrissy. Have a great night or day. Get you some rest. Wake up with a smile.
I was
There you
going to address the John Dunning comment about the more you have, the bigger target you are.
Go. Where are we at? There we go. Yep.
Sorry, I came back inside where I could actually see the chat. A lot of people think that way. The more you have, the bigger target you are. You know, my neighbors don't have chickens roaming around. I mean, my chickens are roaming around in the neighbor's yard, but the few neighbors I have a good relationship with. And the garden that's in my backyard, my neighbors get, you know, well, I give them eggs and so forth. And I don't, you know, I mean, I get that, the concept. A lot of people say that, you know, the more you have, grow a garden, people are just going to come take it. You know, have animals, people are going to come take them. Well, they're going to have a hard time coming and taking them from here because I've actually grown relationships with the close neighbors, the ones that are literally right around me on every side. So, and we've already sort of stepped into that whole, not that we're flat out talking about, you know, shit hit the fan or whatever, but, you know, I give them eggs, and my neighbors and I, like, we borrowed my neighbor's chainsaw, so we would have 2 of them going at a time for that crazy tree, and, you know, gave it back, got his chain sharpened and everything, give it back to him. You know, you treat your neighbors correctly, and then you work with each other, then you have that sort of system, you know, going on.
I could see it being location too, though, because I could see some of the cities that
Yeah.
if you were, you know, if you're in, say, one of these apartment complexes, it's kind of like, well, since you know Houston, like inside the loop,
Right.
you have this apartment and you've kind of been stocking all this. You've even got some pew-pews, and you kind of have been saying that, then that would be definitely bar the door and be prepared, because that's, you become, it's a depot. It's no different than what you see when they run in the stores and just jack what they want. And that's the only reason they're running in there is because they know that those items are in there.
That's true. I mean, I get that. Yeah. If I lived in an apartment or a townhouse or something in downtown Houston, like one of those high rises downtown or whatever, yeah, I wouldn't let anyone know what I had. But, you know, it's kind of hard. The neighbors clearly see the chickens running around, you know, like where I live, which is even different than where you live.
Yeah. Well, that's where I live.
Out.
I wouldn't worry about it where I live per se.
Right.
But that's just I have overdoing this since the beginning of the year. I've learned to really, as I hear things, to go ahead and automatically apply a location, because I've realized that the thinking is so different.
It is very different.
Because the crowds and the environment that because it's like here, you know, it's not really my forte anymore to just, I'll put it like this. I had no problem. I parked my bike in the driveway when I rode. If I came in at night or something, I just pulled right up in the middle of the driveway, kicked the kickstand off. Matter of fact, that's what used to piss me off about cats around here so bad, because one night on a cold night, they got up on my warm seat and proceeded to try to fluff my seat. So my nice little custom anniversary edition seat had all these little puncture holes all in it.
All scratched up. Oh no.
But I mean, because it's just, but see, there's one way in and one way out of this whole area in here, unless you can jump over a big river.
Yeah.
So it's a different vibe.
It is. And that's what I'm saying. It's just, we talk about the same thing amongst each other, But in perspective, I mean, our perspectives in our area and our situations are so very different, you know? And it's not a one size fits all kind of thing. You have to work with what you have, you know? And Benjamin, I want to say, sorry, I was watching that pasta salad you mentioned earlier sounds delicious, but anyway, I digress. Yes, all of our situations in our areas and are different, and we have to approach like Aloha. She, you know, she's doing what she's doing because she's in a townhouse, and I have chickens and stuff running around, and I'm over here concerned about, oh my God, they're terrorizing my neighbors. And then I talk to my neighbors, and they're like, oh no, we love the chickens, they're great, you know. And you kind of have to just do what you do and what's best for you in your own situation, you know. And that neighbor that I was feeling bad about the chickens going across the street and getting into their like complete manicured yard, and then come to find out, we talk, and he's like, oh no, I enjoy watching the chickens and I like them. And he's like, keep it up. And then he and another neighbor and I were talking, and it sort of came up with those two guys talking, and they were talking about, you know, pew-pews, or, you know, party favors for your pew-pews and that kind of thing. And I kind of looked, and that's when my ears, like, I perked up, and I was like, oh, so you're preparing. And he's like, yeah, I don't, you know, with what's going on in the country. And I kind of went, okay, you know, you don't have to flat out.
Now that you know you got a friendly in the area.
Yes, yes, absolutely, yes.
So to add a little perspective.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Once you Bullfrog, if you're headed out, brother, then don't work too hard. Get you some rest. Wake up with a smile. And I was going to read this for you, Aloha, because Auntie at Jack had said, Aloha Prepper, they make a portable desalinator you can carry in a pack made for going ashore off blue water boats. I will show you off stream and how efficiently solar steel.
Nice.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm always looking for new gadgets. Yeah. And of course, I'd rather bug in than bug out, but you know, that would be cool on boats too.
Yes.
So to add a perspective on like security and stuff, I actually feel safer in a condo than I would in a home, because I would feel more vulnerable in a home because there's, you know, a yard, there's more windows that they could access through. I feel it would be harder to defend myself in a home, or me and my family in a home. But in a condo, we have, you know, of course, and if there was no electricity, it'd be a little bit different. But, you know, we have security, we have access keys, we have gated garage for cars. So there's actually, I feel safer for my personal situation in a condo in Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Well, see, and that's you're aware of your surroundings, and so your comfort zone adapts to that, and so you can already, like, when something bad, your mind's already calculating some things because you're used to your area. That's why I try to just remind people now, because that was a lesson I kind of learned, because it's so easy to just talk from your point of view, but you got to take into account where people are and what are they used to. See,
right.
Where you're at, you're used to that whole environment and walking, you know what's what, you know what would be unusual, you know what would be uncomfortable feeling. Where I could fly down there next week and I'd be on eggshells all the time because I'm not familiar. I wouldn't know what was out of place or not. So that's
true, yeah. And I did live in homes, and you know, I felt fairly secure. But after the lockdowns, because Hawaii was probably the hardest hit lockdown, we'll call it the island prison here, right? Because we had like the mask mandates were pretty harsh. We had a time when there was 2 weeks where you could not leave your house unless you were just going to the grocery store, a doctor's appointment, or you're an essential worker, which means that I was lucky because I was in the essential worker category. Like our friend Steve Harla, he's also essential worker. So I could go out and about, but there were people like where, let's say you have a boyfriend and a girlfriend, they couldn't even see each other. They had to be in separate homes for that whole 2 weeks. It was like crazy. And then if you're going to work as an essential worker, you can only go from your house to work and then back. You could stop at the gas station, but then you have to go straight home or straight to work. And so it was interesting. So the grocery stores here became the social hangouts. So people would have their kids running up and down the aisles of the grocery store to get exercise because our beaches were closed, our playgrounds were closed, and there was nowhere for these little kids to exercise. So yeah, it was really, really crazy being like an island prison. And then of course we were like one of the last states to lift our travel mandates, where people that came in had to show a negative test or have a shot. We're the last ones to have masks, I think, too, as well. And the kids in our schools are still masked. Even over the summer, they're going to be masked again. So just being prepared for when those lockdowns happen, because even though they lock you down, even if they said, oh, no, you can go anywhere, you still don't want to go out, and expose yourself to whatever's out there, even though you feel your immunity system strong. So.
I had no idea it was that bad.
Right.
To be honest, and there again, that's a different perspective. I had no idea it was like that. My grandson, he just finished, I kept him for a few days last week because he's out of school for the summer. And in kindergarten, he didn't once wear a mask. Like, not one time. And on his birthday, my daughter and I went up there and had lunch with him and all this stuff. It's not that way where I live. So everyone's perspective is different. Oh, wow.
Hey, morning, Eric. That is just something else. See,
isn't it crazy how different it is across the board,
So I had this theory. So back in World War II, they had the Japanese internment camps.
Yes.
Right? So in California, they basically had to leave their home and their belongings and go to an internment camp. But in Hawaii, they didn't have the Japanese go to internment camps. They were just went about their day like a normal day. And so based on that historical perspective, I'm thinking, oh, it's because, we're on an island. Of course, we're highly military. We have a lot of military here in all branches of government. Like, we even house, what is it called? I don't know what the word is, but it's the Central Command Center of the Pacific, where we have the high-ranking generals that all meet there and whatnot. But I was thinking, if it came to the point where they're going to lock us down, not based on nationality or anything, that there's no way they could put us in camps here on the island. They're basically going to do the same thing they did during the lockdown and just say, you have to be in your house. You can't leave unless you need to go for these certain essential things. Our mayor even did a curfew where, like, you can't even be on the road after 11 o'clock at night. So if you had like a night job where you worked at a hospital or something, you have to have a letter from your employer. So if you got stopped on the road, the letter would say, you work at this location and this is your shift hours. Like, that's how bad it was. So I figure if they were going to put us in camps, we already are in a camp. We're on an island. They're going to just lock us down. Like, you can't fly anywhere. You can't go on a boat anywhere. You're just here, right? So that was my thinking behind it. And then also being on an island, my other thinking was, if we're a target for, let's say, a nuclear bomb or something like that, we do have like our mountains. So some people say, like, when our hurricanes come, depending which way the hurricane's coming on the island, usually half the island is exposed and the other half of the island will be safe because they'd be protected by the mountain. So it really depends, like, what side of the island the bomb was dropped on. And then the other benefit of being on an island is we have the trade winds. So the trade winds would blow away, hopefully, the radioactive things in the air. And then we also have the current, so the ocean, and hopefully the currents would also take away some of that radioactivity. So even though it would be totally awful and terrible, there's a slim chance that, you know, some of us on the island could survive.
Right.
So, like, you know, preparing for that too, right? Like, getting the potassium iodine, getting the masks and the filters, figuring out where my condo building, based on the structure, is going to be the safest place to put me and the family, right? And then what can we carry in our bug out bags? So we're like bugging in, but we're bugging in like the stairwell or in the basement. And then I put, because our building does have a basement, I put extra bottled water down there. I put freeze-dried food down there. I put cans down there. I put can opener down there.
You really are super preparing. I'm with you.
I realized,
what an interesting point of view, Aloha. Yeah, no, you're like thinking 10 steps ahead.
Right. So I also like asked our building, like, are we on a propane tank that gets refilled? Because we do have like these common area gas barbecues. And I was like, you know, are we on the city gas line? So it turns out we're on the city gas line. So I'm like, wow. So like our whole building could really cook as long as that city gas line wasn't damaged. But then, you know, we have backup for that too. You know, just butane burners, barbecue, charcoal, you know, different ideas for cooking.
Right.
She is rocking it. That's all.
I was going to say, this is quite impressive. My life over here is just pure chaos. I mean, I have animals running around yelling at me, you know.
Hell, Nikki can't even remember where she took her shoes off, much less organize everything else.
I kind of have a feeling you don't really need shoes, though. You know?
I have like canned stuff all over my, like pressure canning jars of stuff all over my table that I'm going, man, I have to completely redo my pantry, and I've been putting it off because something else always comes up. You are super organized. Man, I'm completely opposite of you. You and I are completely opposite, and I love you dearly for it, because there always has to be an opposite out there. But I don't make lists. I am not organized. I just kind of a go with the flow kind of person.
But it's kind of funny because you're like on remote control, right? Because you know every day these animals have to get fed. These things need water. You know, like you're at every day, you know, prepper. Like you're doing it every day, right? Versus I'm just like shopping, storing up. But you know, we can't have animals. You know, like you know, I'd love to have like maybe some quails. And at my old property, we actually do have quail on islands. And but in one of the chats, the prepper chats, they said you have to actually get the domesticated quails. You can't just go get wild quails, because the wild quails do not want to be caged up, and they will just like basically hit their head against the side cage until they pass out.
They just fly and they break their necks.
Yeah, because I almost came up with a plan of like, how am I going to catch those quails that were on my old property?
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I'm saying about everyone, depending on your location and your ability and your land and your perspective, everyone looks at it a different sort of way, you know? Everyone has a different perspective. When I started, and I thought it was funny, I was listening the whole time, but when you considered yourself a baby prepper because you started in 2019, ma'am, I didn't break ground on a garden until the fall of 2020. I didn't own any. Yeah, I didn't have any livestock animals, you know, for food. I didn't break ground on a garden until fall of 2020. And I did.
So you did a whole lot of prepping too, then, in the last year or so.
I looked at it in a completely different perspective, because you're in a condo and I'm not. I'm only on 3/4 of an acre in Texas.
Well,
but I looked at it
Well, Nikki, be sure and add in the whole difference, because like what you just described of that whole environment you had to go through, just once again, our environment over here in Texas was literally the opposite of what you just had to go through.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
All that whole lockdown, all that, see, we wasn't here. So that's why people, plus it's a way of life. So some of the stuff is already in play. This just kind of accelerated a lot of people.
Right. We did not have those crazy lockdowns, no mask mandates, none of that stuff here. But I did pay attention, but later than you did, Aloha. In 2020 in the fall, I was like, I need to tell her, we're going to make a fall garden, and I didn't have any clue what I was doing. I still don't. Everything's an experiment. But it was kind of I looked at it now I was stocking the pantry more. I was doing that, buying extra stuff at the store and buying the 5-gallon buckets and the Mylar bags and the vacuum, all that stuff. But at the same time, I sort of went, well, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it. I don't know. My brain works differently, I guess. I'm going to do it I look at the bigger picture. I'm like, okay, I'm doing this, but then you're looking 10 steps down the road for your situation. I was looking 10 steps down the road for mine, going, well, now I need a garden. I need animals. I need sustainability. The first thing I did was actually create a compost pile before I ever planted a single thing, before I ever tilled or got rid of some St. Augustine grass. The first thing I did was make a compost pile. I know. Yeah, boy, did I have numerous compost piles. Oh my gosh.
She has a compost bucket.
I have compost. No, not a bucket.
Like with the worms and all, like all the slime that comes off those worms, like that kind of compost.
Oh, the worm castings, people. I don't grow. I don't do, but that's the thing. I've watched many, many videos on the worm bins and the worm castings, but we have so many of those that you can literally hear in Texas, or at least where I am. I can mow my lawn. I can rake the leaves in the fall, or pile them up, or mow the lawn and mow over the leaves and my, and bag up my stuff in my push mower and dump it out and make this compost pile, throw some cardboard down, and there will be worms all over the place immediately. Like, they just love it.
That's awesome. So you have free worms. We have to buy the worms here.
Oh no, they are. I can go out there right now and come back in here, turn my camera on, and show you like a handful of worms. They're everywhere. Wow. Which is, so fortunately, I'm just fortunate to be in the zone and place that I am. So gardening, like I said, I just started in the fall of 2020 was my first garden experience, and I'm still learning, and everything's different, and it's all an experiment for me, because we, right now we're good. We're in the learning process because it hasn't all fallen apart, but that's what I'm preparing for, is the fact that
mistakes are good because we learn from our mistakes. Like,
yes, ma'am.
Was it last week, Rescue? We were talking about those tomato plants.
Yes.
I had no idea there was determinate and indeterminate, and I was like, wow, this tomato plant is so cool. And then I thought I was doing really great, and I got all these tomatoes, and then the thing died, and I was like, wait a minute, what did I do wrong? I bought the wrong plant, right?
Right. No, that's nothing wrong. And I'm struggling because I plant more indeterminates, and I have this enclosed area, and I'm like, I'll plant my tomato plants here, and I can just, sorry, Monty.
No, go ahead. I was just
I can plant my tomato plants here. Well, the first one that I planted that got the biggest, it went up above, it was like 8 foot. It was over my head. Now I'm like, I tied it up to the panels and everything. And now I'm like, what the hell do I do now? And so I have it going down one side over into the cucumber area, and I have it going down the other side. It falls over. And gardening is not easy. Anybody that ever thought they could just, store some seeds in a vault and I'll be fine in the apocalypse, good luck to you.
Nikki, that sounds like a really good problem to have. If it's like, if you're going to have a gardening problem, having a tomato
It-
plant that grows out of control, that's a
Out of
better
control.
problem to have than the
Right.
tomato
No,
plant that dies.
it's a learning process though, for real. Monty, go ahead.
Monty,
I
you
got
had
a
a question?
Okay, so I wasn't here for that conversation on the determinants and the indeterminants. What's
Uh-huh.
the difference?
Oh, well, one of them, when you have determinate plants, I mean, that particular strain or type of plant, like say for tomatoes or whatever, they grow to a certain, and usually it's shorter or bushier or shorter or not as tall and out of control. It grows to a certain point and they produce, basically produce all their fruit at one time.
Right.
And that's it. That's the life cycle. That's it. They're done.
One and done, the other
You
reproduced.
get an indeterminate and they're producing constantly,
Right.
a little at a time over and like all along the way. But that stuff grows out of control. It's absolute chaos.
Okay,
But-
I got you now. I mean, I just didn't know
Yeah.
I never heard the terminology of
Now-
determinants and indeterminants.
Yeah.
One thing that got brought up during that conversation was some of the difference between indeterminate and determinate is the one and done ones.
Mhm.
When they do blossom, they will be bigger and probably juicier and stuff, like your tomatoes will be a little bit larger than the ones that are reproducing. Those are a little smaller. That's Bug Out brought that up because he noticed that. One and done, you kind of get this nice big, and he had a good point, and it's because the nutrients and stuff are going directly into that one part. So it's like it pumps it, makes a nice big good tomato, it's done, and now it's gone. Where the other monitors itself because it'll just do little flowers and produce some, but it's still saving energy to keep growing and sprouting in another area. And then
Right. Kind of like a beef steak or a big boy. They produce real big fat juicy tomatoes and then they're done.
Right.
Most of the
Okay.
ones I've ever
Right.
had.
Which those are, in my opinion, or for my very short gardening experience, those kind of tomatoes down here in the heat of Texas are really hard to grow because, I mean, we have more luck with cherry tomatoes, the smaller tomatoes, that variety, because it gets way too hot down here for the big,
sometimes tomatoes will get that big and you'll start seeing them shriveling on the outside because it's done gotten so hot it's starting to dry them up.
Yeah, or they get blossom and rot, or they get split because you have too much rain and all our humidity and rain. Yeah, it's just growing things in different. Yeah, it's different in every zone, everywhere clearly. But the thing about determinate, there's benefits to both, to be honest, because if you do can like we do or whatever, if you want to make your own, salsa, or if you want to make your own tomato sauce or pizza sauce or whatever, pasta sauce, the determinants are great if you can get them to grow all at once and produce all at once, and you have bushels, and then you come in and you spend a couple of days making your own sauce in big pots and jarring them and canning them and all that. That'd be great, but it's really hard to grow those kind of tomatoes, at least for me where I am, because it's so hot and humid. I do a lot of cherry tomato varieties, to be honest.
There's
Well,
some good stuff in the chat, Rescue, about the seeds, like using the harvest. If you have the heirloom seeds, then when that one plant produces, you could save some of those seeds to then replant for the next season.
Right.
And then, so using, but I heard
Well, now
any
that's
seed you buy is a reproducible seed from those burpees and those seeds, that only farmers can buy those GMO seeds.
Right. People get caught up on this. I don't know where that started or why, but people are like, don't buy GMO seeds. Well, the general public doesn't even have access to GMO seeds, to be honest with you. We don't.
Correct.
Right.
Well, that's what Wizard even brought it up too, because he said GMO does reproduce, but you won't know what you'll get next season, kind of thing. And that was per Milkmaid the other day.
Yeah, general population, like all those burpee, right? Like Aloha said, the burpee, like I have some of those burpee organic seeds, and it'll say organic, and I buy burpee and different different variety brands or whatever. But
Well, isn't organic just another term for non-GMO, basically?
no, not really.
Oh.
Organic means they don't use any
Like pesticides and stuff.
Yeah, or
right. Organic means they don't use chemical organic means more non-chemically fertilized or chemically sprayed, to be honest. But GMO is genetically modified, and that's where you get into your big, farming industry GMO seeds, which they really don't sell those to the public.
So you know what I did early on?
That's under textual stuff.
Yeah.
I have no idea if these seeds are going to germinate, and I should probably do a test. But when I would buy local fruits at our local farmers market, I would save the seeds and then dry them out on a paper towel in the sun, and then package it in a paper mailing envelope. And because I figure if it's a local farmer, hopefully it'll be a non-GMO seed. So I've got like papaya seeds, cantaloupe seeds, honeydew, watermelon, local tomato seeds, stuff like that.
Yeah,
so
those should probably do very well then for you. Yeah.
And that sounds like prime idea, actually, because that's your local stuff. That's the stuff you came from there. It'll produce there.
Yes.
I got another question.
Go ahead, Monty.
When I was watching a homemade chicken enchilada recipe video, how they make the green chili sauce, they use tomatoes and then they use tomatillos.
Tomatillos, yeah.
Yes.
You pull the husk off and you throw those and some jalapenos and some tomatoes on a tray and you roast them in the oven.
Right.
And then you blend them.
Now, are they like a pepper? Or
tomatillos?
Yeah.
No.
I've heard of them, and I know that my Mexican boss used to use them and stuff, but it's just I didn't know. I'm not real too familiar. They're not growing around here in the locally, so that's why I was wondering.
Yeah, no, they're not a pepper, but they're not quite like tomatoes either. And I am, God, I had milkmaid up here or somebody.
Oh, well, go ahead and say that one more time. I dare you.
I'm saying, no, I don't.
No, what did you just say?
Hey, yay! I'm a new gardener, really. Actually, I'm right there with Aloha. I'm a baby prepper / gardener or whatever, because I've only been doing it for a couple of years. But
ask and you shall receive.
Tomatillos are definitely different. They're definitely not peppers, but I don't know the technical term or what family they're in. Are they in the tomato family, milkmaid?
Well, Auntie Ashak said it equals little tomato. So is it?
Well,
I don't know anything about these.
Yeah, but they do sort of taste like a green tomato.
Well, here we'll pull a picture of it.
But they have this weird husk that grows on the outside, completely unlike tomatoes. So I don't even know if they're in the same. I assume they're in a nightshade family. Maybe not. I've never grown them. I've eaten a lot of them.
Milky says, "Oh shitternet."
Oh no.
Okay.
Sorry.
I can hear y'all a little bit. Can y'all hear me?
A little bit.
Okay, sorry. I had to pop in because Nikki, you were pointing out the whole, you can't get GMO seeds and stuff like that, right?
Right.
Oh, that's
nice.
Right.
Okay, so I'm kind of a seed person-ish. And when it comes to that, and I'm only going to say this real quick because I'm waiting for my daughter to fill up some stuff so I can cut the line to the well. But tomatillos?
Yeah, tomatillo.
Oh, they're probably in the Silencia family.
So they're not a nightshade family, right?
Yeah, that's nightshade.
What? Oh, it is?
Yeah, so are tomatoes and peppers.
Well, Auntie Jack just said that tomato, whatever you are talking about, also known as the Mexican husk tomato, is a plant of the nightshade family bearing small, spherical, and green or green-purple fruit of the same name.
Yep.
So then you got to be careful
Yeah, so-
when you pick them. Then.
I mean,
Or-
technically, potatoes are too.
Yeah. Well,
They are. Potatoes are nice.
Mhm.
I just
Why you
asking.
don't
Oh.
eat the leaves?
Quick question. Oddball said something about, will a hybrid seed remain a hybrid? Say I collect seeds off the hybrid okra, are they still hybrid?
Yeah, okay, that's why I came up here. So my basic understanding, all right, if people are wanting to save seeds, right, or understand planting seeds, you really need to kind of look at what a hybrid is, what an heirloom is, what a open pollinated, for example, and what a GMO seed is. GMO seeds you really honestly can't buy unless you're a big farmer, which is what Nikki was pointing out earlier. There's so many misconceptions with that. Getting some seeds from, say, a farmer's market, right? Or some fruit that you bought at the store. I say fruit, I mean vegetables or whatever. But if you get those, with seed saving, there can be cross-pollination issues. So even if you, say, get a bell pepper that is an heirloom variety from a farmer's market, it doesn't mean that it hasn't cross-pollinated with something else. Now, bell peppers don't necessarily cross-pollinate with like your hot and spicy ones and stuff like that. I mean, you can have them close enough and you do have that issue.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, it's important to understand how seeds reproduce so that you don't get caught up with Frankensquash, for example. Frankensquash happens when, say, you have a pumpkin growing here and you have a cucumber growing over, or maybe not a cucumber. There's 3 different lines, but you have something within the same line that's different, and you end up with an accidental hybrid. That's what Frankensquash is. If you have a hybrid, right, which a lot of market farmers grow, organic and otherwise, those hybrid varieties, they won't be true to type when you plant those seeds. You're going to come up with something different because it's hybrid. That line, that genetic line has not been stabilized over time. Am I even making sense?
Yes. So in other words, if the seeds go to a seedy motel, where you put the quarter in the slot machine and it shakes the whole bed, you don't want those kind of seeds. You want the seeds that go to the Ramada or
but that's not actually true there, Monty, because she's not saying, oh, well, no, she's completely accurate. But what I'm saying is I purposely order hybrids of certain things sometimes. Just because it says hybrid does not mean it's bad. Hybrids tend to be more disease resistant, easier to grow. People purposely create hybrid fruits and vegetables on purpose for a better yield, for disease resistance, for all of that. So people tend to demonize hybrids, but I grew some great hybrid squash last year that were, man, I had squash coming out my ears. And you know, it just depends on what you're going for. So don't just take it for only goodbye. Don't just listen, do your research, and don't just go only buy heirloom seeds because the rest suck. Well, they don't. They really don't.
That's not what I was saying. I was putting a different analogy to it.
Well, no, I know what you're saying, but I'm just trying to clarify for some people who have questions. I'm like, hybrids are not bad. Okay. You know, like they're purposely hybrid for a reason, like, you know, for a reason.
And all heirloom seeds were a hybrid at one point.
Right.
The only difference is heirloom is something that the genetics don't change from the parent plant to the baby plant,
right,
for lack of better words. And I think there's so much bad information out there on gardening.
So much confusion out there.
This is so interesting to me because in Hawaii, we have so many hybrids, and you can buy like those hybrid seeds that Nikki and you were talking about. So like our papayas, there's probably like 10 different hybrids. And when you go to the grocery store, it's like, do you want a sunrise papaya or a strawberry papaya? or like there's so many different types of papayas, and then the insides are different. Like sometimes the meat is more firm, sometimes the meat is more sweet. There's so many different hybrids, and
But they're delicious.
yeah. And then our University of Hawaii here, the agricultural school, they actually created the hybrids, and they have their own seed lab too. So you can buy seeds, hybrid seeds, directly from the university, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, you can buy hybrid seeds, you know, from Burpees. I mean, and Bullfrog in the comments, everything he's saying is accurate, by the way, in my opinion.
Oh, was it what? Sorry.
No, he's on the same track as us, but like, there's a lot of misunderstanding when it comes to hybrid, GMO, heirloom, open pollinated, all that stuff, seed saving in general. Yeah, Monty, I see you. Sorry.
No, I was just waiting till you was done. I was just being silly.
Okay,
Steel and Tree has a question for y'all to answer. If you're saving seeds, how do you prepare them for storage? That's the only thing I was saying.
Depends on the seed.
Right.
That's why, like, honestly, in your preps, you should learn about seeds, seed preservation, understanding what cross-pollination is, the difference between hybrid and heirloom, how many plants you need for a good genetic makeup when you're saving seeds. Like, just saving seeds off of one plant that's grown all by itself works in some cases and not in others. Like, it's really a cool science and worth looking into, because that's the kind of knowledge that we need for in the future.
Okay, I see what you're saying about Bullfrog. Now I'm looking at the comments. You're right. Yeah. Just because the tomato, it's not like it's going to make a banana. Right. Hybrid or cross-pollinated. I know, he's funny. We all have, and there again, here we go with perspectives. We all have our different perspectives. I don't mind a hybrid seed, clearly, because I purposely buy them sometimes, or even a cross-pollinated seed that I save. You're still going to get the fruit from it, vegetable.
Yes.
But it might not be the same thing that you planted last year. If there was a cross-pollination and you save seeds and you plant it again, you're still going to get that squash or that tomato or that whatever, and it may be different. It may be different. It's still going to be edible. It's still going to be good. If shit hits the fan and I'm growing a garden, I'm going to eat it. I don't care. I'm not picky and won't eat anything but beefsteak tomatoes or whatever. You know, I'm going to eat it. It's still going to be good. It's just so complex, you know, and when you're saving seeds and you want to save true seeds, you have to have certain space, you know, and you have to put different varieties out in different spaces if you want to save it to be the same thing and not cross-pollinate, right? See, it's so complex. Food is food. If you can put a seed in the ground and you can grow it and you can eat the fruit or the vegetables that come from it, I'm in.
Yeah, I've brought it up before, but the book Seed to Seed by Suzanne Ashworth, that's something that really is useful because that's solid information on seed saving and understanding that entire process. And I know it gets overwhelming because it seems complicated and everything, but Nikki's right. You put a seed in the ground, you're going to get something.
Yes.
It just may not be what the parent looked like.
Right.
It's still going to be edible, and you can still use it, and you can still use the seeds from it. It seems complex, but I just wanted to pop up here and say that.
Wizard,
I really should get back to work.
Banana seeds, that'd be fun. So Wizard, I actually know about banana trees. And I've never seen a banana tree start from seed. Usually what the banana tree does, it will only fruit once and then the banana tree will die. But then when it dies, it'll shoot off what we call kikis or children off the side, which is kind of like bamboo. Like it'll shoot up roots that turn into baby trees. And then what you do is when you cut down the old tree that bore fruit, you'll take the kikis and then you can replant them. And then each of those kikis will bear a bunch of bananas, and they'll offshoot kikis too. So that's one thing my brother's really good at, is growing bananas. And we have so many different types of bananas. Hawaii's really popular for what's called an apple banana. It's a banana. It looks like a banana, but it's really firm and it's really sweet, like an apple. And once it gets cut, like the normal bananas in the store, for me here in Hawaii, within a week, they're already ripe and brown. But these apple bananas, they can stay on your counter for maybe 2 to 3 weeks. And even when they're brown on the outside, the inside, it's still firm and sweet and still edible. So I've been freeze drying those apple bananas. My brother's so sophisticated. He only raises, his banana plantation is called ice cream bananas, and it's like a fatter version of the apple banana, even sweeter, and about the same firmness. And so it's so funny when he gets those bunches. I'll be like, oh, can I have some? Because thinking, you've got a whole bunch. It's like, enough bananas to last him like maybe a month, 2 months. I'm like, there's no way you could possibly eat all those bananas. So I did get one little bunch on his last tree that gave birth. But what he does is he just freezes them and he uses them in his smoothies. And then what I did, and he doesn't know it, the last bunch he gave me, I put in my freeze dryer and I put, my brother's name on it and bananas. So later on, if he needs a handout, I'll be like, oh, by the way, here's your bananas back.
Aw.
Man, I bet that would make good banana chips.
Yeah, because it's extra
does make a
sweet.
good banana split sundae too.
Exactly.
Well, I avoid the sugar, but so I was going with just the chips. She said they were sweet naturally. That drew my attention.
Naturally, yes.
Naturally.
And don't they make one of the sugars out of bananas? What Equal? Isn't Equal made from bananas? Something like that? I'm not sure.
I don't
know.
I always thought that was some other kind. Now, I know I found, whenever I started this whole sugar thing, I found sativa. That's natural sugar.
Monk fruit.
And it's okay. It's an acquired taste. I've adapted now to it. But the first time was kind of like, ooh, I don't know. This is not sugar. And it's like, nope, it's not sugar. Just suck it up, buttercup. No, I adapted. So it's...
Look into xylitol. So they have like gums and mints made out of xylitol. You can also just buy xylitol in bulk. And it's really good for getting the biofilm like off of teeth. So they'll use xylitol in toothpaste. And you'd be surprised if you use xylitol toothpaste, your teeth will feel so clean after you brush your teeth. And so I have my kids using the xylitol toothpaste to help prevent the tooth decay. And then they make lollipops out of xylitol. So I'm like, here, have a lollipop, kid, because it has xylitol, right? Because I'm like, to me, they're not eating sugar; they're cleaning their teeth when they're sucking on that xylitol lollipop.
Right.
Wizards actually says, "Oh no, it's poison."
I was laughing at and comment about Wizard having the whole banana ram. Sorry.
Well, Eric says, so if I grow a banana tree in my house, should I get a banana hammock to store them in?
Oh, y'all are funny. I cannot believe I'm still awake. Oh my goodness.
Hell, I think I only got 2 hours of sleep yesterday after that 8-hour run. So I slept for about an hour, 45 minutes or an hour, and then got this ever faithful phone call, and the day went to shit and went all the way. Well, I thought, man, I'm gonna go crash. get a nap in real quick because I was thinking Zach was probably going to go maybe an hour and a half.
I know.
2 hours.
Okay.
And then, but I told him I'd be there for him, so I wasn't going to let him down. And I was kind of glad some other guests that weren't able to make it that were going to get up there. And I don't know. He feels so good doing that. He looks good. He does a good job. I just like to encourage it. So, hey.
Yeah, I listened for a couple of hours before your stream. I hit the thumbs up and I listened. I'm in the same boat you are, to be honest. 11:53 is when I got that phone call and got woke up. And I've been awake since 11:53. So it's less than about 2 hours sleep. And from 11:53 yesterday, I've been awake. And then on your panel this morning. Normally I would be out in the garden now. But no, I'm here hanging out with y'all. But yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I can't believe I'm still awake. I don't know how.
That's what Billy just said. Billy just said, I woke up for a few minutes 5 hours ago when Nikki said she was going to bed.
I know, right? That's what I'm saying. And I've been, sick and everything. But, when you get those crazy phone calls in the middle of the night from your, parents, life alert kind of thing. It is what it is. Hey, Huck. Hey, Indy. I always just call her I am. Oh, I'm trying to look at the screen and on the TV and keep up with chat, but I'm really bad at that. Yeah, so I'm in the same boat you are. I cannot believe I'm still awake, and I haven't even let my chickens out. I haven't even released the Kraken yet.
You're mean.
I know. I have to go let them out.
Release the Kraken.
So you went out there earlier, and
it was dark.
Torment the quail so we can hear it.
It was,
and then you turn around, and now you just rode off the chickens. Said, "To hell with it, you're on your own."
Man, let me tell you.
Man,
it was still dark. Y'all saw it?
I think that's called foul business, ma'am. I'm not sure.
It's foul play. Mm-hmm.
That's such foul language.
It was still dark. The chickens, the rooster no, they don't like to come out until it's daylight. All right, damn it. Here we go.
Yours was competing with milkmaids.
He's laughing at me. I hear you. Mom. You're laughing. Here we go. I'm not turning on the camera. I don't care what y'all say.
No video, no proof.
Yep.
Oh, there's the ducks. Can you hear them?
No video, it didn't happen.
Don't be scared.
Well, I forgot. Y'all showed me the other day how to flip the camera, but I totally forgot. Yeah, so y'all are just going to come with me, and you're going to hear this crazy
camera, and then you
okay, I'm not doing it. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah,
I'm not doing it. Listen.
It's
here we
really
go.
Happening. It's okay.
Yeah, whatever. You can hear him. You'll hear it happen. Oh, here we go. This rooster is going to come out and act a fool.
Had to get up and turn on the sound effect thing.
He's going to. Boy, you better not. He's going to come out and act a fool. He's going to start crowing because he wants his girls to come out.
She's like, hurry up. Come on, get that set up.
Oh, no, he's out. He looked at me all sideways.
They're expecting to hear a noise. Come on, man. Hit that button. So I can say, did you hear that? But we didn't see anything. So it really
actually, the first one came out. He's chasing her around. He's feisty. And yeah.
Sound effect. He was supposed to do the chickens.
Well, okay. How do I do the camera thing again? Damn it, man. Dude, I'm running on 2 hours sleep or less, like you. How do I do the camera thing?
No, where's Milkmaid when you need her? She was great mentor for me.
Shit. I don't know. I suck at technology, y'all, and I look terrible. Wait, how do I do it again?
Showing off his tech.
How do I do it again?
You go to settings, and then camera.
The little red X.
Red X? Okay. You're just trying to boot me off. That's fine. I'll leave. No big deal. I don't care. I'll go.
I'm rage
mine
quitting.
Says settings, camera, and then there's a drop arrow.
Yeah,
switch from front camera to back camera, but I'm on an iPhone.
Oh God, I don't have an iPhone either.
It's the same.
I'm on. Oh, settings. There it is. Okay. Camera. Okay. Camera. Okay. Stop laughing at me.
And
What do
then
you-
there's
Not
that.
funny.
What was you saying? Most problems are right in between the keyboard and
Chair and the
Yeah.
keyboard.
And the user. Yeah, that's totally it. Can y'all see that? No. God almighty.
you
Sitting
gotta
inside.
go click on the camera. You gotta turn it on.
I'm trying.
I'm just saying.
Just when you think you got it fixed.
I did it.
Well, now you have to actually hit your image on the screen so you can turn your camera back on.
What?
Like
They're having-
you turned your camera off, so you got to hit you. Isn't it just hitting that on the phone money? Isn't that it for the camera? Don't you just hit your little square on the screen?
I don't
No.
know.
No, you just turn. It's just like the camera here, like on a PC. You just hit the camera and it turns on. Unless you're running OBS and you ain't got the camera and you ain't got the.
No, I
virtual
don't have
camera.
that.
I know.
Son of a. I did it one time. Oh my. Okay, I got it. Okay, I got it.
Well, you
Shit,
kicked the
that's
low-
right.
You turned on your camera and you kicked the low
Yeah,
pepper out.
What? Where'd she
You turned
go?
You turned your camera on and you kicked
Now
the
she,
low
oh, there. Now she's back. Device not connected. There she is.
Oh, I was gonna
No,
say
I was
figured
messing
it
around with
out.
my settings and I kicked myself out. Novice.
Chickens.
That
Go
happens.
That's my rooster. All
It'll
right, bad
It'll
boy.
happen more than once
What are
too.
you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
So, Nikki, about how many eggs do you get a day from your chickens?
Oh, okay. Yesterday I got 8 eggs. The day before I got 7, and it might have been because I didn't find one because it's like a damn Easter egg hunt around here because they're crazy and they lay them everywhere.
Are they
So
multicolored?
way too many for Jeremy and I to eat. I gave 4 dozen eggs away about 3 days ago to neighbors. So, and I only have 11. I have the rooster and 10 hens. And Laverne and Shirley are the young ones. That's them over here. Hang on. That's Shirley. Hi, Shirley.
Do they come in
Hello,
singing
Ryan.
their theme song?
And there's Wyatt. Hi, Wyatt. Wyatt.
Eric,
Whatever.
I see your
And
comment.
then-
Let me go for
How
a
long
scroll.
have you had your chickens? You said like since the fall of 2020?
Oh no, not that long, ma'am. I just hatched all but Laverne and Shirley. Those were given to us, but I hatched all these other chickens, and I
You'll have to
hatched
show her the
them,
hatchery.
and they started laying a few months ago, when they got full grown. Yeah, no, I hatched all these guys from babies. All these guys from babies, guys and gals from babies. Hey, little red. That's my rooster. Oh, you're gonna get. Oh, yep. You're gonna get spicy. Oh, you see him coming at me sideways?
Ooh,
He's
I would
crazy.
have grabbed his neck and wrung it around. Ate
Dude.
piece of chicken.
He's the only.
Does
The
he
only.
do that to your hand, or is it just the phone?
Oh no, he runs up on me sideways like that every morning when he comes out, and I'm like, boy, you better not.
I'd be grabbing my Glock. He'd be getting got like Tupac with 2 Glocks.
Good morning, Michelle.
But
Now,
but
do you
anyway.
still got your hatchery in the house, or those eggs are? That's all those. They're all done now. They've.
Well, I hatched all of those. Yes, I have some quail eggs in the incubator right now. There's a shishito pepper.
Hey, I see the marijuana
Yeah,
plant.
she's got a hatchery inside Aloha.
Well, I
where
have-
she's actually had the eggs, and she was actually.
An incubator. Yeah.
I'm just
Oh,
joking.
wow.
Yeah. Those are the
So you
eggplant.
got them from egg. You didn't even get them from chicks at the tractor store.
No, I got them from a friend. Actually, all the ducks we have and the chickens, except for Laverne and Shirley, they were babies, and that was somebody in the neighborhood who just wanted to get rid of them. But all of the ducks that we have, these guys, I got eggs from a friend, and all the chickens, I got eggs from a friend, and we hatched them. Hi, guys.
Look at they're going crackers.
Hey guys.
Wait, so now do you get eggs from the ducks too then?
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. I mean, I got eggs, duck eggs and chicken eggs from a friend, and then I got duck eggs from the ducks I raised that I hatched, and then I hatched more. So yeah, we have 2 incubators, so that's what we're doing.
So-
we're hatching.
So are the chickens heirloom or are they hybrids?
The
Are they
chickens
determinate or indeterminate?
Yeah.
clearly are indeterminate because I have
Well,
no idea what the heck kind
The
of
one
chickens I have.
apparently is a determinate asshole. Apparently,
The one
he
is
chases her.
definitely. He does come sideways at me, but he's never actually tried to get me.
That's a
Not
rooster.
for real. That's
Cucumber?
my
Hey, as long as
cucumbers.
the
No.
dude doesn't jump up and throw feed at you, that's when that's pushing it a little too far.
Right. That's what I'm
Don't-
saying. He
don't be
he
too
looks at me. He looks at me sideways and comes at me sideways, but no spurs yet. The minute the spurs start coming out, or he starts trying to spur me, he's going to be in a can or
There's
a jar.
a ball jar with his name on it.
That's right. My God.
Do you guys have duckins there? They're like half duck, half chicken.
I've heard of that.
Have you guys seen any? Okay, so in Hawaii, right, we have feral chickens and we have feral ducks, and occasionally you will see a duckin where they have a duck body and duck feet, but like a chicken beak.
Oh,
it's
cute.
so weird. It's like, what happened here?
Fresh green
So
beans.
talking about GMO
Yeah.
seeds, right, and hybrid seeds. Yeah,
That was a
that's what happens
Yeah.
when you cross a
Now-
feral
Right?
duck with a feral
Hybrid
chicken.
animal.
That's a
I've
hybrid
heard-
quack.
I've heard
That's
of
funny.
I've heard of a turducken where you cook a turkey with a chicken inside of it with a duck and
No.
then a chicken.
Yeah.
This is actually though
I know.
bread. Yeah, oh, hey, maybe that's where lichen came from.
Fresh green beans.
God.
Yeah.
Y'all got me out here
Green.
picking green beans. Damn it, man.
That's okay. Give her a little bit longer. We'll have her sitting at the table and she'll be busting open a jar out of the pantry again.
Yeah.
I might. Y'all got me out here picking green beans now.
She did that
Damn.
one night, Aloha. She was up here talking. We were talking about canning and stuff and different stuff. And she goes, "Oh, well, no." And then what was it? Was it snap peas that she went and got out the jar? I forgot. She goes, "Oh, no. See, look, just do these. And I got these canned. And these are in vinegar and stuff. And they're good." And she just sat there while she was talking to us and ate like half the jar.
Oh, yeah. My pickled green beans. Pickled
Yeah.
green beans are delicious.
Hey, Nikki, what was
Yes.
it? What was it was a special holiday. You guys was you had the walk outside on the fire and I think he was deep frying tripas.
Oh,
Tripas?
tripas. That's
Tripas?
Easter.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Oh, cool. Summer's off for Yay,
Now, what
biscuits
exactly
and
is-
gravy time?
Is tripas? I mean, you
Beef.
mentioned it before, but
It's cow intestines.
yeah.
Cow intestines. Yeah. Yeah, and they're delicious. You know. I mean, to some of us, they're delicious. Cow intestines. Yay.
Tripas.
Tripas.
It's still like the heart and tongue of the beef.
Tripas are good.
So, Nikki, I'm curious. Do you ever have to go to the grocery store if you can just eat the eggs and the vegetables, and you even have meat there?
Well, we eat the rabbits. Oh, we haven't seen the rabbits.
Ducks, the
We eat
quail.
the ducks and the quail and the rabbits and the chickens. We do eat them. I mean, we're raising them for food. But
Mhm.
yes. Yeah, I do. I don't have a milk cow like Milkmaid or a milk goat. Oh, look at this is my sweet potatoes. I hate sweet potatoes, y'all, but I'm growing them. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Those are the sweet potato greens, tops or whatever. And
You
I
can
don't even
actually
like
eat the tops, right? Can't you?
Yes,
eat those?
ma'am.
Yeah.
That's why I'm growing them, is because I've heard, I mean, yeah, they're not actual potatoes. They're coming out of that whole bed growing around. I haven't tried it yet, but apparently
so
I
there's
can
an
snip off.
Asian recipe.
Yes, I've seen the
saute
video.
with
Stir fry.
oil Yeah.
Yes.
Soy sauce, garlic.
Yes. And
And
ginger.
then if you want to spice it up a bit, you put some hot
Sriracha.
sauce. Sriracha, yeah.
Yup. Oh,
But don't cook it too much. Like, still keep it like cooked, but a little bit crunchy.
right. That's exactly why I'm growing them, because I cannot stand sweet potatoes, actual sweet potatoes themselves. But I really want to try the tops, the greens, because I love
What about
green.
like
What
sweet
about that
potato
snake you
pie?
just passed by?
Like,
What
if
passed
you
by?
added?
Thank you, Terry. That's a good one. Sweet potatoes baked with butter and pepper.
Oh, that sounds good. I said, what about that snake you just passed by?
Oh, I don't care about that. Oh my gosh, there were.
Oh,
Now
she
there's,
just-
see, really?
There's
This
your
is like
boundary.
the scooter moment.
Hating my life right now.
Okay,
This is
that's-
my peach tree, which had seven or eight peaches on it yesterday. So something clearly came and ate all the peaches off. But that's
Deer.
okay. I ate 2 of them.
That's a
Deer,
deer.
right?
That's a
There's
deer.
a snail right there on the tree.
Well, it
Apples.
wasn't the snail that ate your peaches. I guarantee
No,
you.
it
or else
wasn't.
He'd be really big. So it was a deer.
Yeah, it was a deer. But I had 11 peaches on this that were hanging on, and I've already eaten 2 of them, so at least I got to try them. So, yeah, at least it produced peaches. But literally, this thing had peaches on it yesterday, y'all.
Yeah.
Damn it, man.
You should have put up a thing of chicken wire up and around it, real tall. The 6 foot or
Yeah.
higher. Yeah.
I don't
Like-
think it was the deer, to be honest. I think it was birds.
Are they on the ground?
Yeah.
Mm.
If they're on the ground,
No.
it's birds. But if
Then-
it's
then-
deer.
That bird would have left something. It didn't like grab the damn thing and carry it flat off unless you got
I
some
don't-
kind of condors or something.
Look at
Hey.
the branches. They're chewed off.
This
but
is Texas. You know, we do have some crazy Jurassic Park birds around here.
I also
there's
know
gonna
that
be a
there's
gator
herds
coming
of
out there.
deer too.
The what?
Oh yeah, I wonder what made that trail right there.
Oh.
A gator.
Alligator?
A gator climbed right up that tree, ate the peaches, didn't bend it over
Maybe.
or break it, and then went back in the water.
That's fine. I ain't afraid of no gators.
He's sitting there with these beady eyes poking up above the water going, I wonder if she's going to notice her peach is gone.
Yeah, well.
Oh
I
yeah, there
literally-
you go. Thank you, Auntie. I forgot about that. You know what? No, you got jacked, ma'am. Remember that car that you wanted to ignore earlier? Well, they
Yes,
snuck
I
over there and jacked your peaches. So take that shit. Now what?
They probably
See?
did when I went inside and was distracted by
No,
you.
when you weren't
Damn it,
sitting there
ma'am.
prepared, ma'am, and aware of your
Uh-huh.
situation.
Uh-huh.
And surrounding. Mhm. Now, what are you gonna do when it gets serious? See, look, they just came and took your peaches, man. You've been
I got a whole
peachy
handful of green beans, though.
Better be lucky you
And
got
ducks.
those today. They'd have come back tonight for those.
And ducks and geese and rabbits and quail and
Watch
Dude.
every night. She's gonna be mentioning how something's missing now, and it's like, oh, I went to go get that,
I'm
and it's
so
in there. I
mad.
Man,
hang
I,
on.
was- I had 12 chickens, and there's only 4 out there, and all of a sudden it's gonna be like, yep.
Hang
remember
on,
that
we're gonna
car that
check
kept
this out.
going by?
I don't know why. What the hell got that? Look, there's still figs on the little fig bush that was way lower and like, I don't know, 20 feet over from the peach tree.
Because they're
Damn it.
not ready.
Well, and those are figs.
They're not.
That are ready, so
They're not ready. They're not getting
That's
those.
true.
sweet peach over there.
Animals are pretty smart.
That's
Tell
true.
'em.
That is true. You see my big pile from the tree that fell that I have to
Yeah.
eventually burn?
Don't burn it right there, right yet, because you'll have cooked
No.
duck. The ducks aren't that far away. You'll have some flambéed orange.
No,
duck.
no, I said
Hey, you ought to get a
eventually.
chipper. You ought to get a chipper and feed those in and get you a pile of mulch.
Compost.
Right?
Later, Eric. Have a great day, brother. Be safe.
I just see orange duck, l'orange whenever I see them.
All orange. I do have
Smile
a
would
duck
be the
named
reason
All
somebody-
Orange.
L'orange.
No, I'm burning them a little bit at a time in this little pile. So it's going to take me forever.
That's why you got to mulch it up. Have a big old pile of mulch.
Nikki, that's going to take a lot of marshmallows.
Right?
And
A lot of
chocolate and
marshmallows,
graham crackers.
chocolate, graham crackers for s'mores. I know, right?
And
Look,
Reese's peanut butter
piles.
cups.
Piles. piles and piles.
Oh, there's
Hey,
the bunny.
Mama. Hi, Mama. Hi. All right, so clearly, since Bug Out's not here, I'm
Okay.
doing the walk around. Hi,
So,
babies.
Your rabbit,
They're
you
mad.
keep the one white rabbit away from all the other rabbits. That's racist.
Oh, the one white. Okay, that's
I
in
think
this
it's-
one over here. Hang
Is it
on.
male and female? Do you have them split up male and female?
Yes. Well, yes. These are. I got Mama babies. Whatever. Okay, here. Oh. This is the one litter that's Mom, and these are the babies,
Aw,
and then
fried rabbit.
Oh, that's the one white one out of the
Oh,
bunch.
it's a
yeah, the
Himalayan.
one white one out of all these babies.
Sitting over in the corner all by himself.
Oh.
He's outnumbered.
That's a valuable bunny because he has he or she has the Himalayan coloring.
Hi, Mama. Mom's like, what are you doing? Hi, Mama. Yeah, there's, 9 of those? All of them are black except for one. And then you got this mixed up group over here. There's black and white.
They're wanting some fresh green beans too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they totally will. I haven't fed them yet. That's why they're all up front. So I need to go grab their food. So, yeah, so the tree, when the top of the tree from over there by the rabbit cage, oh, yeah, this is the base of the tree, was in the backside of the rabbit and the quail cages. That's the tree that fell over.
Oh man,
This
that
one.
fell
Yeah.
just right. That was
Yeah,
a luck
it
shot.
fell over and smashed. That's the roots. It just fell over from the roots. Like, just completely fell over and smashed that whole side of the rabbit cage, or one side of the rabbit cages. Here's the quail. Hi, quail. Say hi.
Man,
Hi.
it's a wonder it didn't smack the roof and take off the corner of the roof.
Hi.
A little bit over more.
Okay, so I heard on a prepper show that 3 quail eggs is the equivalent of 1 chicken egg. Does that sound about
Yeah.
right, Nikki?
Yeah, about 3 or 4, depending on the size of your quail and the size of the quail eggs. Yeah, does sound right. And I started with quail, and then we moved to rabbits, and then we got ducks, and then hatched ducks, and then we hatched chickens. And I said, can we get rid of the quail now? Because if you ever, I'm not saying quail eggs aren't delicious. I'm not saying they're not great, but peeling the amount of quail eggs it takes to make deviled eggs or cracking quail eggs, because they're so small and they have a really hard shell, is so much more a pain in the ass than it is to do regular chicken eggs or duck eggs.
You've heard of finger sandwiches. That's all little deviled quail eggs is. Just equivalent to
Yeah.
Finger food.
Yeah. Literally.
So I don't know if y'all remember my big celery. It was all over the place, and all the stuff that I had in this grow bed. Well, this is where the top of that tree hit, from way over there to way over here. The top landed here, and all the way on top of that side of the fence, smashed a couple tomato plants. And so I pulled everything out of here. They got destroyed, except for I just cut down all the celery, except for I left one little stalk, but it's going to grow more. I just replanted some pak choi in here yesterday. So, yeah.
What's pak choi?
Like
Chinese cabbage.
Yes, like pak choi.
Yeah, that's a staple here. We put it in like our soups and
Yes,
our ramen.
ma'am. I love it,
Well,
and I grow it all the time.
I know
Yeah,
kimchi
I know you
is
guys
one of the-
can't see my face, but I'm actually half Asian. So
Okay, so you understand. Yes. All right, great. Understand about this. So you're going to have to get my number and text me recipes for this these sweet
over your
potatoes.
bok choy and sweet potatoes. Okay.
Yes. I love
And then
and I grow.
try like sweet potato pie. Like it ends up tasting like a pumpkin pie if you like
Oh,
pumpkin.
pumpkin pie is okay. It's not my favorite. I'm not big on sweets. I prefer the green beans and the okra and the squash and the.
Or you said
And then
you
I
want me
saw
to
you had the shishito peppers.
I
Sweet
do
potato
have a
pie and
shishito.
So
social amount.
what I heard about those, I don't know if
Okay.
it's true. When you the peppers, like 1 in every 12 is spicy and the rest are sweet. Is that right?
Okay. I don't know. This is my first year growing them. Look.
Oh, so it'll be fun. It'll be really fun to eat them because you'll cook
Yeah.
them up and you'll be like, "Oh, this one's great," and then next thing you'll be like, "Oh my god, my mouth is on fire."
Okay.
Do you want me to
This is
send
my-
her your number, Nikki?
Yes, please.
Okay.
If you had it. Yes.
So Annie Aunt Jack put in there bok
I mean-
choy is fermented cabbage, but isn't kimchi fermented cabbage also?
Bok choy is the vegetable, and you can make kimchi actually out of any vegetable, but mostly
Oh.
they'll use like a Napa cabbage for the kimchi.
That's my little eggplant. Hang on. That's one of my Asian Delight eggplants. It's a baby. It's a baby.
Man, I tell you what, fried eggplant is awesome, just like fried zucchini.
I agree.
Mhm.
I love them. I have a bunch of them. That's why I grow them. I like that. The Asian Delight and the something shine. I mean, I grow the Traviata and the Italian ones, but I like the long, thin Asian eggplants. They are the best.
Oh, I can send you recipes for that too, Nikki.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. I'm gonna eat this tomato.
The Italian
swear
ones
I'm-
are pulling switchblades.
Yum.
Cherry tomato.
Yeah. It's a red. Yes. A red pear cherry tomato. Totally eating it right now.
A red pear? Huh.
Yeah.
Never heard of that.
Red pear tomato.
Wait, so Nikki, you can just eat it straight from the garden. You don't have to wash it before you eat it?
Well,
Besides.
I don't because, it's in my garden. That was on the inside of the panel, the fenced in area. And I water it and I know there's nothing really on it, And I just watered it yesterday. So they kind of got hosed down anyway.
So, like in Hawaii, we can't do that because we have what's called rat lungworm. Rat lungworm disease.
What?
So basically, like the snails, when they slide their slime over vegetables or the produce or lettuce, if you don't wash it good and you eat that, it's pretty bad. It's basically like a parasite, but it doesn't reproduce in the human body. So it'll eventually die off. But during that die off process, it's like awful symptoms. You get like headaches, everything is bright. You have to wear sunglasses.
Oh no. I've never heard of anything like that.
At one point when it was happening and they were diagnosing it, like people literally were not ordering local green salads at our restaurants. So this was about maybe 2 or 3 years back. But now that they've educated the public about it, everyone like washes all their vegetables. And like we got lettuce from a neighbor, and then she said she washed it because it came all wet to us, right? And then we made a salad, and my whole family got these symptoms, and we're like, wow, do you have the flu? I think I'm getting the flu. It turned out we all had rat lungworm symptoms. And then what was interesting is the one family member who did not eat the salad did not get any of the symptoms. And then my brother, who finished off the salad because he's, don't want to waste. So he ate the most salad. His symptoms were the worst. And I was like, oh my gosh. And it just so happened I was in the doctor's office and I was reading the front page of our local newspaper, and it had rat lungworm and it was explaining it. And I'm like, I like immediately texted my siblings. I'm like, do you think we could have this? And we're like, oh my gosh, we have this.
Oh wow, that's something.
That's exactly what you had. Oh no.
Yeah, so it took about, I think most of us, we we were better within a week. You can take like an antiviral for it, but they recommend not taking an antiviral for the parasite because the die-off would be too fast and the symptoms would be like too intense. So they recommend just a natural die-off process to like kind of spread the symptoms out longer so it's not so intense.
Dang.
Man, that's something else.
I've never heard of anything like that here.
Yeah,
Maybe I'll
apparently
be more
it's
careful and wash them, but I snack on stuff from the garden all the time.
yeah, but it's from the snails. So if you don't have the snails, you're probably okay. But I guess it does happen a lot in Asian countries, and so that's why in Asia they cook all their vegetables. Like it's very rare to find like fresh green salad. So they cook the bok choy, they cook, everything.
Right.
And that's to basically cut off any parasites on the produce.
Well, I did not know that. I've never heard of that. I eat raw vegetables all the time. I don't know. I mean, and I do have snails. I mean, we have snails here. I don't know how I'm going to do this and hold the camera at the same time. Dang it. Hang on. Or hold the phone at the same time. Ah! Cucumber.
Michelle, Zach has a Rumble account. He's got an Odyssey account. And he's got his 3 backups here. And Lamro John. John Dunn said, when I was young, I ate everything out of the garden. And that's kids. Hey, you just ran around and you'd grab wild onions and just kind of pull them up, shake off the dirt, wipe it, spit on a little bit, and finish, and then just munch down.
Yeah, that's exactly what we did all our lives. Yeah.
Run through the garden. You could grab you a cucumber, grab you a tomato. Just don't get caught doing that. The wild onions are fine. If you make a pass through the garden, you better get it and go.
Hey, look at it. That,
okay, so Nikki, I found.
It's got, but see what I mean? I have to trellis it, not really trellis it, but now one side of it's going down. I mean, it came all the way up above the fence, and now it's just going over along the side, and it's eventually, those tomatoes that are green, it's eventually going to end up in front of my little gate. And the other side of it is coming down here and mixing in with the cucumbers. It's ridiculous, man.
Oh, that's a hybrid waiting to happen.
Oh, yeah.
So
it's ridiculous.
I'm just joking.
If you cut that off, though, the tip, don't you stop it from keep just kind of going, and won't it put more into just go ahead and blooming?
Oh, it's blooming.
Well, yeah, but I mean, because listening to Nikki and Bug Out, and listening to them and the way that they talk about it is the more flowering you get, then the more your plant will pull the nutrients out to that. So to get bigger and healthier, then you snip them to keep them from blooming more, and then it puts more into what it's already got.
Oh my gosh, Rescue's been watching gardening YouTube videos. Yay.
Yeah, he's been listening to us. I actually have pulled all the suckers. Yes, I trimmed the bottom limbs, clearly, because, this is the base of the plant. And it's up like 2 feet. There's no limbs. And then there's the one of the ones that I ate. And then it's got fruit all the way up, but it's split. And half of that plant's going that way toward the cucumbers, and half of that plant's going this way. And I had to just tie it along the fence. But yes, I do come out and pull out all of the suckers, and I trim up the bottoms, and I put mulch around the bottom. But it's still just going and going. This is what we mean by indeterminate. See, like there's those and these little bitty ones. And then up here where this is shooting off, there's some flowers that are going to make some more. And it'll just keep going and going and going and going. It's crazy.
So do you have enough bees in your area still for all pollination? It looks like it because your plants are so healthy.
Well, I actually am looking into, that's going to be one of my future projects. But yes, the honey that I have on my counter in the kitchen right now, It's called Blue Ribbon Honey, and it's literally, I bought it from a couple that live in my same neighborhood who are beekeepers. So the bees or the honey that I buy is from, it's so local that it's literally in my same neighborhood, and they have beehives, and I think there are actually multiple people in this neighborhood that have beehives. So
I hope you get a
So-
discount on that honey because you're helping those bees make that honey.
Right.
no, but she's going to teach me. I have her card, and she's going to teach me when I get ready to keep bees, and I will probably get my first set of bees from her.
So in condo living, I have like container gardens with
Mhm.
my vegetables and herbs and stuff. And so when my fruit trees blossomed, I'm like, okay, where am I gonna get bees, right? Because
Yeah.
bees
Where
don't
are the
necessarily live in the city. So I took a paintbrush and then I just brushed the inside of all the flower blossoms to exchange the pollen. So I was the bee, self-pollinating all the little flowers.
I did that with Q-tips with my squash. Okay, you can take me off big screen now. You can actually, I did that with Q-tips with my squash. Thank you. I was like, really? I'm still out here in the yard. Yeah,
Well, yeah.
I know. Well, yeah. Yeah, I got these 2 big cucumbers I have to take in. I do that, but I use Q-tips instead of paintbrushes. Works the same, but I do that with squash. The male flowers and the female flowers, yeah.
Okay, so Nikki, Anti-Check wants to know, does the yellow rose of Texas yield rose hips?
Rose hips.
I don't. Well, first of all,
Rose of Texas.
you grow more roses than I do. I have 0 roses in my yard, and I don't think that that's the kind of plant you get rose hips from, but I'm not sure.
Me neither.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know. I don't grow roses. I don't like them.
Why?
Well, we grew
Yeah.
roses, but we had them, and
I don't like them.
kind of just take care of them, and they look pretty and they smell good, and
See,
they
I
just like
think
to come by and pick them if you don't pop them with a Red Ryder BB gun.
So
Yeah,
what kind of flowers did?
lilies. My favorite flower is a lily.
Oh,
A tiger lily is my absolute favorite flower.
So when he was doting you, that's what he was bringing you.
Summer got her
Lily.
biscuits and gravy.
Lilies smell
I think-
so much better than roses. Just saying.
I think Auntie's gonna have to wait till Virginia Roots is on panel to answer that question. Because she would know. She's smart.
Yeah.
She knows a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I've never grown rose hips. I mean, I've seen videos about it, but I don't know.
What is a rose hip?
They're these little tiny. They're medicinal and very beneficial if you grow them, but I've never grown them, so I don't really know much about them, other than what I've seen in videos.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know. One thing at a time, sir. Can't do it all.
What?
One thing at a time.
Jeremy would probably like to know that.
What, rose hips?
No, that you just couldn't do everything.
Oh, he knows that.
I'm just kidding.
He does less than I do. You kidding me?
By the way, Miss Aloha, I sent you an email, and that's got Nikki's
Number.
phone number.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. I'll check later. I don't want to mess up any of my tech right now.
Yeah. Later. Right. Same thing. I can't. I'm like, I can't touch a button.
So, Hutch, see, we ask a good question, we need a good answer. Bam, Hutch pops in. He says,
Oh,
rose
good.
hips form after the petals have fallen.
Really? On a particular type of rose or any kind of rose?
Yeah, is it just, that's how
I don't-
roses operate?
I have no idea.
Which, let's see.
I have no idea.
Nikki, have you thought about growing sunflowers?
I grew a few sunflowers last year, but I did not put any in this year. Those are the baby quail. There's only 4 of them. Hey, baby. so cute.
They're so cute.
They're so tiny.
Too bad you can't ship some to me.
And they're
Small.
crazy.
Can't get anything.
They're smaller than
a
gaming
Going full screen.
Yeah,
Wow.
they're tiny and they're crazy.
They're about the size of a chicken nugget right now.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
that's kind of
it's
I know
funny.
what the video they showed. That's just kind of where it's from.
Chicken nugget, yeah.
Yeah, my son-in-law was here last weekend and he was like, and clearly it was a week or almost a week ago or whatever, 4 days ago, 5 days, about a week ago. He was like, they're the size of my big toe. I'm like, yeah, they grow
Hey,
fast.
Nikki, Auntie at Jack says, Nikki, the hips are the fruit of the rose plant, looking somewhat like a tiny crabapple or cherry and full of seeds.
I've seen pictures of them or videos of them, but I've never grown roses, so I I've never seen them in
'Cause
person.
she hates them.
And right, Summer says Aloha has the most beautiful voice. It's just so soft and quiet. And I agree. And probably the most organized person I've heard in a while. She
Yes.
like has it on. She's a
Thank you,
rock star.
Summer. You're awesome. So I used to teach at the university here, and with my voice, a lot of times my students would fall asleep on me.
It kind of reminds me of Joyful Diamond's voice. It's so soft and speaking.
Yeah, but then the university was requiring me to get those pokes, so I had to quit that part-time job.
Yep.
But it's okay because I still had a full-time job.
Right, Deborah? Deborah loves the challenge. You never know where you're going to get. That's it. It's just, we talk about anything. Try to be useful stuff, funny stuff. Every now and then there's a little serious, but that's just life. You're gonna have that. So. As long as we adapt and make it through the other side. Yeah, you
Right.
get through a mud hole every now and then, but
Adapt and overcome.
Whether or
That's
not
it.
you got to take poop and smear it on your face or not. I mean, come
that
on.
ain't happening. I learned other ways.
Where is
I think Bug Out gets that because that's just little man syndrome. So that's his reaction. Mine is totally different, and it's definitely more sanitary.
He learned that trick from the monkeys. You know that. He watched them.
Did he learn
observed
it or did he teach it?
That's the question. To be or not to be. That is thy question. See, he was either observing it or he either taught it to him. So either one.
Summer said, I never realized she had such a beautiful voice, but she really has a beautiful voice. She's another person I could listen to and fall asleep. She is that gentle, safe, gentle voice. It's talking about you, Aloha.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. That's
My friend does
Oh, no.
tease me. I have this a prepper friend here in Hawaii, and she always teases me about my voice. She's like, Amy, with that voice, you can get anything over the phone. And then, like, I ordered my freeze dryer, and I ordered, because if I went online, there was a problem with the shipping, so I actually had to call them to arrange for special shipping. Monty's cracking me up. And just ordering it and setting it up, the guy just voluntarily, he's like, oh, I'll just throw in an extra set of 4 trays for you. And I was like, really? And so, yeah, I got all this like free stuff. And then she's like, how come I didn't get free stuff? And then on top of that, she ordered her freeze dryer like 3 weeks before me. I got mine arrived before hers. And I was like, I'm sorry. So, yeah. So you just, kill them with kindness and honey, and blessings come back. So
There you go.
so then she's like, next time I have to order something, can you call and order it for me? I was like, sure, no problem.
Yeah, Aloha, your voice kind of reminds me of that one, the first Police Academy movie, the lady cop. She always had that real soft-spoken voice, but when she got PO'd or had to use an authority voice, she really had that voice.
Oh, yeah, I'm a Gemini,
Morning,
so I
friend.
got both sides.
Thank you, Summer.
Mm-hmm.
So Summer's just my bratty little sister. Rescue, believe it or not, I learned a lot from you. I learned a lot of things that I didn't understand, so I appreciate your hard conversations. Just look at me as your bratty little sister learning. My bratty little sis.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I
Hakuna
knew it was
Matata.
gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. Every little thing gonna be all right.
Yeah, that you know what was I gotta commend
I can't sing, but y'all know what I'm getting at. Y'all know
I
the
gotta
song.
commend Rescue and Summer for their I want to say heated debate earlier, because you know what, that's what we're missing in America is the ability to debate, right? To have a different opinion, to express and explain why you have that opinion, and then in the end, there was a lot of stuff you guys actually agreed upon, but there was a few things you disagreed upon, and that's all okay, right? And then the community in the chat, they had different views too, and that's all okay too. We need that healthy debate back, and to do, I guess what I'm saying is you guys role modeled it in a way that it was healthy. It wasn't bullying or mean or anything. It did get heated there, and people had to take turns talking, and it's probably good that one was talking and one was typing, because otherwise we would have had words flying over each other. But I was actually really proud of you guys for pulling through that debate, and then here, look, it's brother sister kind of, just a little spat, but you're all still family in the end.
Well, it's my bratty little sister.
Yep. Yep.
Well, that's me and Summer. We've talked before, and I've been actually doing this has helped me really adjust and learn different ways of saying things and stopping and thinking too. It's kind of, and you're never too old to learn nothing. Every day's a learning curve.
I'm just laughing at Lauren Price's comment.
Oh, because they are master debaters.
Because we're master debaters.
Well, and that's it's good when it does, because sometimes it doesn't always go that way. And in the beginning, there were some rougher times. I'll say that. I was stressed at the beginning. It was all new territory, and it was like, holy moly! But that's what more people. You just gotta adapt. If there's a problem, that means there's a solution. Because if you don't need a solution, then that means you don't have a problem. It's just that simple. So you just got to figure out if it ain't working, do something different.
Yeah, and it's just it's different points of view, and then people come to the argument or to the issue. I'll say the issue, from different backgrounds, different perspectives. People may have got different informations, right? Because we live in different parts of the country and the world. Hey, Summer, different parts of the world and the country, and our news is different, right? The news I get out in Hawaii, it's different from what you guys might get, and I might listen to a different YouTube news channel than other people. So it's just kind of putting it all together and trying to figure out what's true and what's not true, and when are we being lied to? It's so confusing.
Yep.
We are master debaters. What's up, everybody?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm just like your bratty little sister that's trying to learn everything. So, you're stuck with me, kid.
Hey, yeah, we still got our biscuits and gravy date.
Yeah,
so
you
can't get too pissy at me, because you got to keep your biscuits and gravy there. Oh, I know. Fine. Tease me. Do I have to? Where's that blue button? Let me click that blue button.
He's like, hit that red X. Hit that red X.
It's like, man, I'm just going to wave it on the screen.
Was it Nikki? I love your animals. They're so cute. It was Nikki's animals, right?
Yep.
No, she just rinsed them.
Yes,
She rents
she rents them by the day.
Let me find out you can rent some cute little duckies. I'm gonna play with them.
Shit, sorry, I walked away for a second.
Oh,
Sorry,
it's all good.
Your
Well,
camera's
I heard you call
on.
my name, but I had to go to the bathroom real quick.
So
Say
are
my
you
name,
saying
say
someone
my
come
name.
on panel so you walked away? Man, that's
No, I
disrespectful.
didn't want to come on panel.
Disrespectful.
Dang it!
So rude.
Now I
You're
have to
starting
figure
to
out how
follow
to
in
turn
Milkmaid's
my camera back
footsteps,
around.
man.
Hang on.
You're following in Milkmaid's
Stop it.
Well,
footsteps.
if I remember correct, Nikki was the mediator in this whole thing, so
Right.
we have to give her props for that.
I have
See?
to
That's why
figure
you
out-
always got to keep your situation awareness because you never know when tables are going to turn. So
Dude.
just like that, she went to the other side, just like
I
that.
had to figure out how to turn my camera. Okay. All right, y'all.
Thank
I
you,
could-
Nikki, by the way, for earlier. I appreciate it.
I knew what you meant. I mean, I thought I knew what you meant. I was
You
paying
did it on
attention,
point.
and I thought I knew what you meant. So,
You got it. You got it. So what's everybody doing today? We'll change the subject. Pineapple pizza.
Man,
Gosh.
that does sound good. You know, I don't know, man. That'd be risking. That's walking the line there, buddy.
Walking the line.
Going straight up. Let's see, acidic tomato paste with some crunchy bread, and then throwing in some chunks of pineapple and Canadian bacon with some bacon.
Yeah.
You got to throw on the
Then you
kimchi,
take
the
the cheese,
anchovies.
and it's like, ooh, and all that's gonna kind of hit down there, and ooh, this is kind of like Russian roulette. But damn, it'll taste good going down.
It's called
Nope.
the
Well, you could
kamikaze.
use that one thing that what's it called was I think it was Chuck was talking about earlier. You could drink it and it'll help. Would that help it?
What? I'm sorry. What? Did I just somewhere in there? I could have sworn in her whichever she just was saying to me, and all of a sudden somehow the word drink seemed to stand out. Was there a drink word involved in that?
No. Well, earlier, but even before our debate, I think Chuck was telling you something that like helps you if you drink it. It helps
Oh,
you like
the Epton
clear
salt
you
with
out.
the 2 teaspoons. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could. I could just go ahead and do that, and then be like, okay, now that I've enjoyed that moment, all right, let me make sure I load up, pow, and then we'll just make sure everything works.
Wait, are we talking about poop again?
Yes, ma'am. It's a shitty deal.
Not the kind you put up on your face.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying.
I think we
And
circled back.
I'm not.
I just
Damn
think
redheads.
it's hilarious, right? We're like, Summer's like, okay, let's change the subject, and it went from pizza to poop like real fast.
Well, it's the end result of the pizza. So,
Yeah, it's only because it's me talking about eating pizza. Otherwise, most conversations about pizza don't go there. But it's leave it to me. I'm an anomaly. I'll bring it up.
No, well, have you ever considered like lactose intolerance? Like, that's a big deal out here. Like, a lot of Asians are lactose
Uh-oh.
intolerant.
Oh, ma'am.
Right, just saying.
See, I'm sorry, but where I'm from and just at my age, that kind of falls right along with that line about red beef. There's just some things in my childhood I refuse to let go of, and whole milk is one of them.
Oh, whole milk
Sorry.
is good.
It's not really the lactose thing for me. What it is on my colon, and I got these polyps inside. Apparently last time, only I don't know what I got, how many I got in there now, because all I know is shit fired all back up again. So I watch what I eat to make sure nothing.
I remember, and that's why you love chicken noodle soup, right?
That's it. I know it. I
Okay.
know it's no flaws, so I just go with what works. So
That sucks.
But I gotta say, man, this is like 3 days in a row of pineapple pizza, and it's like, come on, this is like starting to wear on me. And then she's sitting here waving biscuits and gravy in front of me, so something's fixing to give. I'm probably either gonna end up with some pineapple pizza or some biscuits and gravy. Something's got to give here.
Did you see?
Zach's comment?
Zach's comment?
Zach, where do we go? Poster back up.
8:57.
And T girl, I don't have my seatbelt on because I'm not driving. I'm just sitting in my car.
Damn, so Zach just got the strike.
Okay.
Oh no.
So he said the strike just came. Well, damn, brother. So what are we on? We on Fight for Patriotism #2? Is that where tonight will be? because we could put that out. We'll try to get as many people to knowing about that it'll be on the backup.
I don't like the truth.
Yeah, that just means something struck a nerve. Which that struck some of that struck my nerve. Matter of fact, I still ain't over the autism thing. I'll go look into that.
The what?
The autism. Did you hear that lady when she was talking about that they developed a deal for autism, but then this person came in and swiped up the patent.
I missed that part.
Oh yeah.
What was that, like a cure for autism?
Yep. Made where they could have a life, a sustainable life and a happier life, and it was beneficial. And then this company this person come in and swooped up the patent, and it's been tucked away ever since. That's why you never heard about it. No, I just kind of lost everything at that moment. It just
because they'd rather put their prescription pills and medication out there on the market and everything else as a band-aid and not
Yep.
And you just think of how many kids, how many people. So yeah, we are going to be on number 2 tonight. Okay, you got a link, Zach, or let's see. Yeah. This is how it happens real fast. I start, and about the time I get to the end of it and hit Control V, all of a sudden I look and bam, it's there.
I was gonna say, no mate's doing it.
I'm trying to say all that.
Well, hey, Rescue, Nikki, Summer, Monty. It was fun being on panel tonight, but I'm pushing 4 a.m. Hawaii time.
Oh yes, ma'am.
So I'm gonna sign off here. But hopefully you'll invite me back another time. It was fun. Thanks for letting me share and learn from all you guys.
Well, Miss Aloha, I can say thank you so much for coming up on the panel and sharing that. I know it's been enlightening for me and everybody else. You're a rock star, ma'am, and I just can't wait to actually have you back up here.
Right? Have my number. Text me.
So you guys have a great day. Aloha from Hawaii, and we'll see you guys soon.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
Good meeting you, Aloha.
Have a good night, beautiful.
Good night.
Awesome lady.
Yes.
Good boy.
Okay, so now let me. Why is it not showing up?
Oh. I need to go to sleep, y'all. I haven't been asleep all night.
Summer, did you all get those storms that was coming your way?
Oh, yes, we did. You know, I appreciate and I love what I do. I absolutely love what I do. But when it's storming really bad and it's lightning and I think I might have a little PTSD from did you see the video that I posted where the lightning almost struck me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have like a little, so the other night when the storms all started, because they came in like the last 3 nights, they came in like packed.
Right.
The lightning went right over me and hit right behind me, and I caught it on my video. Really freaked me out. And then the last 2 days, it's just so miserably windy and yucky. So I hate that. I was in outreach last night on the streets, so there was no cover. We couldn't go anywhere. We were serving, and then that's why I didn't go live, because it was just we're so busy. And then it's just been yucky. So I'm glad that it happened. I think we don't have any today.
Yeah, that was the same storms that just had hit us early in the morning yesterday.
You were rough. The tents, though, are holding. One thing I'm really impressed is, and they're not like, for those that have seen it before, they're not like regular tents, but they hold up really, really, really good. Like, all of them were fine. All of our residents were fine. I was the one freaking out underneath the carport. But they were good. They're like, this is nothing. We've been in storms before. I'm like, of course, yeah.
There you go. So Dr. Hutch says marijuana fixes every ailment. And if it doesn't, well, at least you won't worry about it for a couple hours.
Right. Exactly.
Marijuana is good for you.
That is not true for everyone. It makes me sick.
Oh,
Physically ill. Like, bleh.
Well, now you're being very judgmental, Nikki, because you're labeling one experience over everybody's.
No,
and
it's
saying
not
that
one.
all the strains planted everywhere will always have that. That's pretty.
Look, I'm
That's
just saying,
pretty
I'm
bad.
not going Monty. No.
Yeah.
Has everybody seen that?
Time.
No.
No. I have tried it numerous times from different people, different places. I don't know I'm not all fancy like Hutch. Like, I have no idea what strain, this, that, whatever.
See, you don't know, so then you can't say
All
that
I'm
for a
saying-
fact because you don't know. You just said
That's
it.
not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is anytime I've ever tried it, judging Nikki, see,
Notice she
look,
has a spoon in her
Miss
hand.
That's it.
all
She
I'm
has a-
saying is anytime I've ever tried it, I literally get sick to my stomach. I get dizzy, I get sick, and I go throw up. And I'm like, well, who the hell wants to do that? That's a bad time.
have you
You know,
have you tried gummies?
I have not. I haven't.
Gummies are pretty good.
Okay, I haven't tried that. I have not.
Yeah, my girlfriend gets sick on smoking, so she does gummies, and they help her a lot. She does like the CBD, THC ones.
Right. Well, you know what?
That's a deep subject.
I'm not even going to tell it. I have a funny story, but I can't tell
Why
it.
do I feel like an asshole something I don't? Because they're over here rolling while we're
You notice she's either got a boning knife in her hand or a spoon. She held up that spoon like, I'm like,
Yeah.
Hey, at
Here
least
comes
she
the
got
next
chicken
recall
and
batch
bread.
number.
I'm eating peanut butter, y'all. It's like pepper food 101.
I said, here comes
Where's
the
the
next
chocolate?
recall number.
but where's the chocolate? You got the peanut butter. Where's the chocolate?
What'd you say, Rico?
Please tell me there's no recall on Skippy.
I
Damn
don't
it.
know. I skipped over it, went to Jeff.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, different strains affects the body's affects the body.
Well, okay. I think we had this conversation. I think I was actually in one of Hutch's like months and months and months ago. And I made that comment or said that. And he was like, man, no, you got the wrong stuff. And I was like, well, I don't know what stuff I got because I don't know that much about it. He's like, no. And clearly he knows, a lot more than me. All I know is any and every time I've ever tried it, it made me sick. So I'm like, nope, not for me.
Thanks, T girl.
Yeah, the gummies are awesome. They've gotten me to stop, so because I do gummies and stuff, I don't take any more pain pills or anything, which I'm really happy about. And it helps me with my PTSD, and all that stuff too, so I'm pretty much off all meds except for one. So that's really, really good, considering I was on a lot.
Well, maybe I need to try that because
How is it Monty's fault you shaved? Are you just saying you were a follower and it's his fault that you were a follower?
I knew he shaved. I kept saying it looks like Monty shaved.
Well, yeah, and apparently Garrett shaved because then he says, rescue, it's Monty's fault I shaved. And it's like, well, that's just like admitting you were a follower. Well, Monty did it, so I did it.
Don't ever follow this head monkey. I tell you what, this ain't.
If Monty jumps off a bridge, are you going to jump off a bridge?
Yeah, exactly.
How high's the bridge?
Apparently, if Monty shaves his face, you're going to shave yours. So I guess I don't know.
Hang on, I'm with Summer. How high's the bridge? Because,
Right.
I watched this dude jump off a bridge in New Braunfels, Texas. I watched this guy jump off a bridge, and I was like, hell yeah, that looks fun. So I slammed my ass over there, and I went up, and I ran across, and I jumped off a bridge, and here comes a cop. Woo, woo. Ticket. And I was like, son of a bitch.
So is this before you was a cop?
I was going to ask that too.
Before?
No.
Oh, after? After you was a cop. Well, you should have known you was breaking the law.
Who gives a shit about those city ordinances.
Right.
Whatever.
Breaking the law.
The city ordinance in a little town in New Braunfels, Texas. Who gives up? Yeah, whatever.
That's funny. That's probably what somebody from New York said when they got down there to your little part of the neck of the woods and said, well, what kind of shit is this in this little podunk town right here? Who are you, lady? And you were like, hey, listen here, buddy.
No. I don't understand. If y'all only knew, man, I actually y'all around with me on a body cam. I didn't have those back then, by the way. I'm so old. We didn't have body cams back then. But if I could have carried y'all around, y'all would have been like, yeah, this is some good stuff.
I could tell you were a cool cop. Like, you were straight. Like, I could tell that. And trust me, I've been arrested once or twice. But yeah, you could tell just the way you even mediated earlier. You know what I mean? Like, you could tell that you're one of the good ones.
Yeah, okay. Funny story, except for I'm not going to tell the whole story. I'm just going to tell y'all.
Well, then what the hell? If it's a funny story, but we're not going to get the whole deal. We're getting robbed.
It's a funny story, but
Come on,
while I worked,
now for the rest of us.
while I worked in the jail for Montgomery County, worked in the jail on my first day off on time.
Did they have you in the kitchen or doing the aisles?
I worked at female booking, but my first day off, I literally 3 cars came in my driveway and they arrested me and took me to jail to get booked. I got booked in a jail that I was currently working in.
That ain't good.
I remember you telling that story.
Oh, I did. See, I've already told it. I literally did. I got booked. I got taken to jail on a warrant and booked and put on probation or whatever the hell they call suspension for a couple of days. And the chief called me and said, Nikki, go get your shit from the academy and go back to work. And I said, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's see, what was it? So Hutch said Nikki is the plantist. So you're a plantist. WTF.
What?
A plantist? I don't know. Ask Hutch. He's the one that said you're a plantist.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know it makes me sick, man. If I can find something that doesn't make me sick, I'd be all in.
Well, you just got to try.
You
don't know till you try.
Come on now.
Did you just say you try? I thought you just told somebody you hadn't tried gummies.
Oh, no, gummies. Yeah, no, I haven't tried that.
Well,
no, I thought you meant try another strain or something. I'm like, well, how easy is it to get multiple strains and talk to people about that in Texas? Clearly, that's not easy.
Just, kind of go back through the ticket book and you can come up with a contact list.
I bet you got the real hookup.
Shit. Hang on. I got a call.
It seems like it's a good plan.
No. A while ago. It's been a while. Oh, God.
And all my tattoos, somebody said I was trying to read her tattoos. All my tattoos are like encouraging stuff. Like, God gives his toughest battles to the strongest soldiers. La vida loca. Give me strength when I'm standing and faith when I fall. It's all different stuff that just encourages me when I'm having them.
Sorry.
TT1 says, like, hey, remember when I busted you 10 years ago? Well, I'm retired now. Could you hook me up?
I heard that, and it made me laugh. But I have to tell you, legitimately, I have never taken anyone to jail. I mean, it was a long time ago, but never once did I take anyone to jail for possession of marijuana. I was like, oh, hell no. All those little kids, I say little kids.
Hell no, because she was going to have to turn that shit in when she got there if she did. So they went for something else. We know what's up.
She was in the cop car rolling up big old blunts and stuff. Going, yeah.
Where were you when I was sitting from?
I tried it out with all those 16 and 17-year-olds that I would pull over or whatever in the parking lot there in New Caney or Porter or whatever. I would just dump the bag out, what little they had in the bag out, and I'm like, get your ass home.
That was so
You cannot
not
mess somebody's life
so
up.
abusive.
Right.
That was abusive.
Yeah.
Right.
So wrong in so many ways.
You cannot mess some kid's life up for a misdemeanor B pot.
I agree.
Mm-mm.
By the
Nope.
way, Zach said his strike that they told him, they said we don't allow content that contradicts who. That's what he got. That was the warning. They don't allow content that contradicts the who.
Who's the who?
The World Health.
Oh.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, no, that was not, no.
Hutch.
Yeah, Hutch is like only a narc says pot.
Whatever.
Well, Milkmaid before that says no real cop cares about pot.
Right. Grandpa, she said, whatever. Hutch.
What the?
No.
And
Scatpack says, heck, my sister's a cop and eats gummies every day, all day.
There you go. See?
CBD's legal.
Nobody cares. I mean, nobody who matters cares. Not the good ones don't care.
Right.
There's far more out there. Dude, I worked in the worst district in our county on the worst shift. There was so much more to deal with than some 16, 17-year-old with a little, dime bag or whatever. That was just stupid. Nobody wanted to deal with that.
Look, Gmail says the hell they don't. Look, they be confiscating and pocketing shit.
No. You know what, though? It was funny. One day...
There's a whole vice about it.
One day at the office, we were all like cleaning out evidence.
Wait a minute, just like one day at band camp.
Well, one day at the office, people were cleaning out, their trunks and our patrol car trunks and stuff, and evidence bags with. I'm not saying but my corporal had an evidence bag that had previously had a whole bunch of weed in it or whatever, and he was like cleaning out. We were all cleaning out our trunks, and we had these big planters over there with like palms and stuff in them or whatever, and he dumped some stuff from his evidence bags into this planter. Yes, I know I can't talk without my hands. I see you up on the TV.
Damn, that lag caught me. So
he dumped all this shit out, right? And I don't know, a month or so later, I'm standing outside the office smoking or whatever, and I look over, and we're literally growing weed in the fucking in the office parking lot. The seeds had come up, and they were like this tall, where they were popping out of the top. And I was like, I'm smoking, and I looked over, and I was like, the fuck is that? And I went in, and I was like, hey, come here. And so I brought him outside. I was like, you just grew weed literally outside our. I was like ripping that shit out.
I love that.
Later, Milkmaid. Be careful.
What?
Later, Milky.
Nikki, I remember the
She
story.
said, don't want to go, but back to work. Let her go. She was going back to the tractor.
Yeah. That was some funny shit.
Yeah, that is a great story. I love that. Wouldn't even do it on purpose. I was gonna say, I bet there's all kinds of shit that I'm sure some stuff like slips and falls in the cars and shit like that. So when y'all clean out, I'm sure there's all kinds of interesting things. Not just, drugs and shit, but all kinds of shit, I'm sure.
I'm going outside.
See what Hutch said? Hutch said, Nikki, did you only try one kind of alcohol?
Hell
sample
no.
some shit to find your strain. Just say it.
I have drank so many kinds of alcohol that it's not even funny. But no. But this is Texas. It's not like I can walk out to the store and be like, hey, let me sample this, let me sample that. What the fuck? See? Chickens are loud.
You're over there by Cut and Shoot.
The chicken say,
what the? Just drive around a little bit.
Stop it, sir. I am not driving to Cut and Shoot. I'm not that close. Well, no. Well, Cut and Shoot was in the district where I worked, so I'm very familiar with that area. But I am not doing it now. I'm just happy sitting here with my chickens. Y'all can laugh at me all you want. happy sitting here with my chickens. Fucking chickens. Okay. You should play that video again. Oh.
TT1 says Hutch, right? If someone asked me for pot, I said, I don't know what you're talking about.
Right, TT1.
What? What? Say it again.
TT1 said Hutch, right? If someone asked me for pot, I say, I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
Yo, dude, you got some weed?
I don't know. Y'all know I'm not a big.
It's like, no.
I don't care. I don't mind it. I mean, my cousin does it all the time. I mean, multiple cousins. Whatever. That's the least of my worries.
She's getting flustered.
No, I'm not.
She's taking that
I'm
spoon.
tired.
No, I'm not.
I got woke
You
up
heard that, right? I'm not getting flustered. Don't say I'm getting flustered, buddy. I'm not. No, I'm not.
She's taking that peanut butter spoon and going, no.
No, I came out on the porch. I came out to smoke.
Okay, so you had your cigarette in your hand. You're like,
Right.
She done knocked the cherry off that cigarette, slung it so hard.
I just lit the damn thing. I'm just mad at the chickens. They're everywhere. Every time I come out, they come around like
vultures. Now she's gonna go punt a chicken because she's mad.
I'm not gonna.
Like she was making that quail talk earlier.
No. He was doing that all in his own.
You're gonna hear a chicken going, "Rawr," and it's like, oh shit, that she just footballed it.
You know what? Play a song. Can you play a song? Can you look up a song for me?
How many questions are you gonna ask?
The song is
Switch Railroad Tractor.
The song is called "Sick 'Em on a Chicken."
Sick 'em on a chicken.
Sick 'Em on a Chicken. Have y'all heard that one? It's funny.
Is that kind of like?
Well, with that title, I would hope so.
I like it.
Is that kind of like hair on a biscuit?
Watch, I play the damn thing, and I'm going to end up getting some copyright violation.
Probably.
You might actually.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is Zach Brown. Yeah.
Yeah, Zach Brown Band. Sick 'Em on a Chicken. Great.
Doesn't he also sing Chicken Fried?
Oh wait, no, I don't need. To
Yes.
do the video,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I need to hide this one.
He's all about them chickens.
I'm telling you.
Okay, so if I hide that,
Okay, guys, I'm gonna jump down. I'll be in the comments, but I'm gonna just kind of chill since I just walked in.
alrighty, ma'am.
Bye, Summer.
Later,
I
Summer.
will talk to you later.
Talk to y'all later.
Yes, ma'am. Take care. Play Sweet Leaf. All right. Oh boy. Okay, so I'm gonna hide this video behind that.
You don't have to play it. I'm just.
It sounds like you're just turning into another milkmaid. If I don't, then you're just going to be abusive.
Oh,
so
I'm going to be a
not-
bully? Okay. That's just what popped into my head when I came out here. Fucking chickens. You're great.
Okay, let me hide this bad boy. Where can I hide it? I can hide it right over here. Okay.
You're done, huh? We not more.
Sick 'em on a chicken. Sick 'em on a chicken. Sick 'em on a chicken and watch them feathers fly. Sick 'em on a chicken. Sick 'em on a chicken. Break out the butter and the flour, we're ready to fry.
My dog Pete's the smallest dog of all the dogs in my yard.
That's right.
He's a mean some bitch, drinks beaming water from a broken mason jar.
And we sick 'em on a chicken. Stick 'em on a chicken. Sick 'em on a chicken and watch them feathers fly. Sick 'em on a chicken. Sick 'em on a chicken. Break out the butter and the flour, we're ready to fry.
I heard this awful noise coming out of the woods.
Coming out of the wood.
I heard chicken screams, knew it wasn't gonna be good. I think we lost a chicken. I think we lost a chicken. I think we lost a chicken because I just heard her cry. I think we lost a chicken. I think we lost a chicken. But you can get another one for $1.79. Over a couple of years, his spurs had grown, and he wasn't safe to keep around the home, and he almost took an eyeball from Lonnie's son. And I was in the kitchen making fig preserves, and I heard that young'un get kicked in the face, and I knew it was the day that rooster's gonna get what he deserves.
Mm-hmm.
I chased the chicken. I chased the chicken. I chased the chicken, and Pete hit him from the side. I chased the chicken. I chased the chicken. Me and Pete suffered on a homemade chicken pot pie. Well, sick 'em on a chicken. Sick 'em on a chicken. Sick 'em on a chicken and watch them feathers fly. Sick 'em on a chicken. Sick 'em on a chicken. I can smell the kitchen and it's almost supper time.
Yeah, man, I like my chicken, man. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, damn.
I love that song. I think it's hilarious. Damn right, I like my chicken fried.
Chicken fried.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let's see. Now I guess I'll.
That's funny. I love that song. Now I need to get a dog and name him Pete. I mean, I have a dog, but mine are girls. Need to get a male dog and name him Pete. My dog's out there actually running around the yard with the chickens right now. They follow her around the yard like they do me. It's ridiculous.
Square dancing music. Scat pack. I may never eat chicken again. Hey, that'd be more for others. I'll take some more chicken noodle soup.
That's not no picking and grinning.
No.
Picking and grinning was hee-haw.
Auntie
Right.
says, Nikki, can we get some peach cobbler?
Well,
no, her peaches all got hijacked because she was busy sitting on the chair, unprepared. So they just
Hey.
walked up and took the peaches, just like that.
Just like that. Damn it, man.
Oh, good. That's awesome,
Oh.
Zach.
So Zach said, I brought the heat, repealed and brought up ADA. So
That's awesome.
heck yeah. Fight them, let them fight amongst themselves.
Amy Robars.
I watched the video yesterday of cats getting brain freeze eating ice cream. Oh my gosh, I know I'm going to hell, but I couldn't stop laughing, right?
I've seen a video of a cat doing that before.
Chicken too. Oh hell, Mama Red. Now Mama Red, she says, my dogs love to follow chickens for supper.
I'm gonna hug him and squeeze him and pet him and call him George.
That's it. Which way did he go, George? Which way did he go? Damn, Benjamin hadn't eaten chicken haven't had any chicken in 2 years and lives next door to Popeyes. Well, I gotta say, if you live next door to Popeyes, I could probably see it myself, but I'm not a Popeyes fan. I'm beyond the name. I don't fall for the name anymore. See, they lost me with that a generation ago, because it's like you just fall for the name, but it's not the name. The labor force is still the labor force. So, going through a town, you want to know what the Burger King is going to be like? Take a walk through Walmart real quick and just kind of get a feel of the vibe, and then go, yeah, I have a feeling that my experience at Burger King is probably not going to be made my way. That's for sure.
Oh, shit.
Let's see. TT1 says, rescue the political nuts are discussing HR 2377. These maniacs are trying to snatch everything semi-automatic ever made. Shaking my effing head. But, this is, and I will say, TT1, you bring it up, and this is why people ought to be writing their local representatives, their whoever that is. For me, down around this area is Brian Bevan. So find out your representative, your state senators, Democrat and Republican. Hell, just get their emails and take a few minutes and write them and remind them that they took an oath to defend the Constitution, not to butcher it or to sell it out. And it's not up for negotiation. Oh, going full screen. All right.
Well, no, you don't have to go full screen. I'm just
Why?
not joking.
I want to be able to see.
When I say my dog walks out in the backyard and the chickens follow her, see the rooster right there next to my dog?
Yep.
Like all the way back here by the.
Well, they're working together, protecting the herd.
I wonder if the dog thinks to himself, "Fucking chickens."
Look, she's out here and she got these fools following her. She can't even get away from them. She's like,
well, yeah, but she's their protector.
Not really.
Well, that's the way they think it.
Okay.
Yeah,
she's eating plants.
They can figure that out as the feathers are flying, but
the dog went over there to do its business for the morning, and you're over there filming it. What the?
No, she's eating plants. There's these little, I don't even know what they are, y'all, but she loves them. She comes over here and eats them.
Crap, they're trying to do does nothing to help gun violence, and they know that. Oh, that's it. That the whole gun shit, because I don't know, man. That's one of those that get me so wound up, because it's so simple, and how they just create all this over all that talk. But it's so simple. Start showing me the people that went and legally purchased something, and then they went and committed all these, because almost all the shit is criminals with stolen guns and people that don't follow laws. So punishing people that do follow laws doesn't serve any purpose other than to give the people that don't follow laws even more power.
Absolutely.
A well-armed society is a polite society.
Is that your yeast that was across the little creek?
No. That goose you heard?
Yeah.
Going up in my neighbor's yard. Those are the annoying geese that are always, well, they're not always over here, but no, those are just the geese that live on the pond. And they come up in my yard, my neighbor's yard. They're going to be the first things we eat if shit hits the fan. And then we have the ducks. The ducks from the pond. Duck, 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 duck. Yeah. I mean, I have my own. But we have wild-ish ducks. Mallards and so forth. No, the whole gaggle or whatever the hell you call them of geese was over there at the park area at 2 o'clock this morning when I was on the live stream. But they've gone on the other side or somewhere. Oh, they're over there at the island. I don't know if y'all can see them. Way over there at the island. Here comes three mallards flying in. or no, those aren't mallards. Those are, what the hell are those? I don't know. Some other kind of waterfowl things.
Probably wood ducks.
Vampire ducks, and they're coming for you.
They're actually not wood ducks. Not sure what they are.
It's the quacking, and it's coming.
It's bright.
Mama Red, I know. Mama Red said, yes, it can get me going too, especially these stupid ass people that believe that BS. I know. It's just, that's, and I will say one thing I noticed in that bill too, because it talks about like legal, authorized people, and it was, of course, government employees, but then it actually specified active military. See, that's how they can prevent vets.
What are you doing, fella?
Do you know how many non-active military there is? I mean, come on. Are they that? They're still.
Well, see, and I will say, it's not even so much if it actually does pass. It's that they keep doing the talk and the rhetoric, and they're driving the narrative.
They're poking the bear.
Till they, and they're trying to get some kind of reaction. That's what they're hoping for, so that they can use it as a world excuse, like a stage prop to go, there we go. See, this is what we was talking about. Yep, here they are. These are those domestics, those patriot people. Mama Red, they also want to tell us how we can store. Yeah, I know. Store them at home, F them.
I like that one, old boy. The video you shared, Rescue, where that I think it was Nader or one of them.
He's like, well, I hope those guns aren't loaded.
Yeah, he goes, well, I'm at my own house. I can do what I want.
I can do what I want. That's it.
Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and Chip Roy did the same thing whenever he was even going, I got a 22 on the side of the door right now, the front door of my house, and it's loaded and ready to go. Why? Because of coyotes and snakes outside. So
or whatever else.
Well, that's why he was referencing the 22.
Right.
It's not the actual tool's fault. You can set that tool out there on the porch all day long. Go to the store, come back, and that tool's going to probably still be there in some neighborhood.
Sure, Amy. That's okay. Just if you will, when you go to do it, Amy, just tag it like, cat brain freeze or something like that.
Yeah,
otherwise, Auntie's gonna have a fit. It'll be clickbait. We don't want to stress Auntie at Jack down. I mean,
he told me that one time when I heard trying to post that one link. I was like, here, I was just talking about it. Here's that link. And he come right back up. Here's the actual link with the title, Monty. And I'm like, he goes,
this
it's not, it could be clickbait. And I'm like, really? Like, I'm going to throw up some clickbait.
This is how we do it.
Great. Now the song's going to be stuck in my head.
Hey, we could throw another song in there. Isn't there enough room for two?
Yeah, why not?
Clowns to the right and jokers to the clowns
got
to
the
the left
chicken
and
song.
jokers to the right. Here I am stuck in the
I had to come back in. Y'all hear that loud chicken on the porch? She's trying to lay an egg in the pine shavings bag. Oh my god.
Well,
there we go. There's a cat brain freeze.
Stupid chickens. Go away. Go away. Go away. See? They're loud. Chickens are loud. She's on the porch.
I think that chicken's cussing you because I think they're saying something else.
You know what?
I wish I could ship y'all chicken eggs because I have them like all over the counter. It's crazy.
I need to. Yeah, I don't know. We need to contemplate that. Maybe we could ride over. I'll have to see when she's off. I don't know if it's Friday, Saturday, or what.
Yeah, definitely.
I could do that. I'll come. How many dozen you got?
Right now?
Because yours haven't been washed, so then they're good. They'll last for a little while.
Right. In the last 3 days. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 29 eggs sitting on the counter right now.
Yeah, buddy, I'm talking some omelet action.
Yeah.
I think eggs. I can do eggs, so that would be my secondary from chicken noodle soup. I can do damn eggs.
And then I have an 18 pack that are washed and a 12 pack that are washed in my fridge that were before the last few days of the ones that were sitting on my counter. I mean, I'll only let them sit there for, I either give them away, but after they sit there for a couple of days, I go ahead and wash them and put them in my cartons and put them in the fridge. So, yeah, it's a lot. I have a lot more than Jeremy and I can eat.
That mama chicken's like, damn it, you got my kids sitting in your refrigerator.
I'm ready to drop an egg.
She's out there grazing hell.
Right,
she hasn't laid an egg yet, but she's about to.
T1? Chickens are crazy as shit because you pop their head off, they still run around. They don't know if they don't know when to die.
Yeah, they're nuts.
Well, hey, Nikki, you need to go get some rest. And Monty can go get something to eat or take a nap if he's tired or hungry, nap, whatever, fish.
In other words, you're calling it.
I'm fixing to call it. It's been 7 hours and 40 minutes, and that's only with 2 hours sleep since the last 8 hour or so, 9 hour stream I did. So.
Yep. I feel your pain on that one. I'm totally taking a nap.
Well,
your feeble attempts at mocking me fail sadly. No more clickbait. What do you mean? I wasn't feeble attempt. It actually was a very successful one. Miss Amy put cat brain freeze in the link. So, bam.
You know, I used to be a hooker. That should save me. Now I'm just a masturbator.
Well, that's okay. At least you're no more your clickbait.
All right. Good stream. Good stream, Rescue.
Thank you, Miss Nikki, for hanging out up here as long as you did. I appreciate you so much.
I'm totally taking a nap. Thanks. I'll see y'all later.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Y'all. Much love. God bless.
Money. All right, everybody. I tell you what, I'll play out the Preacher Man, so everybody can go out with the Preacher Man song.
Much love.
You got it, brother. Appreciate you for being up here, Money. I wouldn't have stayed awake if y'all hadn't hung in there and helped keep me going.
Later,
brother. Alrighty, so we're gonna cut all the noise off. We'll play a little Preacher Man soundtrack action. Get rid of the dang banner. Get rid of all this stuff. Bam. There we go. All right. Now we're going to just, that's what's up.
Billy Ray was a preacher's son, and when his daddy would visit, he'd come along. When they gathered around and started talking, Cousin Billy would take me walking. Out through the backyard we go walking. Then he looked into my eyes. Lord knows to my surprise, the only one who could ever reach me was the son of a preacher man. The only boy who could ever teach me was the son of a preacher man. Yes, he was.
I hope everybody has a good day.
Yes, he was.
Find something positive and smile. Try to smile. Be the reason somebody else smiles.
Being good isn't always easy, no matter how hard I try. When he started sweet talking to me, he'd come and tell me everything is alright. He'd kiss and tell me everything is alright. Can I get away again tonight? The only one who could ever reach me was the son of a preacher man. The only boy who could ever teach me was the son of a preacher man. Yes, he was. He was.
I appreciate everybody hanging out with me.
Yes, he was. How will I remember the look was in his eyes, stealing kisses from me on the slide, taking time to make time, telling me that he's all mine, learning from each other's knowing, looking to see how much we've grown, and the only one who could could ever reach me was the son of a preacher man. The only boy who could ever teach me was the son of a preacher man. Yes, he was. He was. Oh, yes, he was.
Just remember the power
He was the sweet talking son of a preacher man.
keep our head up.
His name was son of a preacher. Sweet talking son of a preacher man.
If you go to the store, pick something extra up. Much love, everybody. I hope y'all have a great day. I will see you 2 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. So much love. Have a great day. See y'all later. Thank you again. Y'all are awesome. I appreciate it very much.